Chapter 1529. Son greets Imperial Father. Greets Imperial Mother. In the Lijiang Palace, Li Tai, who had heard the attendant's words, quickly walked in and then bowed to Li Er and Empress Zhongsun, who were sitting high above. No need for formalities. Li Er waved his hand and asked impatiently, "Qingke, why did you return to Cheng? What's the current situation on Cloud Mountain?" Li Tai's eyes narrowed slightly as he cupped his fists and said, replying to Imperial Father, "Wu Jie has already escaped from Cloud Mountain. At this moment, General Qiu and Chief Steward Zhao are leading troops to intercept him." Escape? Li Er's old face instantly became gloomy as he stood up and asked, "Why couldn't Dugu Xian's 2,000 Imperial Army hold out until Zhan's reinforcements arrive? Could it be that 2,000 Imperial Army soldiers couldn't stop Wu Jie?" Subconsciously, Li Er thought that the main reason Wu Jie escaped was due to Dugu Xian's incompetence in supervising the battle, so his expression naturally became ugly. Li Tai was a loyal person. Previously, the two brothers of the Dugu family had risked their lives for Yanhuang College, and were both seriously injured. He had seen it all and remembered it in his heart, so when he heard the dissatisfaction in Li Er's words towards Duguxin, Li Tai quickly explained, "Imperial Father, it's not that General Dugu was defeated, but that the Yamacho didn't want to see too many people die because of the Academy's materials, so they ordered everyone to let Wu Jie go." Li Er's eyebrows rose as his expression changed and he angrily said, "Bastard! The Academy's books and manuscripts are the secrets of our great Tang. How could Li Zishuan give them to the Turks? What is this brat's intention?" Although Li Er had always admired Li Zishuan, today, Li Zishuan actually ordered people to let Wu Jie go, which made Li Er quite angry. If Li Zishuan was in the hall right now, old Li would definitely have him beaten 30 times and thrown into prison. "Your Majesty, please don't be angry," Empress Zhongsun hurriedly said. "The Marquis of Yong is benevolent. He just doesn't want to see more innocent people sacrificed. I hope your Majesty won't blame him." Empress Zhongsun didn't have any ill feelings towards Li Zishuan's actions. On the contrary, she faintly admired Li Zishuan. In her opinion, people with a kind heart would be at ease to use. Li Er snorted and said unhappily, "What innocent sacrifice? Pedantic. For the sake of preventing these books from reaching the Turks, even the sacrifice of 5,000 people was worth it. If we allow the Turks to grasp the advanced technology of Yanhuang College, in the future when the Great Tang and the Turks go to war, there will be dozens of times more soldiers dying on the battlefield." Emperors were always ruthless, but at the same time, Li Zishuan was also far-sighted. It was hard to say who was right or wrong between him and Li Zishuan. It could only be said that both of them had their own considerations. In Li Er's eyes, the books and information of the Academy were more important than anything else. This was because he had seen the magic of the telegraph and the terror of gunpowder. He deeply understood that if the technology of the Academy fell into the hands of the Turks, it would bring a devastating disaster to the Great Tang. After a moment of silence, Li Tai cupped his hands and said, "Imperial Father, Yamacho said on the telegraph that it doesn't matter if the secret documents of the Academy are lost. As long as he is here, as long as the teachers and students of Yanhuang College are here, these documents can be rewritten. The Academy can also achieve greater glory." In tonight's battle, Teacher Mo and Teacher Zhongsan were both seriously injured. More than 10 guards of the Academy were killed or injured. Many students were also injured. Even Teacher Wenji was slightly injured. If Yamacho didn't give the order to let Wu Jie leave, with Wu Jie's strength, if he wanted to make a move on the weak students and teachers of the Academy, no one would be able to stop him. The teachers and students of the Academy would definitely suffer heavy losses. As long as there's life, there's hope. Yamacho said that today's hatred, when he comes back, he will definitely repay it double. At that time, the two Dugu generals, Teacher Mo and Teacher Zhongsan of the Academy, were all seriously injured. If they continued to force Wu Jie to stay, there would definitely be rivers of blood on Yunshan Mountain. Therefore, this son feels that Yamacho's actions are not inappropriate. "Imperial Father, please understand." After saying this, Li Tai bowed deeply. The hall instantly quieted down. Li Tai stared at Li Tai. After a while he said in a bad mood, "Qingke, it hasn't even been a year since you entered Yanhuang College, and you're already speaking up for that brat Li Zishuan? You even dare to disobey this emperor's orders? At this moment, old Li's mood was very complicated. On one hand, he felt that what Li Tai said was not completely unreasonable. In the current situation of Yunshan Mountain, if they forced Wu Jie to stay, it was likely that Wu Jie would become desperate and make a move on the weak students and teachers of the academy. But on the other hand, old Li also felt a little jealous. This little fatty in front of him was his most beloved son, but now he was speaking up for someone else. As a father, how could he be happy? Li Tai bowed and said, "This son is not speaking up for Yamacho, but in the situation at that time, Yamacho's decision was undoubtedly the most correct. More than 10 days ago, the mountain elder and Mr. Zhongsan left Cloud Mountain one after another. Originally, there were 3 evolved Jing masters in Yanhuang Academy, but in an instant only Mr. Amo was left. Although Mr. Zhongsan unexpectedly returned tonight, when he arrived, Mr. Amo was already seriously injured. That was why Wu Jie was able to kill so many people in the academy. Under such circumstances, other than letting him leave Cloud Mountain, we have no better choice. Imperial Father, please understand." Hearing this, Li Er finally fell silent. On the side, Empress Zhongsun asked doubtfully, "Teacher Zhongsan? Qingke, if Imperial Mother remembers correctly, didn't Teacher Zhongsan leave the academy a few days ago and sail out to sea?" Li Tai replied. Replying to Imperial Mother, Teacher Zhongsan originally wanted to go out to sea, but before he left, he felt uneasy. He thought that there were many secrets hidden in Yunshan Mountain that the world coveted, so he stayed around the academy for a few days. For a full 4 days, everything was calm and peaceful. On the 5th day, when Teacher Zhongsan was about to leave, he suddenly felt a faint aura locking onto the academy. Teacher Zhongsan felt that something was wrong and postponed his plan to go out to sea. As a result, Wu Jie attacked the academy at night today. So that's how it is. Empress Zhongsun nodded thoughtfully and sighed with relief. I have heard that Teacher Zhongsan is unparalleled in chivalry. Last year, he was forced to agree to your Yamacho's condition of guarding Yunshan Mountain for a year. Who would have thought that even before he left, he would still risk his life for the academy? The reputation of the Fengchan 3 heroes is indeed well-deserved. Li Tai agreed. Imperial Mother is right. Tonight, if Teacher Zhongsan hadn't returned in time, Teacher Wang Ji of the academy would have been killed by Wu Jie. No matter what, the academy's things cannot fall into the hands of the Turks. Send a telegram to Li Zishuan and tell him to take responsibility for the disaster he caused. Tell him to take back the things Wu Jie took. At this moment, Li Er coldly snorted and interrupted. His words contained a tone that would not allow anyone to object, and the atmosphere in the hall instantly became heavy. Li Tai couldn't help but feel his heart sink, and he hurriedly advised, Imperial Father, you must not. Your son heard Teacher Amo mention that the Yamacho is only at the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm, while Wu Jie is at the Great Grandmaster realm. If you let the Yamacho chase after Wu Jie, wouldn't that be sending him to his death? Your son asks Imperial Father to reconsider. Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but reveal a trace of anxiety, but she didn't say anything. Presumably, she felt that with Li Er's trust in Li Zishuan, he definitely wouldn't send Li Zishuan to his death. Sure enough, Li Er raised his eyebrows and said, Who said that we would let him go alone? We will order all the soldiers along the way to be under his command. Not only will we take back the academy's materials, we will also make sure that Wu Jie remains in the Great Tang. To have all the soldiers between the Great Tang and the Turkic Khaganate under one person's command, Li Er's arrangement was completely based on his trust in Li Zishuan. Otherwise, he who had taken the throne through a coup wouldn't have so easily handed over more than 100,000 soldiers to someone who wasn't a member of the imperial family. Hearing this, Li Tai let out a sigh of relief and said, But the Yamacho has already rushed back to Chang'an from Shouyang County. The journey is bumpy, and if your son sends a telegram now, the Yamacho might not be able to detect it. Li Er waved his hand and said, Then send it until he notices. No matter what, we absolutely cannot let the Turkic Khaganate leave the Great Tang with the Academy's top-secret materials. In addition, we will send the Imperial Army and cavalry to pursue along the way, and cooperate with Li Zishuan to capture Wu Jie. Li Tai knew that there was no turning back, and besides, this seemed to be the best result. He bowed and said, "Your son obeys your majesty." After saying this, seeing that Li Er had no other orders, Li Tai quickly excused himself and left the Lizheng Hall. Now he had to return to Yanhuang College as soon as possible and send the message to Li Zishuan through the telegram. However, Li Tai also knew that for Li Zishuan, there would be several very difficult battles ahead, and if he was not careful he could easily lose his life. Although Li Er had ordered the soldiers of the various provinces to be under Li Zishuan's command, when it came to a real fight, the role of these soldiers was very limited. For example, in the battle in front of the academy, Wu Jie had single-handedly slaughtered everyone. Although the imperial army was well trained, they were unable to effectively surround Wu Jie, and the 2,000 imperial army soldiers were unable to display their full strength. In comparison, the soldiers of the various provinces were definitely not as elite as the imperial army, so they were of even less help to Li Zishuan. Unless Wu Jie stood still and waited for the soldiers of the various provinces to completely surround him, in that case, there was a chance he would be exhausted to death by the local soldiers. But was that possible? Obviously not. The moment Wu Jie discovered that there were soldiers around him, his first reaction would definitely be to use his movement technique to escape, not giving the army a chance to surround him. Thus, in a battle with Wu Jie, the key to victory was still a showdown between peak experts. If the Great Tang's elite soldiers could effectively contain Wu Jie and create an opportunity for the soldiers of the various provinces to surround him, there was still a high chance they could defeat the Turks. The Turkic imperial teacher is severely exhausted and has also suffered some injuries. He definitely can't have run far. Search. Lantian County, at the foot of Cloud Mountain, Zhao Song was leading several thousand imperial army soldiers to search for Wu Jie's whereabouts with torches. Even the remaining 1,000 imperial army soldiers had joined the search. The Cloud Mountain was surrounded by bright torches, and from a distance, it looked like fire dragons were dancing at the foot of the mountain. General Dugu, immediately take some men to Lantian County seat and inform County Magistrate he to send out all the bailiffs to guard the city gates. This is to prevent Wu Jie from sneaking in and harming the people. Zhao Song ordered Dugu exile as he rode forward on his horse. As for Qiu Xinggong, he had already led 100 cavalrymen to the counties that Wu Jie would have to pass through in order to return to the Turks. He had to inform the counties along the way to tighten their defenses. Once Wu Jie passed through, they had to immediately send out soldiers to surround him. Dugu Xian had expended a great deal of energy in the battle just now, and he had also suffered internal injuries. However, he had been unable to hold down Wu Jie, and he felt very guilty. Thus, after some simple treatment, he joined Zhao Song in searching for Wu Jie. This general obeys. Dugu Xian cupped his fists and turned his horse around to gallop toward the Cloud Mountain. Cloud Mountain had made a big fuss and carried out a carpet search in all directions. With such a big commotion, it was naturally impossible for people to not notice. When the villagers in Plum Village and Han Manor who had woken up at night saw the torches, they were all shocked. "Master, come out and see. Did something happen at Cloud Mountain?" "Oh, it's the middle of the night, what could happen?" "I'm not looking." "Something really did happen. Look, there are so many torches at the foot of Cloud Mountain." "So many torches? I'll go out and take a look." Heavens, there really are so many torches. Could it be that some bandits had looted the Yanhuang Academy? No, I have to go and take a look myself. "Master, what are you going to do?" "What else can I do? I'm going to help. Not only am I going alone, I have to call the rest of the villagers as well. If bandits really dare to attack Cloud Mountain, we can also lend a hand, can't we?" "Master, won't that be very dangerous?" "Hey, what do you know? Marquis is out there killing locusts, so we villagers should help Marquis protect Yanhuang College." "All right, I'm not going to waste any more time with you. Go and get me a hoe, I'll call the others." Similar scenes were playing out everywhere. Half an hour later, almost every household in the two villages had lit up their lights. Then two groups of strong youths, each carrying shovels, hoes and other weapons, could be seen marching toward the torches not far away. Reporting. Butler Zhao, the villagers of the Han family villa and Plum Village saw the torches here and thought that Yanhuang College was robbed, so they came over to help. The search area was slowly expanding. At this moment, An imperial guard trotted over and bowed to Zhao Song. Zhao Song frowned when he heard that. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Inform the villagers that the Turkic Grand Tutor has snuck into the college tonight. Ask them to gather the people around to search. Anyone who finds traces of the Turkic Grand Tutor will be rewarded handsomely." Yes, the Imperial Guard received the order and left. Zhao Song ordered the rest of the Imperial Guards around him loudly, "Keep your eyes open and look around for fresh blood or traces of footsteps. We must finish searching the entire Lantian County before dawn." Chapter 1530. Why is it so noisy in the city? Second brother, go out and take a look. Lantian County Yonga Marquis Manor. Hearing the shouts coming from outside the manor, Lu Feng couldn't help but frown. This group of personal guards of the Marquis' estate would guard the surroundings of the academy during the day. At night, they would retreat into the city to protect the safety of Li Zishuan's family. This could be considered as the last line of protection that Li Zishuan had set up for his family before he left. Yes, big brother. Lu Yun also faintly heard the noise coming from outside the Marquis' estate. He responded and turned around to leave. Lu Feng stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, frowning. He didn't know why, but his heart wasn't calm tonight. He kept feeling like something was going to happen. So even though he had fallen asleep on the bed, he was still a light sleeper. The moment there was any movement outside, he would be awakened immediately. Now that there was such a huge commotion in the city, how could he not notice it? Thus, he came out with a sword in his hand, which led to the previous conversation. Pass down the order. Everyone is to be on guard and protect the safety of the Marquis' family. After a long silence, Lu Feng said to a soldier beside him, "Yes." The soldier immediately bowed and said. Instantly, the personal guards who were sleeping soundly in the Marquis' household were all woken up. Many soldiers hiding in the dark appeared in every key corner of the Marquis' household. If someone dared to sneak into the Marquis' household at this time, it would undoubtedly be courting death. Of course, the manor's guards were mobilized. Big brother. Not good. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yun ran in a panic and said with a panicked face, "Big brother, it said that there were thieves in Yunshan tonight. Now, the imperial guards and cavalry sent by His Majesty are searching for the thieves. All the bailiffs in the city have been transferred to the city gate to prevent the thieves from sneaking into the city. That's why there's such a big commotion outside." Lu Feng's expression changed. "What? The academy was robbed? How is that possible? The academy has Mr. Mo. Which thief is so daring?" Hearing Lu Feng ask this, Lu Yun swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "Big brother. It's the Tuju estate teacher Wu Jia, Senior Mo, Senior Zhang San, and the two Dugu generals who rushed to the rescue were all seriously injured, and the academy's confidential information was also stolen by Wu Jia." What? Tuju estate teacher? When Lu Feng heard that, he was shocked. He quickly asked, "Why would the Tujua imperial preceptor appear in Cloud Mountain? What was the situation in the academy? Are there any students injured?" Although Lu Feng had not been following Li Zishuan for a long time, he knew very well that Yinhuang College was Li Zishuan's favorite. Apart from his family, Li Zishuan cared about the college the most. It could even be said that the college and Li Zishuan's family occupied the same position in Li Zishuan's heart. Lu Yun had a bitter face and said, "Big brother, how would I know? The bailiffs in the city also received orders from above to mobilize in full force." Lu Feng anxiously paced 2 steps on the spot and said, "No, we have to go to Cloud Mountain to take a look." Before Marquis left, he entrusted the safety of his family and the academy's teachers and students to us. Now that something like this has happened, it is our negligence. We have to confirm the academy's current situation as soon as possible and send a message to Marquis. If I remember correctly, doesn't the academy have a telegraph that can send messages from 1,000 miles away? In this kind of emergency, we can borrow it. Lu Yun thought for a moment and said, "Big brother, I think you are overthinking it. With such a big thing happening with His Highness Wei Wang's intelligence, he will definitely send the news to Marquis through the telegraph. Who knows, maybe Marquis is already on his way back to Chang'e." What? The academy was attacked? Shinner's academy was attacked? At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the corner of the wall. Lu Feng and Lu Yun looked towards the direction of the voice and saw Li Jingma, dressed in a single layer of clothing, standing in front of the courtyard that connected the east courtyard to the front courtyard and walking towards them. Li Jingma had coincidentally heard someone talking in the front courtyard when he woke up in the middle of the night. Out of curiosity, he came over to listen. Who knew that he would hear such a big piece of news? Old Master. Lu Feng and Lu Yun hurriedly went forward and greeted him with cupped fists. Li Jingma waved his hand and asked with a solemn face, General Lu, you just said that the academy was attacked. Is that true? Lu Feng had a difficult expression. In the end, he could not withstand Li Jingma's aggressive gaze and could only admit, this is also the news that we heard from the bailiffs in the city. As for whether it is true or not, we will only know after making a trip to Cloud Mountain. Li Jingma hurriedly said. Then please make a trip to Cloud Mountain quickly and check on the academy's current situation. If it is true, immediately send a message to Xian. Yes, Old Master. Lu Feng and Lu Yun cupped their fists and turned to leave. Father, what happened? Yes, Old Master. What's going on? Why did the two generals in the residence leave in a hurry? At this time, Han Yushi and Madame Li walked out of the east and west courtyards at the same time and asked Li Jingma one after another. Hearing this, Li Jingma recovered from his thoughts and hurriedly said, It's nothing. It's nothing. Madame Yushi, both of you go back to sleep. Li Jingma did not want Han Yushi and Madame Li to know such bad news. Otherwise, the two of them would probably not be able to sleep tonight. However, how could Madame Li not see that Li Jingma was insincere after decades of mutual help? She asked with a look of disbelief. Old Master, if it's nothing, why did the two generals leave the residence in a hurry? Don't hide it from us. What happened? Yes, Father. I vaguely heard the word academy just now. Did something happen at the academy? Han Yushi also hurriedly asked at this time. As Li Zishuan's pillow, how could Han Yushi not know the importance of Yanhuang College in Li Zishuan's heart? Li Jingma helplessly closed his eyes. After a moment of silence he sighed and said, Sigh. Forget it. Forget it. I know I can't hide it from you, so I won't hide it from you. The academy. Something did happen. Second brother, you go to the academy alone to confirm the situation. I'll take the rest to guard the house of Marquis. On the streets of Yong'an Lane in Lantian County, Lu Feng, who was about to rush to Yunshan, suddenly stopped and said. Lu Yun was stunned when he heard this and asked subconsciously, Big brother, why? Didn't you just say we'll go together? Lu Feng shook his head and said, We can't all go. Since the Tuju estate preceptor stole the confidential information of the academy, it means that he is interested in Marquis knowledge. You have to know that in this world, other than Yanhuang College that stores Marquis knowledge, there is another place, and that is the House of Marquis. The attack on the academy is already a dereliction of duty on our part. We absolutely can't allow the Marquis family to be harmed as well. Otherwise we'll really die 1,000 deaths. Hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but nod and said, Big brother, you're really considerate, but if Wu Jie really comes, big brother, you won't be his opponent. No, I have to stay and guard the house of Marquis with big brother. Although this guy's brain was a little slow, he wasn't stupid. He could still think of the problems that he should think of. Lu Feng frowned and scolded. Nonsense. The house of Marquis is important, but so is the academy. Quickly go to the academy to check. That Wu Jie fought in the academy and must have consumed a lot of his strength. He might not have the guts to come to the city again. You can leave without worry. But, Lu Yun was still a little worried, but Lu Feng mercilessly interrupted. But what? If you don't go now, I'll beat you up. As soon as this was said, Lu Yun immediately cowered. He shrunk his neck and quickly ran away. Okay. I'll go. Really, aren't I just worried about you? You took my kindness for granted. Beep 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 beep. Yamacho, turn on the telegraph. Cloud Mountain Student Dormitory. Little Fatty came back from the palace again and hurriedly went back to the dormitory to pass on Li Zishuan's latest decree. However, after he sent out the telegram, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Li Zishuan didn't give him any response. This made little Fatty secretly anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only send out the telegram again and pray in his heart that Li Zishuan would reply as soon as possible. Qingke, I think you should wait until dawn to send it. I'm guessing that Yamacho should be on the way, and can't hear the sound of the telegraph. Seeing this, Qin Huayu couldn't help but advise. Li Tai frowned. It's because of this that I need to get in touch with Yamacho as soon as possible. If he knows that the academy was attacked, he will definitely be anxious and rush to Chang'an. But Shouyang is more than 800 li away from Chang'an. How can he rush back in a day or two? Although the academy is now heavily damaged, Wujie is gone and the academy is almost safe. Yamacho doesn't have to be so anxious. Qin Huayu nodded thoughtfully and said, that is indeed the case. But with Yamacho's temper, if he knows the current situation of Cloud Mountain, I'm afraid he will be even more anxious. Li Tai sighed helplessly and said, sigh. There's nothing we can do. When Imperial Father learned that the Academy's information was stolen, he was very angry, especially about Yamacho's decision to let Wujie go. If it weren't for my Imperial Mother interceding for Yamacho, I'm afraid Imperial Father would have already punished Yamacho. If Yamacho can't get the Academy's information back, I'm afraid Imperial Father will. At this point, Li Tai suddenly stopped, but the meaning behind his words was obvious to everyone in the room. That Wujie is so strong. Yamacho will definitely suffer a loss against him. Yuchi Baolin scratched his head and suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone in the dormitory looked at Yuchi Baolin with admiration. One must know that this simple and honest young man in front of them was someone who had withstood Wujie's beating. After today's battle, even students who didn't know anything about martial arts now understood how strong Wujie was. And Yuchi Baolin was actually able to last 2 or 3 rounds against Wujie. How could they not admire him? Huh? What's wrong with you guys? Seeing everyone looking at him, Yuchi Baolin opened his mouth and said with a dumbfounded expression. Li Tai said helplessly, it's nothing. We just didn't expect Baolin to be so resistant to beatings. Even the Tuju estate teacher could withstand it. Hearing Li Tai praise himself, Yuchi Baolin laughed and said, hey, actually, that Tuju estate teacher didn't use his full strength when he hit me. Well, it's just that I didn't use my full strength when he hit me. Hearing this, everyone was speechless and almost fainted on the ground. Beep beep beep. At this moment, a burst of rapid sounds from the telegraph woke up Li Tai, who was talking with Qin Huayu and the others. Yamacho replied. Li Tai's face lit up and he quickly turned to the telegraph and quickly replied. Yamacho Wujie has escaped. The injured elders and children in the academy have all been sent to Dr. Sun for treatment. Little Fatty came back from the palace again and hurriedly went back to the dormitory to convey Li Zishuan's latest decree. However, after he sent out the telegram, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Li Zishuan had not given him any response. This made Little Fatty secretly anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only send the telegram over and over again and pray that Li Zishuan would reply as soon as possible. Qingke, I think you should wait until dawn to send it. I guess Yamacho should be on the way, and can't hear the sound of the telegraph. Seeing this, Qin Huayu couldn't help but advise. Li Tai frowned and said, that's why I have to get in touch with Yamacho as soon as possible. If he knows that the academy was attacked, he will definitely be anxious and rush to Chang'an. But Shouyang is more than 800 miles away from Chang'an. How can he rush back in a day or two? Although the academy is now heavily damaged, Wujie is gone and the academy is almost safe. Yamacho doesn't have to be so anxious. Qin Huayu nodded thoughtfully and said, that's true. But with Yamacho's temperament, if he knows about Yunshan's current situation, I'm afraid he will be even more anxious. Li Tai sighed helplessly and said, AI. There's nothing we can do. When Imperial Father learned that the Academy's information was stolen, he was very angry, especially about Yamacho's decision to let Wujie go. If it weren't for my Imperial Mother interceding for Yamacho, Imperial Father would have punished Yamacho. This time, if Yamacho can't get the Academy's information back, I'm afraid Imperial Father. At this point, Li Tai suddenly stopped, but the meaning behind his words was obvious to everyone in the room. That Wujie is so powerful. Yamacho will definitely be at a disadvantage against him. Yuchi Baolin scratched his head and suddenly said. Hearing this, Everyone in the dormitory looked at Yuchi Baolin with admiration. One must know that this simple and honest young man in front of them was someone who had withstood Wu Jie's beating. After today's battle, even students who didn't know anything about martial arts now understood how powerful Wu Jie was. And Yuchi Baolin was actually able to last 2 or 3 rounds against Wu Jie. How could they not admire him? Huh, what's wrong with you guys? Seeing everyone looking at him, Yuchi Baolin opened his mouth and asked with a confused expression. Chapter 1531. Don't tell Yamacho yet. Dr. Sun's medical skills are superb. Who knows, he might be able to help Teacher Wenji recover completely. If you tell Yamacho the truth about the situation here, it will only make Yamacho anxious. Not to mention, His Majesty has given Yamacho such a dangerous mission. We can't help Yamacho, but we can't distract Yamacho, otherwise Yamacho will be in danger. Yanhuang College, Dormitory 001. Qin Huayu advised in a sincere and heartfelt manner. Yuchi Baolin also nodded and agreed. Yes. Huayu is right. My father said before that when masters fight, victory and defeat is often decided in the blink of an eye. If Yamacho is distracted by Teacher Wenji's injury, their chances of winning against Wu Jie will be even lower. Among the 4 people present, Yuchi Baolin had the most right to speak about matters between martial artists. Hearing him say this, Li Tai couldn't help but nod. All right then. We won't tell Yamacho about Teacher Wenji's condition for now. After saying that, Li Tai lowered his head and began to send a telegram to Li Zishuan. Yamacho, although Teacher Emo and the 2 Dugu generals were seriously injured by Wu Jie, after Dr. Sun's treatment, their lives are not in danger. They just need to rest for a few more days. As for Teacher Wenji, because Baolin acted as a meat shield for Teacher Wenji only suffered some minor injuries. After being treated by Dr. Sun, Teacher Wenji is fine. Please rest assured, Yamacho. Beep beep beep. On the other end of the telegram, Li Zishuan waited for a long time for Li Tai's message. However, he didn't suspect anything because Li Tai's typing speed was relatively slow. After translating the contents of the telegram in his mind, Li Zishuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was good that everything was fine. As long as the teachers and students of the academy were fine. This was a rare piece of good news for him. Yes, that's it for now. I can't rush back to the academy for the time being. Qingke, have the students prepare for the final exam. We must personally return the humiliation that Yanhuang College suffered today to the Turks. After pausing for a moment, Li Zishuan pressed the button of the telegraph machine and used a very firm tone to speak to Li Tai. A moment later, on the other side, Li Tai looked at the translated contents of the telegram. His emotions surged and he remained silent for a long time. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but think back to 2 hours ago, when an old man had faced the peerless master Wu Jie, pointing to the heavens and earth, fearlessly uttering those words. This old man was originally a scholar. I knew the 4 books and 5 classics. I was familiar with the records of the Grand Historian and the Book of Han. He was penniless with only a few pieces of cloth clothing. I only have a few hundred students, and that is my greatest asset in this life. This old man respects heaven and earth, respects morality, and fears the hearts of the people. You are just a barbarian, how can I be intimidated by you? This old man knows that your martial arts are high and that you are invincible. But today I want to see what you can do to me. Riches and honor cannot be swayed. Poverty cannot be swayed, might cannot be bent. The old man had used his lofty and unyielding character to explain to the students of the academy what it meant to be might cannot be bent. However, although peerless martial arts might not be able to make the old man bow and bend his knees, time was unforgiving. The old man was already 82 years old this year. In this era of underdeveloped medical technology, those who could live to this age were definitely rare existences. How could the old man withstand such injuries at his age? Even if he had Yuchi Baolin as a meat shield when he was sent flying by Wu Jie's attack, Li Gang's body still couldn't withstand it. The reason why he had been so strong before was entirely because he was relying on his willpower to hold on. Later, when Wu Jie left with the academy's confidential information, the old man not only felt guilty, but his willpower had also dissipated. Once the students left, his body naturally couldn't hold on any longer. At this time, He was in Sun Simiao's courtyard for emergency treatment. Let's go see Teacher Wenji. After sending a telegram and agreeing to Li Zixuan's request, Li Tai stood up in low spirits and said to the people next to him. Qin Huayu hesitated and said, "It's almost 4 o'clock now. If we go and Teacher Wenji wakes up, he will definitely blame us. The old man's body isn't good, so we should try to minimize his mood swings as much as possible." Hearing this, Sun Zifan nodded and said, Huayu is right. Let's take advantage of lunch tomorrow to visit Teacher Wenji. Li Tai also felt that the two's words were reasonable, so he nodded and said, Good. We'll visit him tomorrow. As for now, let's all go to sleep. The next day early morning outside Taiji Palace. Although it wasn't time for the morning court yet, many civil and military officials had already gathered outside Taiji Palace. Although the Yun Mountain scripture had caused an uproar last night, there hadn't been much movement in Chang'an City. At most, there might be some movement when Zhao Song led more than 2,000 imperial guards and 300 cavalry out of the city. Therefore, the civil and military officials living in Chang'an City didn't know that Yun Mountain had experienced a life-and-death crisis last night. It's time for the morning court. All officials enter the court for an audience. As the red clouds of dawn began to appear in the eastern sky, a eunuch walked out of Taiji Palace and shouted at the officials at the foot of the stairs. The civil and military officials immediately quieted down and walked up the stairs to Taiji Palace. After entering Taiji Palace and greeting each other, the officials realized that something was wrong. Today's morning court seemed to be more depressing than usual, and the source of this depressing feeling came from Li Er. Li Er's entire body seemed to emit a gloomy aura. Some of the braver generals, such as Chang Yaojin, couldn't help but secretly look up at Li Er. They saw that Li Er's face was dark as if someone owed him money. What surprised old Chang even more was that Li Er's eyes were as dark as a panda's. It was obvious that he didn't sleep well last night. Could it be that His Majesty and the Empress are at odds? Chang Yaojin couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he could only think this in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. Old Chang still knew the severity of the matter. Today, in front of all my beloved officials, I announce an important matter. There was no such thing as officials. If you have something to report, court will be dismissed. After the officials finished greeting each other, Li Er directly spoke with a solemn face. Although the officials had doubts in their hearts, no one dared to ask. They could only say in unison, "We are all ears." Li Er looked around and then said something shocking. "I have decided to officially declare war on the Turks. The officials of the 6 departments of the Imperial Court will enter a state of full preparation for war. The officials of the 6 departments should work together and clean up an army that can go to war at any time in the shortest time possible." Silence. The moment Li Er finished speaking, the hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's breathing quickened and their eyes widened. This news from Li Er's mouth was truly too explosive. The Turks. Li Er actually wanted to make a move against the Turks at this time. After the silence, there was a fierce debate. The officials in the hall whispered to each other, and then Zhongsun Wuji stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Great Tang's Guanzhong region is currently being ravaged by locusts, and the Imperial Court is focusing all its efforts on disaster relief. At this juncture, how can we still have the manpower, material and financial resources to fight to the death with the Turks? Your Majesty, please reconsider your actions." It had to be said that Zhongsun Wuji's thinking was still very clear. At this time, the Great Tang's internal calamity had yet to be completely resolved. It was already good that the Turks didn't take this opportunity to attack the Great Tang. However, Li Er actually wanted to take the initiative to start a war between the two countries. Wasn't this branding? Thus, as a subject, Zhongsun Wuji felt that he had the responsibility to help Li Er eliminate this dangerous idea. The Turks were powerful and they had millions of soldiers. How could it be so easy to defeat them? Duke of Zhao is right. Our Great Tang's internal calamity has yet to be resolved, so how can we take the initiative to provoke external enemies? Besides, a war between countries not only requires the mobilization of manpower, but also a huge amount of resources and financial resources. These aren't things that can be done in a short period of time. Thus, I hope that Your Majesty will reconsider the matter of declaring war. Feng Xianling also stood out and clasped his hands towards Li Er. We agree. We agree. Then, a group of officials followed behind and seconded the motion. They didn't know what had gotten into Li Er today to suddenly do such a thing, but everyone knew that this wasn't a good time to start a war with the Turks. Thus, the officials all bowed and seconded the motion, hoping that Li Er would change his mind. This old subject agrees. Qing Yaojin grinned. Although he really wanted to fight, he never wanted to lose a battle. In the current situation of the Great Tang, if they rashly started a war with the Turks, they would definitely lose. Thus, Old Cheng, this warmonger, also stood out at this time. Everyone knows that this isn't the right time for the Great Tang to attack the Turks. That's why the Turks dared to brazenly sneak into Yanhuang College, injure the guards, teachers, and students of the college, and steal many precious books and manuscripts. The more Li Er heard, the angrier he became. When he saw that even Chang Yaojin stood out to persuade him not to start a war, he finally couldn't help but slap the table and roar angrily. Wang! This was truly a case of one wave rising after another. Those officials who had been immersed in the shock of hearing that Li Er was going to attack the Turks were now completely dumbfounded by Li Er's other piece of news. What? Turks actually sneaked into Yanhuang College? Li Er's entire body seemed to emit a gloomy and cold aura. Some of the bolder generals, such as Chang Yaojin, couldn't help but secretly look up at Li Er. They saw that Li Er's face was dark, as if someone owed him money. What surprised Old Cheng even more was that Li Er's eyes were as dark as a panda's. It was obvious that he didn't sleep well last night. Could it be that His Majesty and the Empress had a quarrel? Chang Yaojin couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he could only think such words in his heart and didn't dare to say them out loud. Old Cheng still knew the severity of the matter. Today, in front of all my beloved subjects, we announce an important matter. There was no such thing as all my subjects. If you have something to report, court will be dismissed. After all the officials finished their greetings, Li Er directly spoke with a dark face and a serious expression. Although the officials had doubts in their hearts, no one dared to ask. They could only say in unison, "We are all ears." Li Er looked around and then said something shocking. "We have decided to officially declare war on the Turks. The officials of the 6 departments of the Imperial Court will enter a state of full preparation for war from today onwards. The officials of the 6 departments should work together and clean up an army that can go to war at any time in the shortest time possible." Silence. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, the hall immediately became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's breathing quickened and their eyes widened. This news from Li Er's mouth was really too explosive. Turks. Li Er actually wanted to attack the Turks at this time. After the silence, there was a fierce debate. The officials in the hall whispered to each other. Then Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Great Tang's Guanzhong area is currently wreaking havoc. The Imperial Court is focusing all its efforts on disaster relief. At this juncture, how can we still have the manpower, material, and financial resources to fight to the death with the Turks? Your Majesty, please reconsider your actions." It had to be said that Zhang Sun Wuji's thoughts were still very clear. At this time, the Great Tang's internal calamity had yet to be completely resolved. It was already good that the Turks didn't take this opportunity to attack the Great Tang. However, Li Er actually wanted to take the initiative to start a war between the two countries. Wasn't this branding them? Thus, as a subject, Zhang Sun Wuji felt that he had the responsibility to help Li Er eliminate this dangerous idea. The Turks were powerful and had millions of soldiers controlling their bowstrings. How could it be so easy to defeat them? Duke of Zhao is right. Our Great Tang's internal calamity has yet to be resolved. How can we take the initiative to provoke external enemies? Furthermore, a war between countries not only requires manpower, but also a huge amount of resources and financial resources. These aren't things that can be done in a short period of time. Thus, I hope that Your Majesty will reconsider the matter of declaring war. Feng Xianling also stood out and clasped his hands towards Li Er. Your subjects agree. Your subjects agree. Then, a group of officials followed behind and seconded the motion. They didn't know what had gotten into Li Er today to suddenly do such a thing, but everyone knew that this wasn't a good time to start a war with the Turks. Thus, the officials all bowed and seconded the motion, hoping that Li Er would change his mind. This old subject agrees. Qing Yaojin grinned. Although he really wanted to fight, he never wanted to lose a battle. In the current situation of the Great Tang, if they rashly started a war with the Turks, they would definitely lose. Thus Old Chang, this warmonger, also stood out at this time. Everyone knows that this isn't the right time for the Great Tang to attack the Turks. That's why the Turks dared to brazenly sneak into Yanhuang College, injure the guards, teachers, and students of the college, and steal many precious books and manuscripts. The more Li Er listened, the angrier he became. When he saw that even Chang Yaojin stood out to persuade him not to start a war, he finally couldn't help but slap the table and roar angrily. Wang! This was truly a case of one wave rising after another. The officials who had just been immersed in the shock of Li Er's plan to attack the Turks were now completely dumbfounded by Li Er's other piece of news. What? There were Turks sneaking into Yanhuang College? Chapter 1532. Changjijia Yuqijingda Qin Xiong. I order the three of you to choose 10,000 elite light cavalry from your respective camps. You are to set out from Chang and head north to pursue the Turkic state teacher and rendezvous with the Marquis of Yong. We have already ordered the Marquis of Yong and to keep Wu Jie in the Great Tang. From Chang and to the north, all soldiers in the various provinces will be under the command of the Marquis of Yong'an. The 10,000 light cavalry that the three of you are to lead must cooperate with Li Zishuan at a crucial moment. You must capture Wu Jie and retrieve the Academy's secret information. If any Turkic soldiers enter the Great Tang to assist the Turks, you are to wipe them out. There is no need to report to us. In Taiji Palace, Li Er's firm and sonorous voice echoed in every corner of the hall. A cold-blooded and austere atmosphere gradually filled the air. All the officials could not help but turn solemn. Everyone knew that war was about to come. If they couldn't capture Wu Jie, Li Er would definitely gather his soldiers and head north, directly initiating a war between the Great Tang and the Turks. Li Er would not give the Turks time to study the Academy's secret information. If they could surround Wu Jie and the Great Tang, the Turks would definitely send reinforcements. After all, Wu Jie had so much valuable information in his hands. When the time came, a fierce skirmish was certain to break out. Once the two sides began to fight, an all-out war wouldn't be far off. The sharp-eyed officials could smell the scent of war from Li Er's words. Of course, there were still quite a few officials who were surprised that Li Zishuan had received Li Er's decree so quickly. After all, everyone knew that Li Zishuan was currently in the north of the Great Tang, 700 to 800 li away from Chang'an. Wu Jie's attack on the Academy had only happened yesterday, so how could they not be surprised that Li Zishuan had received Li Er's decree so quickly? But the smart minister could figure out what was going on after thinking about it. The Academy had a telegraph. With the telegraph, the distance of hundreds of miles was nothing. The reason why Li Er hadn't sent the Great Tang's most elite cavalry, the Black Armored Army, was mainly because the Black Armored Army was made up of heavy cavalry. In terms of mobility, it was impossible for them to compare to light cavalry. Yuqijingda and the others were only going to pursue Wu Jie. They could resupply at any time along the way, so they didn't need to bring a lot of provisions. What they were pursuing was speed. Official Lieutenant Qijingda Changjijia, Qin Xiong, receives the decree. Yuqijingda, Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong all had solemn expressions as they bowed and accepted the order. The generals of the Great Tang had never feared war. Even if the Turks were extremely powerful, even if this war had been hastily initiated by the Great Tang, so what? No power, no matter how powerful, could make the Tang bend their backs, not even the Turks. Li Er nodded. This emperor will issue an order to arrest Wu Jie in all the provinces and counties of the Great Tang, the Marquis of Yong, and set out from Shouyang and will pass by Yusi and Taiyuan. The whereabouts of the Turkic state teacher is unknown, but it's very likely that he will head north and take the shortest route to escape from the Great Tang in the shortest time possible. In order to allow the three of you to cooperate with Li Zishuan this time, the troops can be transferred from Yanhuang College to maintain contact with Li Zishuan. As for the person to operate the telegraph, you can go to Yanhuang College to choose. Hunting down a person was different from fighting a war. First of all, no one knew where Wu Jie was, so they could only slowly search for him along the way. But once they found him, they would need to immediately surround him. Using soldiers to send messages was definitely not feasible, because opportunities were fleeting. Comparatively speaking, telegraphing was the best option. Last time, when Chang Yaojin and the others went to the city to quell the rebellion, they had already experienced the huge advantage of the telegraph in terms of battlefield information. Hearing that Li Er would assign another telegraph to them, old Chang was extremely excited. He quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Er nodded and said in a deep voice, "Today's morning court is over. All officials are to immediately return to the Yamen and carry out their duties. Cooperate with Yuqi Jingda, Chang Jijia, and Qin Qiong to transfer 10,000 elite light cavalry in the shortest time possible. There must be no mistakes." After arranging the official matters, Li Er didn't waste any time and decisively announced the end of the court. In fact, he had wanted to tell all the officials about these arrangements last night, but in the middle of the night, it was a little unrealistic to gather all the officials in the palace, so he waited until now. Last night, the imperial army led by Zhao Song had searched the vicinity of Chang'an City for an entire night, but they couldn't find any trace of Wu Jie, which meant that Wu Jie had most likely already escaped from Chang'an City. How could Li Er not be worried? Right now, the most important thing for him was to catch Wu Jie. Everything else could be put aside for later. Hearing this, the officials were stunned, but seeing Li Er's unusually strong attitude today, no one dared to raise any objections. They could only cup their hands and say, "This subject obeys the decree." The morning court lasted less than a quarter of an hour from start to finish. This could be said to be the shortest morning court since the establishment of the Great Tang Empire. At the same time, the news of the attack on Yanhuang College last night had already spread. After all, the imperial court's army had been searching for Wu Jie last night, causing such a big commotion that it was impossible to completely keep it a secret. Especially with so many people joining the search for Wu Jie in the early hours of the morning, word of the attack on Yanhuang College was no longer a secret. Early in the morning, the streets, tea houses, and restaurants were abuzz with discussions about this matter. "Did you hear? Yanhuang College was attacked by an unknown person last night." "What? There was such a thing? Which thief is so bold as to attack Yanhuang College? Aren't they afraid of being punished by His Majesty? That person isn't Tang. I heard that he's a Turkic." "What? A Turkic dares to come to Great Tang and cause trouble? Did they catch him?" "Of course not. That's not an ordinary Turkic. It's said that he's the Turkic state teacher, the most powerful person in the world today." It's actually the Turkic state teacher. But why would the Turkic state teacher attack Yanhuang College? What else could it be? It must be that the Turkic state teacher took a fancy to the Marquis of Yong'an's knowledge. Marquis's knowledge? That Turkic state teacher is truly despicable. He isn't as smart as Marquis, but he still wants to steal from Great Tang. Truly despicable. Then did the Turkic state teacher steal anything from Yanhuang College? I don't know about that. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Yanhuang College has countless treasures and advanced knowledge, but he didn't have the ability to protect them. In the end, he gave them to the Turkic state teacher, the Marquis of Yong, and is a sinner of Great Tang. Bullshit. What are you saying? Do you know how powerful the Turkic state teacher is? In order to protect the secrets of Yanhuang College, who knows how many guards were sacrificed last night? I heard that even old teacher Wenji was injured. What right does a brat like you have to make sarcastic remarks here? That's right. Since Yanhuang College was established, how many useful things have they discovered? It's said that it won't be long before Lantian County can get electricity and electric lights. Now that the Turkic state teacher attacked the academy, instead of blaming the Turkic state teacher, you're blaming the Marquis of Yong'an. Are you a Tang or a Turkic? Is your heart red or black? That's right. The majority of the populace sympathized with the academy and condemned the Turkic state teacher, but there were also many who took the opportunity to slander Yanhuang College, and most of them were Confucian scholars. Similar remarks could be heard everywhere, but in the end, they were all drowned out by the saliva of the populace. It's here. Esteemed guest, here's your food in Jian'an's spring stew. In a restaurant in Taiyuan, a waiter was carrying a large plate with a bowl of yangchun noodles, 2 side dishes, and a jug of fine wine on it. He came to a table and spoke enthusiastically to a travel-worn young man sitting at the table as he served the dishes on the table. Put it down. The young man remained unmoved by the delicacies and fine wine. His brows were still furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. All right. Esteemed guest, if you have any instructions, feel free to call me. After placing down the delicacies and fine wine, the waiter tactfully bowed and retreated. Even though the young man before him looked travel-worn, his clothes and accessories didn't seem like they came from an ordinary family. He couldn't wait to curry favor with him, so how could he offend him? But what left the waiter puzzled was the bulging bag on the young man's back. He didn't know what was inside, but he couldn't bear to put it down even when he was eating. It was truly bizarre. Furthermore, after placing down the delicacies and fine wine, the young man didn't seem to have any intention of eating. He simply sat there quietly, his eyes unfocused as he stared ahead. The waiter, who had returned to the counter of the restaurant, couldn't help but mutter to himself that the young man was truly bizarre. The shortest route from Chang'an to the Turks is through Fengzhou, Ningzhou, Qingzhou, and then the Huayuan region into the steppe. Fortunately, I happen to be in the north of the Great Tang and can lay down an inescapable net for the Turks. The young man did not say a word as he thought to himself. Yes, this young man was Li Zishuan. Since the academy was no longer in any danger and Li Er had ordered him to keep the Turks in Great Tang, there was no need for him to rush back. What he needed to do now was to find a way to intercept the Turks in advance. At this moment, a massive map of the empire appeared in his mind. He had planned several escape routes for Wu Jie, and in the end, he chose the middle and shortest route. He was confident that as long as Wu Jie was still intelligent, he would definitely choose this escape route, because every moment Wu Jie remained in Great Tang meant more danger. After making a plan in his mind, Li Zishuan returned to his senses and began to eat. Last night, he had galloped more than 100 li on his horse before he arrived at Taiyuan City. Now that he was hungry, he entered the city and found a restaurant to eat some food to fill his stomach. It was also a good opportunity for Big White to eat and rest. During the Tang dynasty, there was a phenomenon of Tokyo, Nanjing, Beijing, and Xijing coexisting. Tokyo was Luoyang, and Xijing was the capital of Great Tang Cheng. Beijing was Taiyuan and Nanjing was Chengdu. Taiyuan was the largest city in the north of Great Tang, and the city was relatively prosperous. Logically speaking, the restaurants here should have drunken immortal and gentle fragrance, but unfortunately, this restaurant had run out of drunken immortal and gentle fragrance, so Li Zishuan could only order a pot of Jianan braised spring to quench his thirst. It had to be said that after eating so many banquets in this life, Li Zishuan's tolerance for alcohol had inadvertently increased. Gulu gulu. After finishing his meal without a care for his image, Li Zishuan raised the wine pot and drained it in one gulp. He was finally full. Waiter, the bill. Li Zishuan called the waiter over and tossed him 2 Tang Yuan notes. Before leaving, he asked, "How do I get to the regional commander's office?" Chapter 1533. Since it's His Majesty's decree, the Academy is naturally duty-bound. I'll get someone to bring a telegraph machine. As for the candidate to operate the telegraph machine, do the 3 generals have any students in mind that you like? Yanhuang College. In the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building, Yan Silu and Mo Huai, who had rushed over after hearing the news, sat opposite Yuqi Jingda, Chang Yaojin and Qin Qiong. Li Gang, the acting Yamacho, was recuperating in another courtyard. At this time, Yan Silu heard the 3's intentions and nodded. He cupped his hands to Yuqi Jingda and the other 2. Although the telegraph machine was considered Yanhuang College's top secret, Yanhuang College was still located in the Tang Empire. They still had to listen to His Majesty Li Er's decree. Besides, Yan Silu had learned from Li Tai that Li Zishuan was currently besieging Wu Jie in the north according to Li Er's decree. Yuqi Jingda and the other 2 were leading the army north to help Li Zishuan. So of course Yan Silu was 100% willing to lend the telegraph machine to Yuqi Jingda. Hearing Yan Silu's question, Chang Yaojin grinned and said, "That Meng Wen how? Last time during the rebellion in Guan City, it was him and Iron Egg who followed the army to manage the telegraph machine. I think this child is willing to endure hardships, so he won't be a burden to the army if we bring him north." During the rebellion in Guan City, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg followed the army all the way from Chang'an to Zhengzhou. They never complained about hardships or tiredness during the hundreds of miles of journey, which left a very good impression on Chang Yaojin. But now that Iron Egg wasn't in the academy, Chang Yaojin didn't hesitate to choose Meng Wenhao. Qin Xiong was also present during the battle in Guan City. He couldn't help but nod and agree. Jijia's suggestion is very good. Let's choose Meng Wenhao. This old man has heard Shaoxian praise this child before. The two old generals of the empire were competing to praise Meng Wenhao. Yin Silu, the dean of teaching of Yanhuang College, suddenly felt his face light up. He smiled, stood up and said, "That's good. This old man will get the telegraph machine and have someone call Meng Wenhao over for the three generals." "Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Kong Gue." The three of them stood up and cupped their fists. "Of course. It's only right." Yin Silu waved his hand and left. Inside the conference room, Qin Xiong looked at Mo Huai and suddenly asked, "Mr. Mo, I heard that you fought with Wu Jie last night and suffered some injuries. Are you feeling better now?" Mo Huai shook his head first before sighing. "This old master's injuries aren't serious, but I estimate that it will take several months for my strength to recover. Otherwise, this old master would have followed the three great generals to pursue Wu Jie. Last night, the academy was lost, and all the confidential information was stolen. This old man is ashamed to face the Yamacho." "Mr. Mo, please don't say that," Qin Xiong hurriedly said. "Wu Jie is a martial grandmaster. Almost no one in the world can match him. For the safety of the academy's teachers and students, Mr. Mo fought a martial grandmaster alone and did everything he could. In the end, although Wu Jie still managed to steal the academy's information, that was not Mr. Mo's fault. Little Xian knows right from wrong, so he definitely won't blame you." Mo Huai pursed his lips and did not speak, but the grief on his face was obvious to all. Qin Xiong also knew that he would not be able to persuade Mo Huai to change his mind with just a few words, so he did not continue to persuade him. Instead, after a moment of silence, he asked, "Of the four of us here, Mr. Mo is the only one who fought with Wu Jie. I wonder if Mr. Mo can explain a thing or two to us. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in 100 battles." The three of them were about to lead an army to pursue the Turks, so Qin Xiong felt that it was necessary to understand Wu Jie's specific strength in advance, so that he could be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda turned their eyes to Mo Huai. After a moment of silence, Mo Huai said, "Wu Jie is extremely strong. First of all, he is the strongest person this old master has ever seen in terms of strength. In addition, this person's true qi is vigorous, and although he does not have many moves, each of his moves is filled with an indomitable domineering aura that sometimes makes one unable to even think of resisting. Of course, the strangest thing is that this person's true qi seems to contain a trace of the power of thunder and lightning. When fighting with him, the slightest carelessness will result in the power of thunder and lightning invading one's body. If one does not use their true qi to neutralize this thunder and lightning, it will only take a moment for one's arm to completely lose feeling. So, if three great generals fight with Wu Jie, you must be careful." The power of thunder and lightning? Hearing this, the three of them could not help frowning deeply, Chang Yaojin muttering, "This old Chang has never heard of a secret art in this world that can allow one's true qi to produce the power of thunder and lightning. Little brother Mo, are you sure you aren't mistaken?" This old fellow was also very friendly. Speaking of which, it was not certain who was older between him and Mo Huai, but he had directly called him Little Brother Mo. Mo Huai did not mind this and said firmly, "General Chang, this old man's feeling is definitely not wrong. Last night, if this Wu Jie's secret art was not strange, and his true qi contained the power of thunder and lightning, this old man would not have been defeated so quickly. Maybe in the end, the Academy's information would not have been stolen by him." Qin Xiong looked at Chang Yaojin and said in a low voice, "Jijie, just because we haven't heard of some things doesn't mean they don't exist. Moreover, the Tujue imperial teacher has always been mysterious and rarely shows his skills in front of the world, so it is normal that we don't know about this. But now that we know from Mr. Mo, we have to be more careful when fighting with him in the future." Chang Yaojin had always been more convinced by Qin Xiong, so he nodded and said, Of course. This old man has brought the telegraph and the students you wanted." At this time, Yen Silu's voice came from the door of the meeting room. Everyone followed the voice and saw Yen Silu and Meng Wenhao walking in one after another. Student Meng Wenhao greets Mr. Mo and the three generals. Meng Wenhao quickly cupped his hands and bowed to Mo Huai, Yuqi and the others. The four of them waved their hands and said, "No need to be so polite." Qin Xiong looked at Meng Wenhao and said with a kind face, "Meng Wenhao, I believe Mr. Yan has already told you the reason we called you here today. Are you willing to accept this mission? Don't worry, even if you don't accept, we will not blame you." Meng Wenhao did not even think and cupped his hands to Qin Xiong and said, "General Qin, on the way here, Mr. Yan has already told me about the situation. I know that the generals are leading the army north to capture the Tujue, and also to support Yamacho. In public, I am a student of Yanhuang College. When Yamacho is in trouble, how can I not help? In private, Yamacho and I owe a debt of gratitude. If not for Yamacho's favor and promotion, I would only be an ordinary student in the Imperial College. Therefore, this student is 100% willing to follow the army to the north at any time." "Haha. Good. You know how to repay kindness and be loyal. Meng Wenhao, little Xian did not misjudge you." Hearing this, Chang Yaojin laughed heartily. Qin Xiong smiled and nodded. "Since you are willing to follow the army, then go home and prepare. Tell your parents clearly so that they won't worry about you. However, time is limited, so you have to hurry. When noon comes, the army will set out." Meng Wenhao said with a solemn face, "I don't have anything to prepare. As for my parents, I will leave a letter and ask someone to send it back. I can't delay the army's journey because of me." Yuqi Jingda could not help but nod and praise. "Good. Loyal and see the big picture. The students taught by Yanhuang College are indeed different from those Confucian scholars in the Imperial College." Yen Silu said modestly, "General Yuqi is too kind." At this moment, Mo Zhong's voice came from outside the door. "Mr. Mo, Datong Daily's Li Yu is outside the academy. She said she has something to discuss with young Master Meng." Yen Silu could not help but frown. Chang Yaojin looked at Meng Wenhao with a smirk. Obviously, he knew Li Yu. Meng Wenhao's expression changed. He stood up and cupped his hands. "Mr. Yen, this student will go and take a look. I will be back soon." Yen Silu nodded and said, "Yes, go quickly. But don't delay the military situation." "Yes," Meng Wenhao replied and hurried out of the meeting room. When he arrived at the mountain gate, he saw little Fishy, who was dressed in red, standing outside the gate of the academy. The little girl seemed to have something on her mind. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes were dull. It was obvious that she was thinking about something else. "Little Yu." Meng Wenhao walked out of the academy gate and came to Li Yu. He called out softly, "Oh, you're here." Little Yu's body trembled and she immediately came back to her senses. She smoothed the hair in front of her forehead and asked as calmly as possible, "Wenhao, I heard that teacher Wenji is sick. How is he now?" Meng Wenhao's expression darkened. He replied, "I'm not sure. I originally planned to visit teacher Wenji at noon, but now it seems that I might have to leave Yunshan in a while." Little Yu was stunned and quickly asked, "Leave Yunshan? Wenhao, where are you going? Are you going somewhere far away?" Meng Wenhao thought about it and felt that many people must have known that the imperial court had sent an army north. Moreover, Li Yu was a Tang and probably wouldn't do something like betraying the country. Thus he gave a concise reply. "Yamacho has received orders from the emperor to mobilize the state's army in the north to intercept Wu Jia. General Yuqi, General Chang, and General Qin have been dispatched by His Majesty today to lead the army north to support Yamacho. In order to maintain contact with Yamacho, the three generals plan to bring a telegraph, and I will be the one controlling the telegraph. Wu Jie is so powerful. Will teacher be in danger?" Little Yu frowned and asked worriedly. She was still used to calling Li Zishuan teacher, and not Yamacho. Meng Wenhao said uncertainly, "Danger of course there will be. That's why I agreed to go north with the army without hesitation. Now that teacher Wenji is injured, I don't want to see anything happen to Yamacho." Li Yu softly replied. Then her expression became somewhat conflicted. After hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and asked tentatively, "Wenhao, I also want to go north with the army. Can you help me ask General Qin?" Meng Wenhao was startled. He widened his eyes and asked in surprise, "What? You also want to go north with the army? How can that be? Marching and fighting is a man's job. How can a girl like you go?" "So what if I'm a girl? Previously, Hua Mulan joined the army in place of her father. Why can't I, Li Yu, go north with the army to support teacher?" Seeing Meng Wenhao's exaggerated reaction, Li Yu could not help but stomp her feet and angrily ask. Meng Wenhao did not give in to her this time. Instead, he argued, "How can it be the same thing? Yamacho is indeed in danger right now, but I alone can control the telegraph. Little Yu, why do you have to go with me? You have to know that marching and fighting is very difficult. How can a weak girl like you endure it?" Chapter 1534. Greetings, General Qin. Hearing a voice behind her, Little Yu panicked and hurriedly turned around. After a moment of hesitation, she bowed to Qin Qiong. Qin Qiong's expression was serious as he asked, "Miss Li Yu, this old master had no intention of eavesdropping on your conversation. I just happened to pass by and overheard a few words. You said Wu Jie recognized the bracelet on your wrist, is that true?" Li Yu timidly glanced at Qin Qiong. Seeing the other party's kind expression, it didn't seem like he had any malicious intent. Besides, with her relationship with Li Zixuan, Qin Qiong shouldn't do anything to her. After hesitating for a moment, she bit her lip and nodded. "And I remember that after Wu Jie saw the bracelet on my hand, his expression was obviously different from before, and he even asked me where I got this bracelet from. Senior Zhang San and Wenhao can testify to that. They both heard him ask." Meng Wenhao nodded. "General Qin, that is indeed the case, but at that time the academy was already in a mess, so no one cared about such minor details. Now that I think about it, when Wu Jie looked at little Yu's bracelet, the way he looked at it was indeed different." Qin Qiong nodded thoughtfully. Li Yu then added, "It's just that. I'm not sure if Wu Jie knows the origin of this bracelet because I saw a trace of confusion in his eyes. Maybe he just thought the bracelet looked familiar. But even if there is only a glimmer of hope, I still want to ask Wu Jie personally. I really want to know who my parents are and where they are now. I beg General Qin to allow Li Yu to accompany the army to the north. I know that women are not allowed in the army, so I will follow behind you from a distance. I won't affect your marching and fighting." Qin Qiong, Yuqijingda, and Chang Yaojin all frowned, not immediately replying to little Yu's words. Seeing this, Meng Wenhao anxiously said, "General Qin, little Yu has never seen her biological parents since she was a child. She doesn't even know who they are. Now that she finally has a clue about them, I hope General Qin can help her." Chang Yaojin could not help but grin. "Hey, brat of the Meng clan, your words are simple, but ever since my great Tang was founded, His Majesty has always ordered all generals to strictly manage the army. Let alone women. Even wine is rarely seen in the army. Brat, you want us old men to bring a little girl into battle. If word of this got out, would His Majesty spare us old fellows?" As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Wenhao and Li Yu couldn't help but become silent. Seeing the despair on little Yu's face, Qin Qiong couldn't bear it. He paused and said, "This is a serious matter and we don't dare to act on our own. We need to report this to His Majesty. If His Majesty agrees, then we naturally won't object." Li Yu's eyes lit up, but then they dimmed again. She shook her head and said softly, "There's no need to trouble yourself. Li Yu was just a commoner. How could he make His Majesty change the rules for him? Moreover, Li Yu doesn't want General Qin to be caught in the middle. Let's drop this matter." Meng Wenhao couldn't help but be stunned. He hurriedly said, "Little fishy Yu." Without waiting for him to finish, Li Yu interrupted. "Wenhao, there's no need to say any more. You go with General Qin. Be careful on the road. I won't delay you any longer." Finished speaking, Li Yu bowed to Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, and Yuqijingda, then turned and left. The little girl was very determined to leave. She didn't even look back. But under the sunlight, her frail figure really made one's heart ache. Meng Wenhao wanted to run over and pull Li Yu back, but he changed his mind. Even if he pulled her back, what could he do? Li Er wouldn't change the rules for a little girl like Li Yu. So he could only suppress the thought in his heart and stood there watching Li Yu leave. Ai, she's also a poor child. But if this old man can meet Wu Jie on this trip, I'll definitely help Miss Li you get to the bottom of this. Qin Qiong sighed and patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder. It's getting late. Let's return to Chong and prepare the army to set out. Meng Wenhao nodded with a complicated expression. I'll listen to General Qin's orders. Snake Spirit Mountain, Heavenly Dragon Sect's headquarters. Compared to a few days ago, the current Snake Spirit Mountain was filled with large and small thatched huts. In some open spaces there were also some soldiers training. Obviously, this place had been turned into a secret military base. At this time in the middle of the hut. Peng! Bastard! Why did the Tujua state teacher choose to attack Yanhuang College at this time? The dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon Sect looked at the latest report from his disciple, and couldn't help but slap the table in anger. Zhang Liang, who was standing below, carefully cupped his hands and said, Dragon head, the Tujua state teacher attacked Yanhuang College. The Tang Empire will definitely be in chaos. Li Shimin must have put all his energy into capturing Wu Jia. Isn't this good news for us? Why are you so angry? Looking closely at Zhang Liang's right hand, there were only 3 fingers. It looked a little scary, but thinking about how the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon Sect cut off 2 of his fingers a few days ago, this scene was not surprising. The dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon Sect turned his gaze to Zhang Liang and snorted. What do you know? Now that Yanhuang College has been attacked, Li Zishuan will definitely rush back to the academy. With his wisdom, it is very likely that he will see through our plan in Chang'an City. At that time, once he warns Li Shimin, our plan will be exposed in advance. This king has been preparing for a long time, and it is very likely that this king will completely fail. Zhang Liang quickly bowed and said, Dragon Head is right. This subordinate is stupid and doesn't think as far as the Dragon Head. In fact, this guy was somewhat disapproving. He felt that his Dragon Head was a little too timid, or in other words, the Iron-Masked Man was overestimating Li Zishuan's ability. He more or less knew about the Heavenly Dragon Sect's plan in Chang'an City. In his view, this plan could be said to be flawless. No matter how smart Li Zishuan was, it was impossible for him to see through it. The Dragon Head pondered for a moment and asked, Is there any news from Du Yi? Hearing this, a strange look flashed across Zhang Liang's eyes. As a capable subordinate of the Dragon Head of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, he and Du Yi were clearly in a competitive relationship. Du Yi was favored and trusted, so he naturally felt uncomfortable in his heart. Replying to the Dragon Head, There is still no news from the Venerable. Zhang Liang concealed the strange look in his eyes and cupped his hands. Investigate again. 4 days later is the day when the winds and clouds change. We must make him complete all the arrangements before then. The dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon Sect swung his sleeves and said in a deep voice. Yes. The Tujua Imperial Advisor actually attacked Yanhuang College? The situation is getting more and more complicated. The Heavenly Dragon Sect, the Tujua, and the Great Tang are really facing internal and external troubles. I wonder how Yanhuang College is doing now. Also, what is the plan that the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon Sect was talking about? Why is he so afraid of the Marquis of Yong and returning early? Could it be that only the Marquis of Yong and can solve the puzzle of the Heavenly Dragon Sect? On the western cliff of Serpent Spirit Mountain, Li Junxian crossed his arms as he looked down at the lush pine trees. He had eavesdropped on the conversation between the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon Sect and Judge Zhang Liang, and when he saw that Zhang Liang was about to come out, he had quietly slipped away. Li Junxian couldn't help but feel his heart sink as he recalled their conversation. The fact that the Yanhuang Academy had been attacked by the Turkic Imperial Advisor had shocked him deeply, but the words of the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon Sect made him feel that the Heavenly Dragon Sect was brewing a huge conspiracy. This conspiracy was enough to topple the Great Tang. At this time, Li Junxian desperately wanted to get down the mountain and send a message to Li Er. If he delayed for a few more days, by the time the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon Sect spoke of, it would be too late. I have to think of a way to get down the mountain, or else Chang'an will be in danger. Li Junxian softly muttered to himself. Hey, Li Junxian, what are you doing here? Get back to work. An angry shout came from behind Li Junxian. He turned around and saw that it was the middle-aged man surnamed Meng who had brought him up Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Junxian hurriedly changed his expression and warmly welcomed him. Lord Meng, I just went to take a piss. I'll get back to work now. Please don't be angry. Meng snorted and unhappily said, What piss? I think you're just trying to slack off. What are you standing around for? Get back to work. Li Junxian hastily replied, Yes, yes, yes. I'll get back to work now. Hiya. Hiya. It was near noon, and a handsome young man wearing a white short robe and a Confucian hat was galloping down the official road of Lantian County on a black steed. This young man had a bundle on his back, and his complexion was extremely fair. If one looked carefully, one would find that he was even more beautiful than the average woman. Since I can't go north with the army, I can only go find teacher. I heard from King Wei that teacher should be around Yusi or Taiyuan. I'll go to Taiyuan to try my luck. The handsome young man was none other than Li Yu, who had left in disguise. Compared to the disheveled lass who had just arrived in Chang'an last year, Li Yu had matured into a young lady from a prestigious family after a year of living in Chang'an. Although she still looked a little immature, she exuded a youthful charm. Previously, when she pleaded with Qin Qiong in front of Yanhuang College, Li Yu wanted to go north to find Li Zishuan. As Li Zishuan wasn't in the army, she wouldn't be in the way if she went with Li Zishuan, much less violate military rules. Moreover, given Li Zishuan's personality, he would definitely help her find out the truth. However, Li Yu also knew that it wasn't very convenient for a girl like her to go out. Thus, she disguised herself as a man and went north to find her family. Uncle Ma. Li Yu left without saying goodbye because she had her own difficulties. Please don't take it to heart. Li Yu muttered to himself as he galloped forward on his horse. The Uncle Ma she spoke of was naturally Ma Zhou. Ever since she arrived in Chang, the person who took care of her the most, other than Li Zishuan, was her old boss Ma Zhou. If it didn't involve her biological parents, Li Yu wouldn't have left without saying goodbye. However, after what happened last night, there was a voice in her head that kept urging her to find the truth. Once she found the truth, she would be able to completely unravel the mystery of her birth. However, at the same time, Li Yu was a little afraid. She was afraid that the truth she had painstakingly found would be hard to accept, because the person who knew the origin of the bracelet on her wrist wasn't a Tang person, but the famous Turkic imperial advisor. This caused her to have a trace of doubt in her heart. Could it be that her biological parents were Turkic people? Did they know Wu Jie in the past? This was the result that Li Yu found the most difficult to accept, because her adoptive parents were Tang people, and in her bones she also considered herself as a Tang person. Moreover, all the friends and elders she knew were all Tang people. If her parents were Turkic people, Li Yu really didn't know how to live with herself. However, this was only the worst result she could think of. What if her parents weren't Turkic people and had only fought with Wu Jie in the past? If that was the case, she naturally wouldn't have to worry about those questions. Holding on to the persistence of the truth and the small trace of luck in her heart, Li Yu mustered up the courage to go north alone to find Li Zishuan for help. At the same time, in the east of Chang'an City, Yanxing Gate opened and countless armored cavalry rushed out of the city. The three old generals at the front were Yuqi-Jingda, Qin Qiong and Chang'an. These three old generals were known by everyone in Chang'an City. The commoners saw that the army was orderly, and the generals at the front were Qin Qiong, Yuqi-Jingda, and Chang Yaojin, three famous generals. They couldn't help but be shocked, wondering why the imperial court would suddenly send out such an elite cavalry. Yuqi-Jingjun, General Qin and General Chang are personally leading the troops. Where is the imperial court going to send troops? But I haven't heard of any rebellions recently. Could it be because of the Turkic state teacher? Very likely. Didn't they say that the Turkic state teacher stole the information of Yanhuang College? His Majesty definitely won't let this matter go. These cavalry are probably going to capture Wu Jie. Capture him well. The Turkic state teacher dares to act wildly in Tang. We can't let him go, we must capture him. Yes, that's right. We must capture Wu Jie. We must let the Turkic people know that the Tang people aren't easy to bully. I hope the army can win and capture Wu Jie. Victory at the start, capture Wu Jie. The common people discussed in private. Many people had already guessed the truth of the matter. Thus, the common people became more and more agitated, shouting loudly in the back. They wanted to use this opportunity to encourage the 10,000-strong army that suddenly came out of the city. Oh! Chapter 1535. What? You want to go to that place? Impossible. I'm just a small assistant minister. I can't help you. In the west of Chang'an City, in the study of a house, an old man in brown flicked his sleeves and said angrily. In front of him stood a man in a gray robe wearing a bamboo hat. The wide bamboo hat covered the man's face. The man snorted and said, "You dare to disobey the orders of His Majesty? Don't forget who gave you your position today." The old man in brown was stunned and said, "My position today was given by His Majesty. What does it have to do with you?" "His Majesty? Humph! You're really ungrateful." The man in gray sneered. "You were just a poor scholar who had no connections in Chang'an City. You lived on the streets and were about to starve to death. Who promoted you and gave you an official position? It's said that those who are loyal are the butchers and those who are unloyal are the scholars. Now it seems that this saying is true." The old man in brown was scolded by the man in gray until his face turned red. He pointed at the man in gray and said angrily, "Even if I am indebted to him, it's two. But he's no longer in this world. What does it have to do with you?" The man in gray laughed and then took out something wrapped in a handkerchief. He handed it over and said, "Take a look and see what this is." The old man in brown looked at him suspiciously and then carefully took it. When he opened the handkerchief and saw what was inside, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and said, "This you're His Majesty actually? Marquis, without His Majesty's order, I really don't dare to mobilize the troops without permission." Bing Province, Taiyuan, the provincial governor's mansion. A middle-aged man in an official's uniform smiled bitterly and said to Li Zishuan. This man was Wang Liaoyuan, the provincial governor of Bing Province. Now Li Zishuan had encountered a rather awkward problem. Although he had obtained an imperial edict that allowed him to command the troops of the northern provinces, he couldn't show this edict to others. There was no proof. Even if he exaggerated it, no one would believe him. This was also because he was a new noble and had the emperor's favor. If it was someone else, Wang Liaoan would have sent the bailiffs to chase him out already. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel depressed. He said with a speechless face, "Provincial Governor Wang, this marquis said how many times this His Majesty's decree a few hours ago. Bing Province will receive it tomorrow at the latest, but the situation is urgent. This marquis can't wait. You have to mobilize the troops now. Could it be that you suspect this marquis of falsifying the imperial edict?" Bing Province was more than 600 kilometers away from Chang'an. Even if they were to rush to Chang'an, it would still take them a day and a night. But Wu Jie was a martial grandmaster. Only the heavens knew how fast he could travel. Thus Li Zishuan was secretly anxious. Wang Liaoan smiled bitterly and cupped his hands. "Marquis, it's not that this official doesn't believe you, but this official is powerless to mobilize the troops. You don't have an imperial edict or a warrant from the governor. Even if this official goes to the Bing province barracks, the generals there won't listen to this official's orders." "Governor?" Li Zishuan frowned and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He realized that he seemed to have overlooked something and frantically searched through his memories. A moment later he finally understood. Bing province didn't only have a provincial governor's mansion, it also had a protector general's mansion. Bing province, Taiyuan, was the place where the Great Tang rose. In addition, Bing province was the largest city in the north and was relatively close to the Turks. It could be said to be an important military town. Thus, the imperial court set up a governor's mansion here, and appointed a governor to oversee the military affairs of the 21 provinces of Hedong province. During Jingguan's time, there were still 41 governors' mansions in the country. Under each governor's office, there were a few prefectures under their jurisdiction. During the Tang dynasty, there were 3 different types of military governors. They were the upper military governor, the middle military governor, and the lower military governor. The provinces and counties under each governor's mansion were of different grades and had different names. As for governors, they could directly govern other governors. The provinces under their jurisdiction had to be at least 10. The Bing province governor's mansion had been established in the 7th year of Wu De's reign. It was similar to Li Ke's province governor's mansion. It governed the military affairs of Jiannan Circuit, and its power was at its peak. Unlike governors, the imperial court would normally only allow the princes of the imperial clan, such as Li Ku, or important officials of the court to hold the position of governor. This was because the position of governor was far too important. With so many soldiers under one's command, if there was a rebellion, the emperor would have to bear the consequences. However, because the princes of the imperial clan held the position of governor on a part-time basis, the ones who handled the affairs of the governor's mansion were these princes or important officials of the court. The position of head scribe was closer to that of an aide. They were good at handling practical affairs. Most head scribes didn't have a high status. However, the senior officials under the governor manor had a status equivalent to that of a provincial governor. They had real power and could even hold the position of judushi. Their status was extremely high. But then again, Li Zixuan really couldn't remember who the Bing province viceroy was. After all, he didn't specialize in history in his previous life. But even if he did, he probably wouldn't know who the Bing province viceroy was in the second year of Zhengguan. Governor Wang. Who is this Bing province's governor? This marquis will personally pay him a visit. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said without blushing at all. Wang Liaoyuan choked. He paused for a moment before replying. Marquis, the current governor of Bing province is Chao Guogong. I'm not in Bing province right now. Chao Guogong Li Ji. The current Li Ji wasn't duking yet. In the second year of Wuda, Su Shiji was given the title of Right Marquis General by Li Yuan. He was also given the surname Li. It wasn't until the 11th year of Zhengguan that he was given the title of Duking by Li Er. In the 8th year of Wuda, the Tujue invaded Bing province. The imperial court ordered Li Ji to be the general of the army and expel the Tujue at Taigu. In the 9th year of Wuda, Li Shimin ascended the throne and appointed Li Ji as the Bing province viceroy. In order to avoid Li Shimin's taboo, Li Ji removed the Shi in his name and changed his name to Li Ji. This Bing province viceroy lasted for close to 8 years. It wasn't until the 7th year of Zhengguan that Prince Jin Li Jiao became the Bing province viceroy that Li Ji retired and acted as the head scribe of the Bing province viceroy manor. However, it was only in the first 2 years that Li Ji was in charge of military affairs in Bing province. Later on, as the world stabilized, Li Ji began to play with remote control tactics. Remote control the entire Bing province viceroy manor from the capital of Cheng. His main purpose in doing this was to make Li Er feel at ease. After all, he controlled too many troops as the Bing province viceroy. F***CK. Hearing that the Bing province viceroy was Li Zixuan's face couldn't help but turn ugly. It was true that he knew Li Ji, but he wasn't in Bing province. Even if he knew him, what was the use? The soldiers of the Bing province barracks wouldn't listen to his orders just because he knew Li Ji. In his anger, Li Zixuan couldn't help but curse, causing Wang Lan to be dumbfounded. Clang! Thinking that Wu Jia was probably 100 or 200 li away from Chang. And Li Zixuan couldn't help but panic. He unsheathed the sword at his waist and placed it against Wang Lan's neck. The guards standing outside the door were immediately alarmed and rushed in, frantically shouting, "Protect Lord Provincial Governor." Although they shouted this, none of them dared to step forward. After all, Li Zixuan's status was even higher than Wang Liao's. If he was accidentally injured, none of them could bear the responsibility. Facing the guards, Li Zixuan remained unmoved. He stared at Wang Liaoyuan and pretended to be cold as he said, "This marquis orders you to immediately gather 30,000 soldiers from the Bing province barracks and follow this marquis to surround the Turkic state teacher. If you dare to refuse, this marquis will kill you right now." With a sword against his neck, it was impossible for Wang Liaoyuan to not panic. However, after hearing Li Zixuan's request, he helplessly smiled bitterly and said, "Marquis, this official has already told you that the soldiers of the Bing province barracks only listen to His Majesty and the Viceroy. Even if this official goes with you, no one will listen to this official. Even if you kill this official, it won't help." He was afraid of death, but he really couldn't satisfy Li Zixuan's request. Li Zixuan was speechless. Of course he wouldn't kill Wang Liaoyuan. He just wanted to test if this person was really helpless. Unfortunately, this Wang Liaoyuan really was helpless. Letting out a long sigh, Li Zixuan removed his long sword and put the wind-chasing sword back into its scabbard. He then said expressionlessly, This marquis was just in a moment of desperation. I hope that Provincial Governor Wang will not take offense. You can leave first. Wang Liaoyuan waved his hand and signaled the guards to leave. He then wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly said, "This official wouldn't dare. This official knows that Marquis won't kill for no reason." Li Zishuan glanced at him and said, "Then what do you think this Marquis should do now? In all of the Hudong circuit, Bing province should have the most elite soldiers, and after attacking the academy, Wu Jie will definitely flee the Great Tang as quickly as possible. If this Marquis does not lead soldiers to block his path as soon as possible, I fear that we will be letting a tiger return to the mountain, burying a fatal future threat for the Great Tang." Wang Liaoyuan thought for a while and asked tentatively, "Marquis, why don't this official gather the guards in Bing province and follow you to set up the defense? When His Majesty's imperial edict arrives, the troops in Bing province will naturally be under Marquis's command." Li Zishuan said unhappily, "Guards? Wu Jie is a great grandmaster with unparalleled combat strength. Are you sending these guards who have never been on the battlefield to their deaths?" Wang Liaoyuan hurriedly said, "This official didn't mean that. Sir, your steward said that he has something to report." At this moment, a soldier hurriedly ran in from the outside and bowed as he spoke. Wang Liaoyuan frowned and said unhappily, "Bastard! Can't you see that this official is talking to the Marquis of Yong'an? Get out!" Yes, the soldier wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he cupped his hands and turned to leave. "Wait." At this moment Li Zishuan spoke. He had a pensive look on his face as he spoke. "Governor Wang, you should let your butler in." Since he couldn't borrow any troops, he didn't want to continue talking with Wang Liaoyuan. Now that Wang Liaoyuan's steward was here, he could listen to what was so important. Hearing Li Zishuan's words without any intention of leaving, Wang Liaoyuan knew that Li Zishuan was going to listen to his family affairs. He couldn't help but feel nervous and prayed that the old steward didn't come to the magistrate court because of the trivial matters in his backyard. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. "Yes, Marquis." With strange thoughts, Wang Liaoyuan turned around and said to the soldier, "Did you hear that? Marquis is merciful. Let the steward in quickly." "Yes." The soldier received the order and left. After a while, an old man in his 50s came in. The old man was trembling with fear as he held a piece of bright yellow silk cloth in his hands. After he came in, he knelt down without saying a word and said, "Master, the imperial edict is here." The imperial court used the Wang family's carrier pigeon in Chang'an City to send His Majesty's imperial edict. "Old master, please take a look." Chapter 1536. Replying to Marquis, "I am only from a side branch of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. I passed the imperial examination in the 4th year of Wuda, and was promoted to the provincial governor of Bing province by His Majesty in the 9th year of Wuda. Bing province, provincial governor's mansion." Hearing Li Zishuan's question, Wang Liaoyuan solemnly cupped his hands and replied, "I see." Li Zishuan nodded thoughtfully. "I didn't expect His Majesty to use the Wang clan's carrier pigeon to deliver the imperial edict. This time your Wang clan has done me a great favor. When this matter is over, I will personally write a letter to thank the Wang clan's patriarch." Taiyuan was the Wang clan's headquarters. It was normal to meet a few people from the Wang clan here. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan finally felt relieved. However, Li Er's choice of carrier pigeon to deliver the imperial edict was truly out of Li Zishuan's expectations. This was definitely a groundbreaking move. Looking at the history, there shouldn't be any emperor who thought of using carrier pigeon to deliver the imperial edict. Li Er's last-minute innovation was truly amazing. I also didn't expect His Majesty to use the Wang clan's carrier pigeon to deliver the imperial edict to Bing province. Coincidentally, Marquis is in the provincial governor's mansion right now. I have to say Marquis is truly a man of destiny. Heaven is helping him. Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In fact, the Wang clan of Taiyuan had a good relationship with Li Er and Li Zishuan. With Princess Tong'an, the Wang clan of Taiyuan was a family to Li Er. Not to mention using the carrier pigeon, Wang Yu wouldn't refuse even if the Wang clan paid for it. And with Wang Runbiao, the Wang clan of Taiyuan could be considered an ally to Li Zishuan. Although it wasn't to the point where they would live and die together, the two sides wouldn't refuse to take care of each other. Of course, it was because of this that Wang Liaoyuan didn't get angry when Li Zixuan placed the Windchaser sword on his neck. If it was someone else, it would be impossible. After all, Wang Liaoyuan was the provincial governor of a province. He still cared about his reputation. Although Li Zixuan was a marquis, he couldn't humiliate a provincial governor like this. Li Zixuan said seriously, "I have the emperor's help. Now that there is an imperial edict to mobilize the troops, can I mobilize the troops of the Bing province camp?" Wang Liaoyuan hurriedly cupped his fists. This official will bring Marquis to the Bing province barracks. It was all thanks to Empress Zhongsun that Li Er thought of using carrier pigeons to send the imperial edict. In the early hours of this morning, Li Tai returned to the palace from Yanhuang College and reported the situation at Yunshan to Li Er. Li Er was angry and issued an imperial edict to let Li Zixuan cooperate with the troops of the northern provinces to capture Wujia. Li Tai pleaded for mercy but to no avail. He could only return to the college and pass on his father's edict to Li Zixuan through the telegraph. After Li Tai left the palace, Empress Zhongsun, who had been listening quietly to the side, opened her mouth. "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong'an is now in Shouyang, which is thousands of li away from Chang'an City. Even if he gallops, he can only reach Taiyuan by dawn, which is very far from Chang'an City. If he wants to mobilize the troops in the Bing province area, he must have your imperial edict. The imperial edict sent by Qing Ke through the telegraph doesn't count, and the local officials and generals will definitely not recognize it." In the Tang Dynasty used Emperor Taizong Li Shimon's 2 steps, 1 step each on the left and right feet, as the standard. It was called step, and 300 steps was 1 li. 1/5 of a step was 1 qi. According to historical records, a qi in the Tang Dynasty was 0.303 meters, and 1 li was 454.2 meters. So 600 or 700 kilometers in the modern era was more than 1,000 li in the Tang Dynasty. At that time when Li Er heard this, he felt that it made sense and couldn't help frowning. Chang'an City is 800 kilometers away from Taiyuan City. Even at top speed it would take at least a day and a night, but in that time with Wu Jie's martial grandmaster cultivation, wouldn't he have already left Taiyuan City? No. We can't let him leave the Tang Dynasty with the secret information of the academy. At the end, Li Er couldn't help but punch the dragon pillar beside him. Seeing this, Empress Zhongsuan's eyes flashed. She stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I have a way to get the imperial edict to Taiyuan as soon as possible. If Li Zixuan happens to be in Taiyuan, that would be even better. If he isn't, we can ask the Bingzhou provincial governor to send someone to find Li Zixuan on a fast horse." Hearing this, Li Er's eyes suddenly lit up. He said with surprise, "Oh? Guanyin, what wonderful plan do you have? Tell me." Empress Zhongsun smiled and said, "What wonderful plan can I have? Your Majesty is just confused and didn't think of it. Actually, this matter is very simple. Your Majesty, do you still remember who the current Bingzhou provincial governor is?" Li Er frowned and seriously thought for a while before replying. "If I remember correctly, the Bingzhou provincial governor should be Wang Long. In the 9th year of Wuda, Li Er usurped the throne. Wang Liaoyuan was made the Bingzhou provincial governor by Li Er that year, so Li Er had some impression of him." Empress Zhongsun smiled faintly and said, "That's right. Your Majesty, do you know that Wang Liaoyuan is from the Wang family of Taiyuan? The Wang family of Taiyuan has many carrier pigeons in their mansion in Chang'an." Li Er was smart and instantly understood what Empress Zhongsun wanted to express. He raised his brows and said in surprise, "Guanyin wants me to use the Wang family's carrier pigeon to send the imperial decree to Bingzhou provincial governor Wang Liaoyuan and then have him pass it to Li Zixuan. Is that right?" Carrier pigeons were mainly used to send messages by the nature of carrier pigeons. They didn't return to their nests for the sake of sending messages. Therefore, they could only bring the pigeons out and release them to send messages back to their nests. The carrier pigeons of the Wang family of Chang, and were brought out from the Wang family's contact points in the various provinces. It was because of this that Li Er could use carrier pigeons to quickly send the imperial edict to Wang Lun. "Your Majesty is wise." Empress Zhongsun nodded and said with a smile. Li Er couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Haha, good. Use the carrier pigeons of the Wang family. Wu Jie probably never dreamed that I would prepare an inescapable trap for him at the border of the Tang Turks. Bang! Ouch! In Qing province on the official road outside Anhua County, a dirty little beggar ran too fast and accidentally bumped into a black-clothed man wearing a bamboo hat. Because the force was mutual, the little beggar was knocked to the ground by the reaction force. Then he rolled like a carp and stood up. With a face full of panic, he bowed and apologized to the black-clothed man. "Hero, spare me. Hero, spare me. I didn't mean to bump into you." He saw that the black-clothed man had a mace on his back and was dressed like a martial artist, so he subconsciously thought that the man was a hero who knew martial arts. The black-clothed man stood still, and behind him stood 4 other men in black. After a moment of silence, the black-clothed man stretched out a hand and said, "Give me my money pouch and I'll spare your life." His voice was abnormally hoarse like a demon from hell. The little beggar was frightened and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He stuttered, What money pouch? You want to take advantage of the situation?" The black-clothed man coldly said, "I don't want to say it a second time." Although the little beggar's little action, when he bumped into him, was very subtle, how could it escape his eyes? He was a top martial artist in the world. Hearing this, the little beggar suddenly felt weak. He hesitantly took out a brown purse from his sleeve and handed it over. Wu Jie took it, but the little beggar suddenly knelt down on the ground and looked up at the black-clothed man, begging, "Brother Wu Jie, please don't hesitate to ask for my help. Hero, I didn't mean to steal your money pouch. My mother is sick, and the doctors in the city need money to treat her. I can't earn that much money, but my mother's condition is getting worse and worse. I beg Hero to take pity on me and give me some money to save my mother." The black-clothed man didn't lower his head, still looking straight ahead. After a long silence, he put his right hand into his money pouch and pulled out 2 soybean-sized golden beans. He bent down and patted the little beggar's palm, then said, "Scram!" In his words, there wasn't the slightest bit of righteousness that one would have when doing favors to others. Instead, it was more of impatience. However, the little beggar wasn't unhappy because of the black-clothed man's attitude, because he received 2 golden beans. "Thank you, Hero. Thank you, Hero. I'll scram now." The little beggar cried tears of joy. He kowtowed 3 times to the black-clothed man, then got up and quickly left. The black-clothed man took the 4 people behind him and walked towards Anhua County. He planned to replenish his rations in the city. Giddy! Giddy! Chang'an urgent report. The Tujue imperial tutor has sneaked into Tang Dynasty and is currently fleeing to the north. Citizens, quickly look at Wu Jie's portrait and provide information on his whereabouts. Anyone who can find him will be rewarded 1,000 strings of cash. At this moment, a soldier suddenly rushed out from the south side of the official road. The soldier shouted as he galloped on his horse. By the time he finished speaking, the man and horse had already passed the black-clothed man's current position and were heading towards Anhua County. Reward 1,000 strings of cash? Is this real? Chang'an sent an urgent report. How can it be fake? Let's go take a look. Yes, we have to go take a look. What if I saw the Tujue imperial tutor? 1,000 strings of cash. With a great reward there will be brave men. The reward of 1,000 strings of cash caused the citizens to go into an uproar. The pedestrians on the official road immediately rushed towards the city gates. But there was an exception. The black-clothed man stopped, and the man behind him whispered, "Imperial tutor, it seems like the Emperor of Tang Dynasty has already sent out wanted posters everywhere. We can't enter Anhua County. Not only can we not enter this county, we can't enter the other counties either." That's right, this black-clothed man was Wu Jie, who had escaped from Chang'an. The 4 people behind him were Turkic warriors who had followed him from the Turks to Tang Dynasty. That night, Wu Jie had not brought them into Cloud Mountain because he was confident in his own strength, and because bringing too many people would make it easier for them to be discovered. Moreover, retreating would be very troublesome. Wu Jie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, squinting his eyes as he looked outside the walls of Anhua County. A group of citizens had gathered there, and a wanted poster had just been posted on the walls. After a moment of silence, Wu Jie clenched his fists and said, "From now on, take the small roads and not the official roads. If we can't enter the county, we'll take a detour. Find the farmers in the villages to replenish our rations. Yes, Imperial Tutor. The man behind Wu Jie quickly straightened his back and cupped his fists. Oh. His Majesty has given this Marquis the authority to control the soldiers of the northern 32 provinces. This Marquis wishes to transfer 30,000 elites from the Bing province barracks. General Su, do you have any objections? As noon approached, Li Zishuan, led by Wang Liaoyuan, finally arrived at the Bing province barracks outside the city. This barracks was very large, and the tents alone stretched for several dozen li. Li Zishuan conservatively estimated that this barracks could hold at least 100,000 soldiers. After patrolling the barracks, Li Zishuan asked a general beside him. This general was called Su Tingde, the commandant of the Bing province barracks. When Li Ji was not present, he was the boss of the barracks. Hearing this, Su Tingde hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Marquis, with His Majesty's decree in hand, how could this general dare to disobey? Marquis wants 30,000 soldiers. This general will go and transfer them for you. Li Zishuan let out a sigh of relief and said, Then I'll have to trouble General Su. Su Tingde cupped his fists and said, Marquis is too polite. Dong dong dong. A moment later, the drums in the Bing province barracks were beaten. This was the sound of the drums to gather the soldiers. Not long later, countless of government soldiers headed towards the direction of the academy examination stage. Su Tingde wanted to gather the soldiers in front of Li Zishuan. After everyone stood still, Li Zishuan looked around and saw that the vast field was densely packed with people. There were at least 70 to 80,000 people. Marquis, these are the 80,000 soldiers of the Bing province barracks. Among them, the A barracks is the most elite, and the B barracks are slightly behind. Su Tingde turned his head and said to Li Zishuan, Oh. Chapter 1537. If Wu Jie wants to escape the Great Tang in the shortest time possible, the route he would take would be from Chang'an through Feng Province, Ning Province, Qing Province, Jiang Province, Shua Province, and then from Huayuan to the steppe. Based on the speed of the martial grandmaster, Wu Jie has probably already passed through Feng Province, perhaps even reached Qing Province. What we need to do now is to set up an ambush at the passes that must be passed between Qing Province and the steppe. Wu Jie would never have imagined that the northern provinces of the Great Tang would react so quickly. Li Zishuan led the army out of the city at top speed and headed straight for Jiang Province in the west after organizing the 30,000 soldiers who were skilled in battle formations. On the road, Li Zishuan analyzed the situation to Su Tingde. Because he didn't have any generals he was familiar with, and he didn't have the time to familiarize himself with the people around him, Li Zishuan could only do everything himself and slowly build up a tacit understanding with the soldiers from Bing Province. Only after he understood the abilities of the people around him could he gradually delegate authority to others. Fortunately, Su Tingde, the commandant of Bing Province's subjugation prefecture, was rather capable and experienced on the battlefield. Most importantly, he was obedient and didn't have the rebellious nature of the veteran generals. He carefully listened to Li Zishuan's every word, and cupped his fist. Marquis's words are reasonable. This is the shortest route from Chang'an to the steppe. But this general estimates that in order to avoid the pursuit of the imperial court, Wu Jie might not take the official road, but the smaller ones. As long as we guard the important passes that he must pass through, we'll definitely be able to intercept him. Li Zishuan nodded, and after a few moments he asked, Commandant Su has been stationed in Bing Province for many years, so you must be more familiar with the passes in the north than this Marquis. In Commandant Su's opinion, should this Marquis dispatch soldiers to those passes? In truth, he had a map of the Great Tang in his mind, and he was clearly aware of the passes in the north. He had only asked this question because he wanted to test Su Tingde. Of course, for Su Tingde himself, he was very happy to accept this consideration. Earlier, Li Zishuan had already stated the purpose of this deployment, to surround and capture Wu Jie. For Su Tingde, this was an excellent opportunity to render meritorious service. If he performed well in this battle and received a little bit of support from Li Zishuan, then he might be promoted by another rank. Don't be fooled by Su Tingde's uncouth appearance. This fellow was very meticulous. In the past year, Li Zishuan had been promoted like a rocket, becoming the most dazzling upstart in the imperial court in recent years. Perhaps no one in the younger generation could compare to him in the glory of the emperor's favor. Moreover, putting aside his official position, Li Zixuan was also a martial arts grandmaster. Even though he had never been on the battlefield before, Su Tingde did not dare to underestimate him, so he had been carefully and conscientiously waiting on the side. Replying to Marquis, this general believes that we should first set up an ambush at Longmen Pass, as it is the closest to the Qing province. Secondly, we should dispatch a small number of troops to Longmen Pass, Yonghe Pass, and even Yanmen Pass. Firstly, we should prevent Wu Jie from passing through Longmen Pass. Secondly, if we fail to stop Wu Jie at Longmen Pass, the remaining 3 passes should be able to delay him for a while. Most importantly, these 4 passes have always been contested by military strategists since ancient times. They are the only passes on the way to the steppe, and they are also the only passes on the way to the Central Plains. If Wu Jie wants to go around them, he would have to travel at least 500 or 600 li, so he can't go around them. After thinking for a while, Su Tingde cupped his fists to Li Zixuan. In ancient times, there were many places that military strategists fought over. Some modern people might not understand why there were places that military strategists fought over, and why would they spend a huge amount of troops to capture these places? Couldn't they just go around them? In fact, these strategic locations were generally divided into 2 types. One was a pass, and the other was an important town. A pass was a strategic pass. Under normal circumstances, the terrain on both sides of the pass was mountainous, making it impossible to go around it. However, an important town could be bypassed, but if one didn't attack such an important town and instead went around it, it would make the entire military operation meaningless, and it would be easy to be caught in a pincer attack. The Longmen Pass, Longmen Pass, Longmen Pass, Yonghe Pass, and Yanmen Pass that Su Tingde mentioned all belong to this type of strategic pass. Hearing this, Li Zixuan's face couldn't help showing a trace of praise, nodding with a smile. Good. In Wu Jie's opinion, the northern provinces of the Great Tang still hadn't received the news that he was wanted by the imperial court, so they hadn't effectively organized their forces to intercept him. Under these circumstances, it was even less likely that he would deliberately go around the pass. Since that's the case, this marquis will now take 10,000 soldiers to Longmen Pass. Commandant Su, you will take the remaining 20,000 soldiers and head north. Take this marquis order and the imperial edict to set up defenses at Longmen Pass, and Yanmen Pass. If necessary, you can have the soldiers of the nearby provinces assist you. This marquis will set up an inescapable net that will make it impossible for Wu Jie to escape. Through these considerations, Li Zixuan discovered that Su Tingde had some talent as a general. Although he hadn't heard of this person in the history books, in the 5,000 years of history of China, it was impossible for every capable person to leave their name in the annals of history, right? Those who were buried in the long river of history might not all be incapable people. It was precisely because of this consideration that Li Zixuan decided to have Su Tingde lead an army to set up defenses in the north. But then again, the only capable general by his side who could take charge of a region on his own was Su Tingde. If he didn't choose this person, who else could he choose? Su Tingde's heart suddenly shook, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks for Marquis trust. However, this general suggests that Marquis lead 20,000 soldiers to guard Longmen Pass, while this subordinate leads 10,000 elite soldiers to set up defenses in the north. After all, Wu Jie is most likely still in the Qing province region. Longmen Pass will soon usher in a fierce battle. In comparison, the 3 passes in the north are less likely to be in danger." He was worried that if he left too few soldiers behind, Li Zixuan might be in danger. Li Zixuan thought for a moment, but in the end he shook his head and said, "You don't need to worry about this marquis. Even if Wu Jie has yet to reach Longmen Pass, the 10,000 soldiers this marquis has brought are enough to guard Longmen Pass. I have you lead the remaining 20,000 soldiers to the northern passes not only to prevent Wu Jie from escaping, but also to prevent the Turkic army from the north." Su Tingde couldn't help but be shocked by these words, and he asked in shock, "Marquis, you mean that the Turks will send an army to invade the borders of our Great Tang?" This was big news. Although the Great Tang and the Turks occasionally had friction, those were only small skirmishes. Once the Turks officially invaded the heartland of the Great Tang, It would mean that the two countries were about to go to war. The Wei River Alliance in the 9th year of Wuda was because the Great Tang had just experienced internal strife and didn't have the strength to take on such a tough battle, so it chose to compromise. But now the Great Tang was unprecedentedly strong, and anyone who understood the situation could see that within 3 years, the Great Tang would definitely take revenge for the siege of their city. Now that he heard Li Zishuan say that the Turks might attack the passes in the north, Su Tingda instantly felt that a national war was about to descend. Li Zishuan thoughtfully nodded and said, "Very likely. Do you know what Wu Jie stole from the Great Tang? He stole the most important batch of confidential information from Yanhuang College. As long as the Turks learn what is in there, in less than a year, the Turks will be at least twice as strong as they are now. At that time, the Great Tang will have no power to fight back against the Turks. With such an important item, do you think that Xieli will not send soldiers to receive Wu Jie?" His expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, don't worry. This general will definitely guard the passes in the north, and will definitely not let the Turks enter the Great Tang's territory." Li Zishuan nodded and said, That's for the best. Quickly take 20,000 elite soldiers to the north." Su Tingda cupped his fists and replied loudly, "Yes, this general will go right away." Then he turned around and shouted to the soldiers behind him, "3rd Battalion, 4th Battalion, 5th Battalion, and 6th Battalion, listen up. Immediately follow this general to Maduguin." "Yes." The 20,000 soldiers replied loudly and then changed their path and followed Su Tingda to the north. On the other hand, Li Zishuan led the remaining 10,000 soldiers and continued to advance towards the Longmen Pass. GGA. When the army reached a hillside in Longmen County, 2J, sound suddenly came from the sky. The sound was a little like the cry of a goose. Li Zishuan looked up and saw a wild goose flying over his head toward the southwest. But at this moment a xiao sound was heard, and a sharp arrow shot out from the forest on the hillside, heading straight for the wild goose. No, to be precise, it was heading straight for the wild goose's mouth. Jia. The arrow pierced into the wild goose's body and it let out a sad cry. It immediately fell from the sky and coincidentally landed 3 feet in front of Li Zishuan. Shoo! Li Zishuan quickly reined in Big White. Seeing this, the soldiers behind him also stopped in their tracks. The soldiers beside Li Zishuan thought that they had encountered an ambush and quickly shouted, "Assassins! Quickly protect Marquis!" Swish, swish, swish. The soldiers all drew the modeo from their waists and scattered around Li Zishuan. They stared at the hillsides on both sides with vigilance. Li Zishuan waved his hand helplessly and said, "Everyone back down." In his opinion, this was probably someone shooting wild geese on the hillside. What did it have to do with assassins? These people were a little too nervous. Everyone looked at each other and could only put away their modeo. At this moment, Li Zishuan jumped down from Debai's back and walked in front of the wild goose. Upon closer inspection, he was shocked to find that the arrow from just now had coincidentally shot into the wild goose's mouth. The hunter who had yet to show himself actually took advantage of the moment the wild goose opened its mouth and accurately shot the arrow into the wild goose's mouth. This kind of control over timing and arm strength was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. An expert. Li Zishuan didn't expect that he would encounter an expert of this level in this remote and desolate place. He could not help but become serious and shouted to the hillside on the right, "Which warrior shot the wild goose? Quickly take it back." However, the forest was silent and no one responded. The hunters on the hillside were probably too scared to come out after seeing such a scene at the foot of the hill. After a while, just as Li Zishuan was about to leave, the hunter on the hillside finally spoke. "Can I really take it back? You won't catch me, right?" The voice was a little immature, but it sounded quite imposing. Li Zishuan could not help but be a little surprised. This was because from the voice, the person on the hillside did not seem very old. Thinking of this, he could not help but become more interested in the hunter on the hillside. Thus he shouted, "Warrior, you must be joking. Why would I catch a commoner for no reason? You just need to come down and take the wild goose. This wild goose has no external injuries. It should be able to sell for a good price." Chapter 1538. Shui Rengue, full name Li and courtesy name Rengue. was born in the southern ancestral house of the Hudong Shui clan. He was the sixth-generation grandson of Northern Wei's Hudong King Shui Andu, and could be considered to be from a prestigious family. However, when Shui Rengui was 8 years old, his father Shui Gui passed away due to an illness. Since then the Shui clan declined. Of course, Shui Rengui had never given up on his martial arts while farming. The Shui family used to be a rich and powerful family. Although they had declined, they still had a rich collection of books. In addition, Shui Rengui was quite talented. Relying on the family's martial arts manuals, he was able to learn some sword and archery skills without a teacher. Therefore, although he was only 15 or 16 years old, his martial arts had already reached the chi-forming realm. Moreover, the archery skills he had displayed while shooting the geese was far superior to many of the older generation's experts. "You're Shui Rengui?" On the mountain road of Longmen County in Jiang Province, Li Zishuan asked casually. He didn't expect to receive such a shocking answer. He widened his eyes and asked in disbelief, "Marquis, how do you know my handwriting?" This time it was Shui Rengui's turn to be stunned. He opened his mouth and looked at Li Zishuan as if he had seen a ghost. About that." Li Zishuan knew that he had misspoken. He looked a little embarrassed. After thinking about it, he began to justify himself. "Rengui, do you know who I am?" Shui Rengui shook his head subconsciously and said, "I don't know." "Ahem." Li Zishuan coughed softly and said, "I am Li Zishuan, the Marquis of Yong, and personally conferred by the Emperor. I am also the Yamacho of Yanhuang College." Shui Rengui heard this and was both surprised and excited. He cupped his fists and said, "You are the Marquis of Yongan? I admire Marquis the most. I didn't expect to see the real face of Marquis today. It is a blessing of 3 lifetimes." With that, he bowed to Li Zishuan with a sincere expression. At this time he had already forgotten to ask Li Zishuan how he knew his name was Shui Rengui. Li Zishuan raised his hands and laughed. "Haha, I didn't think that my name would spread all the way to Hudong Road. Rengui, you don't need to be polite. Please rise." Shui Rengui straightened up and said seriously, "Marquis built the curved plow, the water wheel, the academy, and the industrial school. Now, he is leading the children of the fief to destroy the plague of locusts. He has long been famous. How can I not know the name of Marquis?" After being praised by Shui Rengui, the future general of Tang, Li Zishuan felt a little embarrassed. He coughed dryly and said, "Ahem. This Marquis has only done what he should have done in his position and in his political affairs. That's all. Oh right, didn't you ask me why I know your handwriting? Coincidentally, there is a teacher in Yanhuang College who happens to be from Longmen County. He seems to be acquainted with your grandfather. He mentioned you in front of me before." Shui Rengui couldn't help but ask, "Marquis, who is this teacher from Yanhuang College?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Wangji Wang Wugong. Rengui, you must have heard of him." Coincidentally, Wangji's hometown was also Longmen County in Jiang Province. He was from the same hometown as Shui Rengui. Furthermore, Wangji was also from a prestigious family. In a small county, it was impossible for 2 prestigious families to not know each other, right? Therefore, Li Zishuan had an idea and used Wangji as a shield. Shui Rengui's expression changed slightly and he couldn't help but sigh. "So it's Mr. Wang from Dongguozi. I didn't expect him to still remember the Shui family." Li Zishuan saw that it was getting late. The battle ahead was more important. Even if he thought highly of Shui Rengui, he couldn't stay here for too long. After all, the most important thing right now was to catch Wu Jia. Therefore, he cupped his hands and smiled. "Haha, Rengui's archery today has opened this Marquis' eyes. It's getting late, and this Marquis still has important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Rengui, if you want to join the army or go to Chang, and to seek a way out, just come to Yunshan to find this Marquis." Today was only his first meeting with Shui Rengui. He couldn't directly invite Shui Rengui to join the army, right? That wouldn't be in line with the rules. Moreover, Shui Rengui most likely wouldn't agree. In history, Shui Rengui had joined the army at the age of 30 under the persuasion of his wife Lady Lu. At that time, Li Er was on a campaign against Liaodong, setting a big stage for Shui Rengui. However, Shui Rengui didn't disappoint. On many occasions, He single-handedly took the heads of enemy generals and made a name for himself. The current Xuerengui was only in his teens. On one hand, he was still lacking in martial arts and strategy. On the other hand, he probably hadn't thought about joining the army yet. As an outsider, Li Zishuan naturally couldn't persuade him. This kind of thing depended on luck. Xuerengui's eyes flashed. He looked at the more than 10,000 soldiers behind Li Zishuan, then cupped his fists and asked, "Rengui may be so bold as to ask, what is Marquis's purpose in coming here?" Li Zishuan's face turned solemn as he said in a deep voice. The Turkic state preceptor took advantage of this Marquis's disaster relief in the north to sneak into Yunshan and attack the academy. Not only did he injure the teachers, students, and guards of the academy, he also stole some of the academy's secret books. He wants to bring them back to the Turks. If he successfully escapes back to the Turks, it will definitely be a disaster for our great Tang. Therefore, this Marquis has transferred 10,000 soldiers from Bing province to intercept him at Longmen Pass. Xuerengui was shocked and angry. This Turkic state preceptor is actually so bold. Li Zishuan nodded and said, This Marquis will remember this debt. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely return it double. Right now, the most important thing is to make sure that Wu Jie stays in the Great Tang. Rengui, go back. We will part here. If you go to the capital in the future, if you need any help, don't hesitate to look for this Marquis. Then he waved his hand to the army behind him and shouted, "Set off! Continue marching!" Yes, the soldiers roared in response. Xuerengui hurriedly stepped aside and then cupped his fist to Li Zishuan. "Marquis, take care!" For him, to be able to meet Li Zishuan, the popular person of the imperial court, and the person he admired the most, was very unexpected. But just like Li Zishuan's previous concerns, Xuerengui also had his own concerns. He couldn't just listen to Li Zishuan and join the army just because they met once and then ask for Li Zishuan's help. In other people's eyes, Xuerengui was trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. This was something Xuerengui couldn't tolerate. Therefore, he didn't agree to Li Zishuan's request to join the army. But today, Li Zishuan's suggestion opened a door in his heart. Now that his family was in decline, why couldn't he join the army, kill enemies on the battlefield, and completely restore the Xue family? Standing by the side of the road, Xuerengui watched as Li Zishuan's group gradually disappeared into the distance. Only after the army had disappeared from his field of vision did Xuerengui turn around and head southeast with the wild goose that he had shot down. His gaze seemed to have become even more resolute. Now that the defense of Longmen Pass has been replaced by our people, in a while pass down the order. If you see someone wearing a black robe and carrying a mace, immediately warn them. The rest of you hide in the dark and don't act rashly. When you hear the warning, immediately come out from all directions and surround Wu Jie. In the large tent next to Longmen Pass, Li Zishuan looked at the dozen or so officers from the A and B camps in front of him and gave his orders in a deep voice. From Bing province to Longmen Pass in Jiang province, they only took 4 hours to rush the entire way. After arriving here, Li Zishuan directly ordered people to replace all the guards here. However, because he gave the imperial edict to Su Ting, it was inevitable that there would be some friction. However, the official soldiers of Bing province were quite strong and only used 20 or so people to take down the original guards. Li Zishuan specifically let one person go and let him go to the provincial governor of Jiang province. As for himself, he took advantage of this time to arrange the next step of the defense for the generals in the army. This general obeys. The soldiers in the tent all cupped their hands and bowed. Li Zishuan nodded and continued to give orders. The defense of Longmen Pass must be relaxed on the outside and tight on the inside. We can't let Wu Jie notice anything amiss and directly escape from somewhere else. The 10,000 soldiers that we brought today are not allowed to set up tents or cook. They can only lie in ambush at the prearranged location. If anyone dares to alert the enemy, don't blame this Marquis for being impolite. At this point, Li Zishuan's face began to turn cold. One of the officers couldn't help but ask, "Marquis, if we can't cook, what will the soldiers eat?" Li Zishuan said indifferently, "Dry rations. Provincial Governor Wang will soon send over a batch of dry rations for the soldiers to distribute to each camp. Everyone will suffer for the next 2 days, but when we capture Wu Jie, all the suffering you've suffered today will be worth it." The officer paused for a moment, then cupped his fists and replied, Marquis is wise. Marquis, the provincial governor of Jiang Province, Lord Hong, requests an audience. Right at this moment, a soldier walked in quickly and bowed as he spoke. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Let him in. Then, he looked at the officers in front of him and said, Everyone, go back and quickly set up the defense according to this Marquis's instructions. Yes. The officers cupped their fists and bowed before leaving. Teacher Wenji, how do you feel now? Do you feel any discomfort? Yunshang Courtyard. During lunchtime, Li Tai brought the others from dormitory 001 to Sun Simiao's courtyard to visit the seriously ill Li Gang. Sun Simiao went to the Tang Alliance Medical Center early in the morning because Li Gang's condition was under control. Hu Jing was enough to take care of the courtyard, so he didn't need to waste time here. Seeing the haggard Li Gang lying on the bed in the room, Li Tai couldn't help but feel sad and hurriedly asked, Qing Ke Baolin, why you Zifan, you're here? Sit down. Li Gang's eyes were originally closed, but when he saw Li Tai and the others come in, he opened his eyes and said with relief, Oh. Chapter 1539. Miss Jing, how is Teacher Wenji? Cloud Mountain, Sun Simiao's courtyard. Hu Jing was brought into the room by Yuqi Baolin. After taking Li Gang's pulse for a while, she put down Li Gang's wrist with a heavy expression. At this time Li Tai hurriedly asked. The others also looked nervously at Hu Meng. Hu Meng was silent for a moment before he finally said softly, Teacher Wenji said too much to you guys just now. His body can't take it anymore and he has already fainted. When Master comes back at noon, he will give Teacher Wenji acupuncture. His condition should be better. Teacher Wenji is already very old, and last night he was injured. Those injuries may only be minor injuries to ordinary people and will be healed in 2 days, but for Teacher Wenji, they can take his life. This morning I heard someone say that although Teacher Wenji was injured last night, he was still fearless in front of Wu Jie, and even righteously denounced Wu Jie as a barbarian martial artist. Teacher Wenji must have been holding on for the sake of the academy. However, he has consumed a great deal of his life potential. Elder's pulse and aura of life are getting weaker and weaker. What Master and I can do is to keep him alive and try our best to keep him alive for a few more days. What? Hearing this, Li Tai, Qin Huayu, and the others all opened their eyes in shock. Sun Zifan anxiously said, Miss Jing, is there really no other way? As long as we can cure Teacher Wenji, we will find any rare herbs for you. Li Tai's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. Yes. Zifan is right, Miss Jing, if you need any herbs just tell me. If I remember correctly, there should be a ginseng that is nearly 1,000 years old in the palace. Do you think it will be useful for Teacher Wenji? 1,000-year-old ginseng. Who actually opened her small mouth in surprise, then she frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, Ginseng is a great supplement to the vitality. It can heal the meridians and stabilize the broken bones. In order to save people in danger, the effect of the 1,000-year-old ginseng is even stronger. Just a root can also save Teacher Wenji's life. This 1,000-year-old ginseng does have some use, but Teacher Wenji is already at the end of his life. Even if we have the elixir, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do to save him. Hearing this, Li Tai and the other three couldn't help but reveal a deep sadness on their faces. At this time they couldn't help but think of the kind smile that Li Gang had revealed in the academy in the past, and last night when the academy was facing a great enemy, Li Gang, as a scholar, had stepped forward without hesitation to stand in front of all the students and let out a deafening cry. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Miss, please take care of Teacher Wenji. Even if it can only increase Teacher Wenji's life by a few days, I will go back to the palace and ask Father for the elixir. Li Tai's eyes were a little wet. He quickly turned his back and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Then he turned around and solemnly saluted Hu hurriedly returned the salute and said, Don't worry, Your Highness. I will take good care of Teacher Wenji. Okay. Li Tai nodded, then waved to the other three and said, Huayu Baolin Zifan, let's go. Don't disturb Teacher Wenji's rest. Okay. The three of them nodded and said their goodbyes. Then they followed Li Tai out of the room. Your Majesty, His Highness Prince Wei requests an audience. At noon Li Er took a nap in the Sweet Dew Hall. As soon as he woke up, a chamberlain came in and bowed. Li Er frowned and said in a deep voice, Let him in. Yes. The chamberlain cupped his hands and left. After a while Li Tai walked in quickly. Just as he was about to salute, Li Er waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. Did Li Zishuan send you any news?" Subconsciously, Li Er thought that Li Tai had come to the palace because he had received a telegram about the front line. Li Tai was startled at first, then he shook his head and said, "Father, Yamacho has not sent back any new news. I am here today to ask Father for a medicinal herb." Medicinal herb? What kind of herb? Li Er was a little disappointed at first, but when he heard that Li Tai was here to ask for a medicinal herb, he couldn't help but be curious. Li Tai bowed deeply and said, "I heard that there is a ginseng that is almost 1,000 years old in the palace's warehouse. I beg Father to give me one of the roots of this ginseng." Li Er couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want 1,000 years old ginseng for?" There was indeed 1,000 years old ginseng in the palace, but Li Er had prepared it for himself. After all, ginseng of this age was really hard to come by. No matter how rich or powerful you were, you might not be able to get it. This thing could save one's life at a critical moment. For Li Er, it couldn't be measured by money. It was definitely a priceless treasure. Li Tai said with a sad face, "Father, Teacher Wenji is seriously ill and urgently needs 1,000 years old ginseng to save his life. I beg Father to give him the medicine." "What? Li Gang is seriously ill?" Li Er stood up in shock and asked, "I heard that Teacher Wenji only suffered some minor injuries last night. Why is he in such a critical condition now?" Li Tai cupped his hands and said, "Teacher Wenji is already old. Even if it is a minor injury, his body can't bear it. At this moment he is already at the end of his life. Dr. Sun can only rely on acupuncture to save Teacher Wenji's life." Li Er was shocked. He stood with his hands behind his back and paced on the spot. After a while, he stood still and ordered loudly, "Zhao Song." "Yes, Father." Zhao Song, who had been standing quietly at the side like an invisible person, stood up and bowed to Li Er. Li Er said in a deep voice, "Cut half of the 1,000 years old ginseng that I have collected and send it to Yunshan immediately." "Yes, Father." Zhao Song was slightly shocked. However, this was a decision made by Li Er after careful consideration. He couldn't say much and could only agree with it. After that, Zhao Song slowly left the hall. Li Tai said excitedly, "Thank you, Father." Li Er closed his eyes and waved his hand. He sighed and said, "Wenji is not only a teacher of Yanhuang College, but also a rare treasure of Tang Empire. I don't want him to leave this world." The hall fell into silence. After a while, Li Er asked again, "Does Li Zishuan know about this?" Li Tai cupped his hands and said, "The Yamacho is currently setting up a defense line in the north to stop Wu Jia. I was afraid that if I told them about this, it would distract the Yamacho, so I didn't tell the Yamacho." "Yes, you did the right thing." Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but nod in praise. The most important thing right now is to keep Wu Jie here and snatch back the Academy's information. You go back and guard the telegraph. If Li Zishuan sends back any news, report it to this emperor immediately. Once I'm done with my work, I will personally go to Yunshan tomorrow to visit Teacher Wenji." Li Tai bowed and said, "Yes, Father. I will take my leave now." "Wait." Li Tai was about to leave when Li Er shouted again. Li Tai quickly stopped and heard Li Er say, "Qingke, bring some guards with you when you go out in the future. Chang'an City has not been peaceful recently." These words had a deeper meaning. Hearing this, Li Tai couldn't help but be puzzled. "Father, Chang'an City is under the emperor's rule. How can it not be peaceful?" Li Er looked at him and said, "Where there is sunlight, there will be darkness. You can't go wrong by being careful." Li Tai didn't understand, but he still replied, "Yes, Father." Imperial Teacher, the Tang Empire's Dragon Gate is not far ahead. After the Dragon Gate, we are only 600 li away from the grasslands. I wonder if the Tang Empire's Imperial Court's arrest warrant has been sent to Jiang Province. On the main road to the west of Jiang Province, a black-robed man and 4 other warriors were hurriedly riding their horses towards the north. It was Wu Jie's group. At this time, a warrior next to Wu Jie pointed at the impregnable pass in front of them and said. Wu Jie frowned and said, "We will change horses along the way." Our speed will definitely be faster than the Tang Empire's messengers. The Dragon Gate is far from the Tang Empire's capital. Even if the Jiang Province's imperial court received the arrest warrant, they won't have enough time to dispatch troops. Of course, for safety's sake, we don't need to pay attention to the Tang Empire's army. We will just ride our horses and rush over. After rushing out of the Dragon Gate, we will continue to take the small path to avoid being discovered. Imperial teacher is wise. As soon as Wu Jie's voice fell, a group of licking dogs began to crazily lick his boots. The sun set in the west, and the shadows of the few people were elongated on the ground. After a while, the sun had completely set and the sky gradually became dark. Shoo! Wait! Stop! Seeing the Dragon Gate getting closer and closer, Wu Jie suddenly reined in his horse and shouted to the people next to him. The other 4 people heard his voice and quickly began to rein in their horses. Finally, they stopped 5 steps in front of Wu Jie. Then, they hurriedly controlled their horses and returned to Wu Jie's side. Imperial teacher, why aren't we going? A warrior asked in bewilderment. Wu Jie looked at the Dragon Gate not far away and said with a dignified face, "It's too quiet here. I'm afraid there's a trap. Be careful. You go ahead and explore the path." At the end of his words, Wu Jie pointed to a warrior next to him and said, although he didn't believe that the Tang Empire's army would set up a defense so quickly, his intuition told him that there might be an ambush here. "Yes, Imperial teacher." The man responded and continued to urge his warhorse to gallop towards the Dragon Gate. "Who are you? Quickly dismount. So late, why did you come out?" When the horses were still a few dozen feet away from the Dragon Gate, a general shouted, "Shoo!" The warrior reined in his horse and stopped not far in front of the general. He then dismounted and cupped his hands. "General, this humble one lives in Yangji village in the north of Jiang province. I have been helping people transport goods in the south. A few days ago, I received a letter from my family saying that my mother is seriously ill. This humble one hurriedly rushed home to see my mother for the last time. I hope the general can make it convenient for me." Listening to this person's accent, it was actually very standard Chinese, and there was a little bit of an accent from Chang'an. The general pondered for a moment and said, "Since it's urgent, for the sake of your filial piety, let's go." After saying that, he waved his hand and the gate of the Dragon Gate was immediately opened. The warrior quickly rode his horse and rushed to the gate. Chapter 1540. Wu Jie felt that there was an ambush in the peaceful Dragon Gate Pass, while Li Zixuan felt that there were Turks hiding in the forests around Dragon Gate Pass. Neither of them had any evidence, nor were they absolutely certain. They were just relying on their intuition. Intuition. The intuition of an expert was a very vague feeling, but many experts believed in this vague intuition. This was because they had escaped from death countless times and relied on this intuition. What's more, at Li Zixuan and Wu Jie's current level of cultivation, they often had a kind of vague premonition of danger. Although it couldn't be called foresight, it could only be said that their sense of danger was far sharper than ordinary people's. On the other side, Lantian County, Strange Interest Pavilion's new workshop. "Have you found little Yu Er?" In the Datong Daily's editorial department, Ma Zhou asked a middle-aged scholar with an ugly expression. He didn't feel anything when he didn't see Li Yu at noon, but after not seeing her for an entire afternoon, he had a bad premonition. Thus, he quickly mobilized the entire editorial department to search for Li Yu. "Steward Ma, we've searched the entire workshop, but we haven't found Miss Li Yu. We've also searched Plum Village and Han Village, but we haven't found her." The middle-aged scholar was an editor in the editorial department, and he had a bitter expression as he spoke. Li Yu had a lively personality and was very popular in the editorial department. Her sudden disappearance had raised the morale of the entire editorial department. Everyone had been searching for her the entire afternoon, but after searching the entire workshop, Han Village and Plum Village, they still couldn't find any trace of Li Yu. The middle-aged scholar was also feeling very uncomfortable. How is this possible? Since little Yuer came to Chang'an last year, she hasn't been to many places. Where could she have gone now? Search. Continue searching. Ma Zhou's face was gloomy as he punched the bookshelf beside him and said in a deep voice. Not to mention that Li Yu was brought into the Datong Daily editorial department by Li Zixuan, Just by interacting with Li Yu for a year, Ma Zhou had already regarded Li Yu as his own little sister. Now that Li Yu had suddenly disappeared, he was the most anxious. Old Ma, Uncle Nyo from Plum Village said he saw Li Yu at noon. At this moment, Song Xiaoxi's panting voice came from outside the door. Then Song Xiaoxi ran in, panting heavily. Ma Zhou was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked excitedly, "Little Four, what did you say? Did someone from the Han village see Li Yu? Where did you see it?" Huff huff. Song Xiaoxi took 2 deep breaths and replied, "Master Ma, Uncle Nyo said that when he came back from Chang'an at noon, he saw Miss Li Yu riding a horse and galloping on the cement road. She seemed to be in a hurry, so he didn't know where she was going." What? Li Yu left? Ma Zhou was shocked. Then a look of worry flashed across his face. After a while he sighed and said, "Where can this child go by herself?" The middle-aged scholar from earlier couldn't help but comfort him. "Steward Ma, Li Yu was able to come to Chang'an from Yuezhou alone. This means that she is very experienced. You don't have to worry too much. No matter where she goes, she will be fine." Ma Zhou waved his hand and said, "All right. Everyone, you can leave now. Thank you for your hard work today. I will go back to the academy and see if I can find any clues." "All right. We will take our leave now." Everyone in the room cupped their fists and said, Ma Zhou nodded and everyone dispersed. After a while, Ma Zhou also left the room with his hands behind his back and walked towards the door of the workshop. What? Li Yu left Lantian County alone on a horse? When did this happen? Yunshan Yanhuang College. After hearing Ma Zhou's words, Mo Huai was slightly surprised. The more Ma Zhou thought about it in the workshop, the more he felt that something was wrong. Li Yu had no relatives or friends, so there was no reason for her to go on a journey alone. Thinking back to the afternoon, he seemed to have heard Mo Huai mention that Li Yu had come to Yunshan. He went back to the academy to ask Mo Huai about it. At noon, a villager from the Han family village saw Li Yu galloping on a horse on the cement road from Yunshan to Chang. "Mr. Mo, I heard you say that Li Yu came to the academy. What did she come for?" Ma Zhou replied and then asked hurriedly. Mo Huai frowned for a moment before muttering, "Li Yu claimed that Wu Jie recognized the jade bracelet on her wrist and likely knew the whereabouts of her parents, so she wanted to go north with the Imperial Court's army, but General Qin refused, so she left." Ma Zhou was shocked. "Mr. Mo, you mean that Li Yu pleaded with General Qin but failed, so she went north alone to find Wu Jie?" Mo Huai nodded, then shook his head. "Not entirely. Miss Li Yu is smart and courageous. She should know that she can't find Wu Jie in the sea of people by herself. This old man thinks that she went north to find Yamacho and wanted to rely on the Yamacho's power to find Wu Jie. How does she know where Yamacho is now?" Ma Zhou was puzzled. Mo Huai thought for a moment and guessed, "Maybe she got the news from Qin Ke." The two fell into silence. After some time, Mo Huai suddenly said, "Mr. Ma, do you think that Li Yu's parents have something to do with the Turks?" Ma Zhou was shocked when he heard this. He widened his eyes and said, "Impossible. I heard little Yu'er talk about her background. Her parents are definitely Han people." Although all the signs showed that Li Yu's parents had something to do with the Turks, Ma Zhou didn't dare to think in that direction. If that was the case, he couldn't imagine how painful Li Yu would be. When Mo Huai heard this, he wanted to say something but hesitated. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Mr. Ma, don't forget. During the end of the Sui dynasty, the Central Plains was in chaos, and millions of Han people chose to join the Turks. Based on Miss Li Yu's age, she was born at a time when the world's heroes were rising." With Mo Huai unraveling the final layer of packaging, Ma Zhou could no longer retort and fell silent. According to Li Yu's story, she had been born in a time of great chaos. These countless coincidences forced Ma Zhou to believe that Li Yu's parents were related to the Turks, but he had no choice but to do so. At this moment, Ma Zhou couldn't help but feel sorry for Li Yu. If the truth was true, then Li Yu must have suffered a lot. "Imperial teacher, other than a few wisps of smoke near Longmen Pass, there isn't any other smoke. It seems like there really isn't an ambush here." Night fell. At the foot of a hill in front of Longmen Pass, a warrior whispered to Wu Jie. Although they had rested for a while Wu Jie was observing the situation, They weren't feeling well because they were hungry. Originally, they had thought that after passing through the Dragon Gate, they would be able to borrow some food from the villagers, but who would have thought that Wu Jie would suddenly go crazy and refuse to come out, causing everyone to be both tired and hungry. Since that's the case, let's prepare to pass. Although the ominous premonition in Wu Jie's heart hadn't weakened in the slightest, he also knew that hiding here wasn't a solution. If they delayed any longer, they really wouldn't be able to leave the Great Tang, so a vicious light flashed in his eyes as he sternly ordered. Even if there was an ambush, Wu Jie was confident that he could break out of the encirclement and escape Longmen Pass. This was the confidence he had in his own strength. On Cloud Mountain, 3 Grandmasters and 2,000 Imperial Guards couldn't do anything to him, so Wu Jie didn't believe that he would be defeated in a small Longmen Pass. Yes, Imperial Teacher. The 3 martial artists responded excitedly, then mounted their horses one after another, adjusting the direction of their horses. At this time Wu Jie also jumped on his horse, and the 4 of them lined up in a row, intending to use brute force to rush out of the Dragon Gate. Because at this time, no matter what reason they had, the soldiers guarding the pass wouldn't let them out, so they wisely chose to break out of the pass. Charge! Seeing that everyone was ready, Wu Jie roared and took the lead. Spurring his horse forward and gripping his mace, he charged towards Dragon Gate Pass. Charge! Seeing this, the other 3 martial artists quickly followed suit. Raising their weapons and following Wu Jie's lead, charged forward. Dong dong dong! The rapid sound of horse hooves suddenly exploded on the official road, and the soldiers guarding Longmen Pass soon heard the abnormal movement here. They secretly sent someone to report to Li Zishuan, then shouted in a panic, "Who is it? This is the Dragon Gate Pass. Get off your horses quickly." But the 4 people on the opposite side didn't seem to hear their warning, and continued to rush toward them. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Seeing that their warning was useless, the guards at Longmen Pass began to shout at the top of their lungs. Suddenly, more than 20 soldiers with MO swords rushed out from the turrets on both sides and stood in a row in front of Longmen Pass. Seeing this, the 3 Turkic warriors couldn't help but think proudly, "There are only 20 Tang soldiers, how could there be an ambush? Imperial Teacher is too suspicious today, isn't he?" Not only did they think so, but Wu Jie also thought so. Seeing that there were only 20 Tang soldiers lined up in front of Longmen Pass, he couldn't help but wonder if he was too nervous and thought there was an ambush. But at this moment it was useless to think about it. The most important thing now was to get rid of all the Tang soldiers in front of them, and rush out of Longmen Pass as soon as possible. Therefore, Wu Jie clenched the mace in his hand. He wanted to use this blood-stained mace to break a big hole in the fragile defense line of the Tang soldiers. Chapter 1541. Dugu 9 Swords. When Wu Jie raised his mace and swung it towards Li Zishuan's head, Li Zishuan subconsciously chose to use the Dugu 9 Swords broken spear style. It wasn't because the Taixian 9 Swords and Taiji Sword weren't strong, but because facing Wu Jie's mace, Li Zishuan felt that the best choice was still the Dugu 9 Swords broken spear style. Because the broken spear style was a natural counter to the mace. Compared to Dugu Xian, Li Zishuan's cultivation was higher, his true qi was richer, and his understanding of martial arts was deeper. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the Dugu 9 Swords broken spear style had been condensed. The wind-chasing sword and the mace collided in the air. Although the broken spear style had a natural suppressive effect on the mace, the gap between the martial scholar intermediate stage and martial grandmaster stage was too great. Li Zishuan suddenly felt a huge force pass through his wind-chasing sword. And what was strange was that in addition to the huge force, Li Zishuan also felt an electric current pass through his sword, causing his hand to feel numb. Regarding Wu Jie's true qi faintly containing the power of lightning, Li Tai had mentioned it before in the telegram, but after facing it for real, Li Zishuan was still surprised by Wu Jie's ability. He quickly tried to use his true qi to neutralize the huge force and the electric current passing through his sword hilt, because if his arm was electrocuted, it was likely that it would become completely numb and he wouldn't even be able to hold his sword. Seeing that his first attack had failed, Wu Jie quickly changed his stance, changing from a vertical slash to a horizontal sweep, intending to send Li Zishuan flying with his mace. However, the Dugu 9 Swords broken spear style's power lay here. Based on the opponent's instantaneous movements, The user could quickly predict the opponent's next move and make the best response, achieving the goal of defeating the enemy first. Although the Dugu Nine Swords wasn't Li Zixuan's signature move, with Li Zixuan's superb talent in martial arts, Li Zixuan's Dugu Nine Swords was much better than Dugu Xian's. Therefore, just as Wu Jie was about to change from a slash to a sweep, Li Zixuan had already made a response. Li Zixuan's long sword moved slightly to the left. His chasing wind-chasing sword drew a perfect arc in the air. Li's powerful broken spear style sword. Spear style's mace's broken spear style was instantly neutralized by Z's. Tsss nine swords. Riding wind sword. S's. S sword instantly sword first sword riding the wind riding sword. Sword wind sword. Sword. S. Sword. S. The situation had changed too quickly. The surrounding soldiers had just seen Li Zixuan being suppressed by Wu Jie. But in the next moment, Li Zixuan had launched a counterattack. A youth who had just turned 20 years old had actually launched a counterattack against a martial grandmaster who had been famous for a long time. What was wrong with this world? Everyone couldn't help but have such a question in their hearts. In fact, it wasn't just the soldiers who had doubts in their hearts. Wu Jie was even more confused. At the moment when he fought with Li Zixuan, he felt that he was not fighting with one person, but three masters at the Grandmaster middle stage at the same time. Li Zixuan had used 3 different sword intents at almost the same time, and each sword intent had been so pure. What's more, the 3 sword intents were seamlessly linked together. Wu Jie felt like he was facing 3 people who were using 3 different sword intents. In fact, this was mainly due to Li Zixuan's 9 Taixian swords, Taiji sword and Dugu 9 swords. Using the Dugu 9 swords to counter the enemy's first move, he could predict the enemy's next move, then use the Taiji sword to resolve the enemy's attack, and finally use the 9 Taixian swords to switch from defense to offense. With these 3 sword intents, Li Zixuan was far more powerful than an ordinary martial grandmaster. To some extent, his strength was comparable to a peak martial grandmaster. Good. Facing Li Zixuan's attack, Wu Jie didn't show the slightest fear. Laughing loudly, he patted his horse's back with one hand, and with the force of the recoil, his whole body soared into the sky. Thunder Overlord Mace! Wu Jie shouted as he flew through the air, holding the mace in his hand as he spun rapidly. Lightning flashed across the mace's surface, and from a distance, it looked like a spinning wheel as it flew towards Li Zixuan. Facing such a strange attack from Wu Jie, the surrounding 10,000 soldiers were scared out of their wits, because in their eyes, how could a mortal control lightning? At this moment, Wu Jie was like a god of war descending from the heavens, insufferably arrogant and invincible. Although their hearts were all on Li Zixuan's side, none of them believed that Li Zixuan could block Wu Jie's strange attack. Kung! Kung! The wind-chasing sword and the wolf-tooth mace clashed. The wind-chasing sword let out an extremely loud sword cry, which cut through the entire night sky. Immediately after, the two collided with a loud bang. The violent zhanqi that scattered in all directions not only swept up the sand and stones on the ground, but also shook all the nearby soldiers back by more than 10 steps. Qi! Wu Jie's reaction was very fast, and his true qi was extremely vigorous. Li Zixuan was sent flying by Wu Jie's attack, and in order to stabilize his body, he quickly stabbed the wind-chasing sword into the ground. After sliding back 3 steps, Li Zixuan finally stabilized his body. At the same time, the lightning energy several times stronger than before entered his meridians through his palms, causing his breathing to become unstable, and causing him to suffer a cultivation deviation on the spot. Gap. This was the gap between a martial scholar middle stage and a martial grandmaster. Not just a little bit, but a huge chasm. Old monster. In Li Zixuan's mind, these 3 words couldn't help but appear. The Wu Jie in front of him was indeed worthy of the title Old Monster, because he was stronger than all the masters Li Zixuan had encountered before. Worthy of being the disciple of spiritual master Ling Su. With this talent, in another 10 years, the whole world will be under your control. Wu Jie didn't pursue the victory. Instead, he stood in place in his black robe, looking at Li Zixuan and using his hoarse voice to praise him. Don't pretend to be so righteous here. The dignified Tujue imperial teacher actually took advantage of this marquee absence to sneak into the academy and commit theft. Even if you win today, you will be despised by the world. Li Zishuan clenched his teeth, forcibly calming the chaotic true qi in his body, then stood up and looked at Wu Jie, mocking him without fear. When Li Zishuan left Lantian County and brought the Sky Pheasant Brigade north to help the disaster-stricken areas clear out the locusts, he thought that when he wasn't in Lantian County, there would be Jianghu thieves who would take advantage of the Academy's weak defense to cause trouble, so he left all his guards behind. But he never imagined that the dignified Tujue Imperial teacher, a martial grandmaster-level super expert, would personally sneak into Yanhuang College, effortlessly destroy all the Academy's defenses, and steal most of the Academy's confidential information. This made Li Zishuan's heart burn with a nameless fire, and now that he finally had the chance to scold Wu Jie, how could he let it go? Hearing this, Wu Jie couldn't help but fall silent because in this matter, he was indeed opportunistic, taking advantage of other people's difficulties, and in any case couldn't be considered honorable. After a moment of silence, Wu Jie finally opened his mouth. You're right. This time this imperial teacher sneaked into Yanhuang College because Yunshan, which originally had 3 martial grandmasters, only has 1 martial grandmaster left. But this imperial teacher isn't afraid of you 3. He just doesn't want any trouble. Taking advantage of other people's difficulties was taking advantage of other people's difficulties, and Wu Jie didn't try to hide it for the sake of face, instead openly admitting it. From this point alone, this old man could be seen as a straightforward person. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but look at Wu Jie in surprise. He hadn't expected Wu Jie to admit it so easily, making him unable to say the words he had prepared just now. It's not that this Marquis looks down on you Turks, but the Academy's confidential books, even if you brought them back to the Turks, no one would be able to understand them. Moreover, your actions are tantamount to starting a war between the Great Tang and the Turks. Is Shelley ready to start a war with the Great Tang? Hand over the books you're carrying today, and this Marquis can spare your life. Inadvertently, Li Zishuan saw the bag on Wu Jie's back, and his face couldn't help but turn cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Haha, little baby, you've got some big words. If this imperial teacher wants to leave today, you can't stop him. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Wu Jie couldn't help but laugh loudly. Li Zishuan snorted and said, This Marquis' cultivation is indeed lower than yours, but today there are tens of thousands of troops lying in ambush at Longmen Pass. Do you think you can still escape? Tens of thousands of troops? Haha, little baby, you're too confident. Once this imperial teacher finishes you off, what can these tens of thousands of troops do to me? Wu Jie sneered, a look of arrogance on his face. Although his tone was arrogant, he wasn't wrong in the slightest. Li Zishuan was the strongest in this army, and if he was defeated, no one would be able to pin down Wu Jie, and the main force wouldn't have the time to effectively encircle and suppress Wu Jie. He could rely on his lightness skills to escape from the army at any time. Saying so, Wu Jie raised his mace and leapt into the air again. The mace flashed with cold lightning as it once again smashed towards Li Zishuan's head. Last night, when he was dealing with Duguexai and Dugufang, and Mohui, Wu Jie's favorite move was this. 9 Taishian Swords, second form, Graceful Grace. Li Zishuan let out a low roar, instantly activating the second form of the 9 Taishian Swords. Like a giant dragon soaring through the sky, Li Zishuan shot towards Wu Jie at full speed. At the same time, in the northern part of the Great Tang Empire, Yanmen Pass, Su Tingda led the 20,000 Bing province soldiers and the imperial edict that Li Er had given to Li Zishuan. They rushed all the way to Yanmen Pass before nightfall, and took the initiative to take on the task of guarding Yanmen Pass. After half a day of rushing, the soldiers and horses were already tired. After Su Tingda arranged for night patrols, the rest of the soldiers returned to their tents to sleep. But what they didn't know was that a life and death crisis was approaching them. Closer and closer. General, the Tang army that arrived in the evening has already set up camp. Now is the time when their men and horses are tired. Should we send out the army now and directly take down the Tang army at Yanmen Pass? In the grass outside Yanmen Pass, a dense group of Turkic soldiers were hidden, each of them accompanied by a warhorse. But at this time, all the warhorses were kneeling in the grass. This way, even if someone passed by, they wouldn't notice the army hidden in the grass. Chapter 1542. Su Tingda's 20,000 soldiers had only reached Yanmen Pass in the evening. No, to be more precise, it was 10,000 soldiers. This was because Su Tingda had left 5,000 men behind at Madu Pass and Yonghe Pass. Now he only had 10,000 men left. Moreover, after half a day of rapid marching, the soldiers were all extremely tired, and many of them were already asleep. Su Tingda felt that the Turks had chosen this time to attack, and his 10,000 men were completely incapable of stopping them. The most frightening thing was that he was holding the imperial decree that Li Erfa had given to Li Zishuan. However, he had only just arrived in the evening. Originally, he wanted to rest and reorganize for the night before transferring troops to the nearby prefectures. Who would have thought that the Tujue would launch an attack on Yanmen Pass so quickly? Go. Immediately send messengers to Yunzhou, Daizhou, and Yuzhou to ask for reinforcements. Tell them that Yanmen Pass might fall. Su Tingda's expression changed several times. At this time, he could also faintly hear the chaotic sound of horse hooves not far away. He took a deep breath and barely managed to stabilize his mind. He looked at the soldier and said word by word, "Commandant, what about you? The Turks have tens of thousands of wolf cavalry. We're definitely no match for them. Commandant, why don't you withdraw first?" The soldier hesitated for a few moments before bowing to Su Tingda. "Bastard! Do you know that a commanding general fleeing before battle is a capital offense? And besides, this general is the commandant of the Great Tang's Bingzhou subjugation prefecture. Even if I die, this general will die with my brothers. A general of the Great Tang can only stand and die. I will never cower before the battle. Hurry and send men to the nearby prefectures to ask for reinforcements." Su Tingda angrily bellowed. He was afraid of death, and he had not lived long enough. He still wanted to become a higher official, obtain more glory and wealth, and enjoy a more comfortable life. But at this moment, as a Great Tang soldier and the commander of this army, he could not sneak away alone. After all, Su Tingda had experienced the chaos of the Sui dynasty and the chaos of the rebellion against the emperor. He did not want his family to once more live a life of wandering about and destitute. The reason was that simple, nothing more. "Commandant, I want to stay behind and fight against the Turks with Commandant. Commandant, please send someone else to ask for reinforcements." The soldier hesitated for a moment, then clasped his fists and said stubbornly. Su Tingda was touched, but his face turned cold. He said coldly, "Zhang Hong, you dare to disobey a military order?" The soldier trembled and hurriedly said, "This general doesn't dare." Su Tingda snorted and shouted, "Then why aren't you sending the order?" After being yelled at by Su Tingda, the soldier was a little scared. After a moment of hesitation, he bowed and said, "This general obeys." Looking at Su Tingda, the soldier reluctantly retreated from the tent. "Sigh, Zhenghong, oh Zhenghong, you can't blame me. Who asked you to be the only son of your Zheng family?" Looking at Zhenghong's back as he left, Su Tingda muttered to himself, "Kill." At this moment, a burst of battle cries came from the pass. Su Tingda's expression gradually turned cold. He stood up, took the long sword hanging on the wall, and walked straight out of the tent. "Commandant, the Turkic army is already attacking. Our brothers won't be able to hold on much longer. You should leave quickly." Su Tingda had just walked out of the big tent when a soldier hurriedly ran over and said, "How many enemies are there? Who's the leader?" Su Tingda frowned and asked. The soldier cupped his fists and said, "There are about 50,000 enemies, and the leader is the Turkic Khan Ashur. Commandant, Ashur brought all the Turkic elites. We definitely won't be able to hold on. Please retreat as soon as possible." "It's him?" Hearing that, Su Tingda was stunned at first. Then he said coldly, "We have to hold on even if we can't. Whoever dares to flee tonight will be killed without mercy. Yanmen Pass terrain is narrow. Even if we use a pile of orders, we have to completely block the pass. Quickly beat the drum and summon all the soldiers to kill the enemy with me. I've already sent people to the nearby prefectures to ask for help. We only need to hold on for 2 hours, and there will definitely be reinforcements coming to save us." "Yes, Commandant." Seeing that Su Tingda was so confident, a fighting spirit rose in the soldier's heart. He swallowed his saliva and cupped his fists. Dong dong dong. A moment later, a series of drumbeats sounded from the south of Yanmen Pass. As time passed, the drumbeats became louder and more frequent. At this time, Su Tingda had already climbed up the tower of Yanmen Pass. Although the Turkic people were not good at sieges, Yanmen Pass was far from being a city. This was because Yanmen Pass was situated on the official road in the middle. The horizontal width of the city walls was only a few hundred feet. As such, the number of soldiers that could be accommodated on the city walls was extremely limited. When the Turkic soldiers got close to the city gates, they abandoned their horses and directly carried a thick tree trunk and slammed it into the city gates of Yanmen Pass. Naturally, Su Tingda would not let the Turkic people crash into the city gates of Yanmen Pass just like that. He quickly shouted, "Release the arrows! Release the arrows!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of arrows were released in an instant, shooting at the Turkic soldiers charging at the city gates. After a round of arrows, dozens of Turkic soldiers fell to the ground in an instant. However, while the Tang soldiers on the city walls were reloading their arrows, the Turkic soldiers behind began to charge forward fearlessly again. "Hurry and release the arrows." Seeing this, Su Tingda hurriedly urged. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another volley of arrows was fired, but the results were somewhat worse this time. Only 30-some Turkic soldiers fell to the ground, but the Turkic soldiers behind them were still charging at the city gates like a tide. Su Tingda inwardly frowned. First of all, the Turkic soldiers outnumbered the Tang soldiers by 4 to 5 times. At this rate, they probably wouldn't be able to kill all the Turks even if they spent the entire night. Moreover, the light at night was poor, so the accuracy of the archers was definitely not as good as during the day. Many of the arrows would miss. Most importantly, in order to maintain the speed of the march, Su Tingda's army had not brought many arrows, only 10-some thousand. Based on the current accuracy, it would be good enough if they could kill 1,000 Turkic soldiers. But the Turks had 50,000 soldiers. How was he going to fight the Turks with this? Rolling logs and stones? There were some remaining rolling logs and stones on the walls of Yanmen Pass, but there were not many of them, and they would not be able to withstand the assault of 40 to 50,000 Turkic soldiers. Should they use sabers or swords? But if they did so, their advantage as defenders would be gone, and in the end, they would still be unable to avoid defeat. Ish. Just as Su Tingda was deep in thought, the sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out. Su Tingda focused his eyes and saw a metal arrowhead shining with a cold light in front of him. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against a hidden arrow. Su Tingda felt that he couldn't dodge this hidden arrow. "Commandant, watch out." At this critical moment, a soldier at Su Tingda's side leaped up and tackled Su Tingda to the ground. The arrow brushed past Su Tingda's cheek and struck the soldier's shoulder. Squelch! This was the sound of an arrow piercing flesh. The arrow was heavy and powerful, and it did not stop at the soldier's shoulder. More than half of the arrow had pierced through the soldier's body. "Protect the commandant!" Someone shouted, and 4 or 5 soldiers immediately surrounded Su Tingda. "Ha! What a pity! If we could kill the Tang commander directly, we might be able to take down Yanmen Pass effortlessly." In the Turkic army, Ashanashir put away his longbow and lamented regretfully. Clearly, that arrow just now was shot by him. "General, there's no need to be regretful. The fact that the Tang army could reach Yanmen Pass so quickly shows that they didn't bring many arrows. These arrows can at most be shot 10 more times. When they run out of arrows, we can break through the gate and enter." A soldier beside Ashanashir could not help but laugh. "Haha, that's right. When the Tang army runs out of arrows, we will enter the pass directly. Then we will welcome the state preceptor." Ashanashir laughed heartily. Taiji Sword Techniques 38th Style Phoenix Wings Spread. Taiji Sword Techniques 28th Style. Shooting Stars Chase the Moon. 9 Strategies Beyond the Swords, Broken Spear Style. Taiji Sword Techniques 18th Style. Black Dragon Swings Its Tail. Taiji Sword Techniques 20th Style. Lotus Leaves Whirlwind. 9 Taishian Swords 3rd Style. Snow Treading Leaving No Trace in the Snow. Taiji Sword Techniques 34th Style. Moon in the Ocean. Taiji Sword Techniques 50th Style. Immortal Guides the Way. Over at Longmen Pass, the battle between Li Zishuan and Wu Jie had already reached its climax. After exchanging blows with Wu Jia, Li Zixuan was very clear about the huge gap between himself and a martial grandmaster. This gap was not something that could be made up with exquisite moves. Therefore, Li Zixuan wisely gave up on attacking and began to fight a defensive battle from the start. With the 9 solitary swords advantage, the unparalleled defense of the Taiji sword technique, and the extreme speed of the 9 Taishan swords, Li Zixuan's figure flashed through the battlefield, not letting Wu Jia even touch the corner of his clothes. After a dozen exchanges, he actually did not suffer any external injuries. Although there were no external injuries, of course there were internal injuries. In addition to Wu Jia's powerful true qi, what annoyed Li Zixuan the most was the strange power of lightning that Wu Jia sent out with his mace. If Yang Kai were to use his true qi to resist and neutralize this thing, it would be a huge waste of his true qi. In this situation, his true qi was his life, and his true qi was definitely not as vigorous as Wu Jia's, so he had to use it sparingly. However, if he completely ignored it, his arm would soon become numb from the electricity, affecting his reaction speed, and if he wasn't careful, he might even be seriously injured by Wu Jia. Therefore, although Li Zixuan had withstood Wu Jia's attacks for a dozen exchanges, this impressive achievement was not something he could be proud of, because his situation was not good. Facing Wu Jia's seemingly endless true qi, Li Zixuan's true qi was running out. Chapter 1543. Commander, you should leave. Yanmen Pass can't be defended. On Yanmen Pass, the Tang army was about to run out of arrows. Seeing this, a soldier came to Su Tingda's side and urged him anxiously. Su Tingda was unmoved and said coldly, "I would rather die than retreat." After saying that, he turned to the soldiers on the city gate tower and shouted, "Generals, listen to my order. Follow me to open the gates and fight to the death with the Turkic army. Behind us are our parents, wives, and children. Tonight, we would rather die than retreat." Su Tingda had been forced to give up the advantage of terrain and open the gates to meet the Turks. Their arrows were about to run out, and without any long-range attacks, the Turkic soldiers would be able to easily break through the gates. Rather than hastily engaging in battle, it was better to open the gates now and gather all the soldiers to engage the Turks in a battle of life and death. Rather die than retreat. Rather die than retreat. Su Tingda's words influenced the Tang army near Yanmen Pass, and they all shouted. A solemn and stirring atmosphere suddenly pervaded the air. Reporting. General, the Tang army has taken the initiative to open the gates and want to fight us outside Yanmen Pass. At the center of the Turkic army, a Turkic soldier ran over and bowed to Ashina Shirchu. "Oh, the Tang army actually dares to come out?" Ashina Shirchu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then his face turned cold as he said, "Pass down my order. The left, middle, and right armies move out together and take down Yanmen Pass as quickly as possible." "Yes." The soldier cupped his fists and turned to leave. Woo! Not long after, the desolate sound of a bugle horn could be heard in the open space outside Yanmen Pass. This was the bugle horn for the Turkic army to launch an all-out attack. Thus, countless Turkic soldiers mounted their horses and brandished their scimitars as they galloped toward the Tang army that had just exited the city and gotten into formation. "Listen up. Tonight I, Su Tingda, will advance and retreat with my brothers. I swear to defend Yanmen Pass to the death." Below the city wall, Su Tingda pulled out the sword at his waist and pointed at the Turkic army. "Defend Yanmen Pass to the death. Defend Yanmen Pass to the death." As soon as Su Tingda finished speaking, the 10,000 Tang soldiers roared in unison. "Follow me and kill." Su Tingda roared as he led the charge into the Turkic army. Seeing this, the Tang army at the back quickly urged their horses to catch up. A great battle had officially begun. Su Tingda had come from a poor family, and he had relied entirely on his own abilities to reach his current position. Thus, there was no need to doubt his personal strength. Under his command, the Tang army was able to break through the heart of the Turkic army like a hot knife through butter. But the disadvantage of this was obvious. They would be easily surrounded by the Turkic army. After all, the Turkic army outnumbered them by 4 to 5 times. "Humph! Get out of the way. Wait for me to meet him." Seeing that Su Tingda was unstoppable in the army, taking down several dozen Turkic soldiers in just a few moments, Ashina Shirchu finally couldn't stand it any longer and roared, Hearing this, the Turkic soldiers around Su Tingda immediately scattered, creating an empty space. Su Tingda's eyes focused as he looked at Enchantress approaching on horseback. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his right palm to the Tang soldiers behind him and said, "All of you withdraw as well." A general duel. In the blink of an eye, a large-scale group battle had transformed into a one-on-one duel between generals. In ancient war dramas like The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it was common to see the commanders of two sides fighting one-on-one, and the one with superior martial strength would emerge victorious. Many people would be confused. Was there really such a phenomenon in history of generals fighting generals? In truth, this sort of situation had happened before, but it was not a scene from The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, but there were many restrictions. First, generals fighting generals had already appeared in the spring and autumn period. At that time it was called Jishur, and after the Han Dynasty it was called Duan General. Both had the same meaning. In the middle of the spring and autumn period, there were records of the Great War between the Jin and Chu states. At that time, King Zhuang of Chu led an army to attack Handan and met the Jin general Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng was unable to resist and abandoned his carriage to escape. In the end, Zhao Cheng threw away his clothes and armor, as the armor would affect his speed. This was the first time in history that a general fought a general. This was because King Zhuang of Chu's physical strength was exceptional, and he was considered one of the strongest amongst all the emperors. During the Warring States period, such a phenomenon rarely occurred. At that time, the Seven Kingdoms had already been perfected, and they relied on large-scale armies to fight. During the Han Dynasty, when Huizubing and Li Guang were repelling the Xiongnu, they also fought with enemy generals. However, this was a battle between the soldiers of the Central Plains and the nomadic enemies. It was somewhat similar to the current situation between Su Tingda and Enchantress. During the War of Chu and Han, Xiongnu and Liu Bang fought, and such a phenomenon also occurred. However, when Liu Bang sent his own general to challenge the overlord, he was defeated by Xiongnu in 3 moves. The end of the Eastern Han Dynasty was also the Three Kingdoms period. It was recorded that Sun Tzu and Taisher Ci fought at Shunting Ridge, and Sun Tzu accepted Taisher Ci as a fierce general. There was also a duel between Ma Chao and Chao Wei. Other than that, there were no other records in the Three Kingdoms period. Generally speaking, there were situations where generals fought before a battle, but it was not as common as in ancient dramas. After all, the generals of ancient times were all well versed in military books, and they understood the principle of a good man destroys schemes. Thus, the purpose of these generals in battle was to win. Unless they were at the end of their rope and wanted to fight to the death, they would not engage in a direct confrontation with the enemy generals. And now to Su Tingda. He was indeed at the end of his rope. Although he had killed many Turkic soldiers, his subordinates had also suffered many casualties. If this continued, in less than an hour, the 10,000 Tang soldiers would be defeated by the Turkic army. You are called Su Tingda? Good. If this general wins against you today, you will have all the Tang soldiers retreat. If you win against this general will immediately withdraw. How about it? Enchantress stared at Su Tingda and spoke in a booming voice. Even if you win against this Su, the army behind this Su will not retreat even half a step tonight. The soldiers of the Great Tang can only die standing, not kneel and drag out an ignoble existence. Su Tingda said with a cold expression. Hearing this, Enchantress's face sank. He had proposed a duel with Su Tingda partly because he wanted to reduce the number of casualties on his side, and partly because he wanted to save time. After all, Wu Jie was still waiting for them. Since that's the case, this general will kill you first. Let's see if these Tang soldiers will do as you say and hold their ground. Enchantress coldly snorted. He knocked an arrow on his bow and shot 3 arrows at Su Tingda's forehead, neck and heart. General, be careful. Many soldiers in the Tang army cried out in alarm. Su Tingda was lying on his back. The 3 arrows missed his body and brushed past the bridge of his nose. But on the other side, Enchantress took advantage of the moment when Su Tingda was dodging the arrows to rush forward and slash at Su Tingda's neck with a slender sword. This person was actually proficient in both long-range and close combat. Moreover, the speed of these 2 attacks was as fast as lightning, making it impossible to guard against. For a moment, Su Tingda was caught off guard. He hurriedly brandished his sword to block Ashina Shirchu's killing blow. However, Ashina Shirchu was a grandmaster. The speed of his sword was astonishingly fast. How could Su Tingda's hasty sword block it? Kung! Pung! First, there was the sound of metal clashing. Then Su Tingda was sent flying by the powerful internal energy, attached to Ashina Shirchu's sword, and fell to the ground. In just one round, the chief general of the Tang army was knocked off his horse. The surrounding soldiers were shocked and rushed to Su Tingda like a swarm of bees, trying to protect him. But someone was faster than them. After Ashina Shirchu knocked Su Tingda back, he dashed forward and stabbed his sword at Su Tingda's throat. Su Tingda was alarmed as he hurriedly raised his sword to block in front of him. Ashina Shi's sword stabbed into Su Tingda's sword. Su Tingda took advantage of the situation to retreat. With this force, he finally stood up from the ground. Under the illumination of the torches, the sword flashed and the two of them fought again. However, although Su Tingda was not weak, he was still not a grandmaster. Ashina Shirchu was not only at a higher level than him, but he also fought in close combat, took 3 steps back, and drew his bow in one breath. With such a combination of long-range and close-range attacks, Su Tingda could not withstand it. After a few rounds, it was obvious that he was going to lose. Charge! Protect Commandant Su. When the surrounding soldiers saw this, they understood that Su Tingda wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Someone shouted, and immediately, more than 10,000 soldiers rushed up to protect Su Tingda. It's time to end this. When Ashina Shirchu saw that the Tang army was rushing towards him, he raised his sword and slashed at Su Tingda. Su Tingda swung his sword to block, and then Ashina Shirchu used his left palm to hit Su Tingda's chest. Bam! Su Tingda was like a kite with a broken string after receiving Ashina Shirchu's palm strike that was filled with true qi. He fell heavily to the ground. Commandant! Commandant! The 10,000 soldiers were shocked. They hurried forward to help Su Tingda up. Kill! Flatten Yanmen Pass. Ashina Shirchu guessed that Su Tingda was not going to live. He waved his hand and ordered the Turkic soldiers beside him. Charge! Bam! 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 Hearing the order, the 50,000 Turkic soldiers immediately charged at the Tang army. What was worse was that the Tang army's commander-in-chief had been severely injured by Ashina Shirchu, and the 10,000 soldiers were in a desperate situation without their commander-in-chief. Chapter 1544. Pooh! Li Zishuan was heavily injured by Wu Jie and fell to the ground. Just now Wu Jie's berserk true qi had been transmitted into his body through his sword, crazily wreaking havoc in his meridians, causing Li Zishuan, who was already in a weakened state, to the point where he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood was also mixed with blood, clearly showing that Li Zishuan's internal organs had also been injured. But this wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that when Li Zishuan's sword had struck Wu Jie's chaotic thunder body had transmitted a considerable amount of lightning energy to Li Zishuan, causing Li Zishuan to feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body was numb, and he couldn't even move a finger. This was because he didn't have any true qi in his body to neutralize this lightning. Pung pung pung. On the battlefield, seeing Li Zishuan heavily injured by Wu Jie, the 10,000 soldiers from Bing province charged towards Wu Jie without fear of death. But at this moment Wu Jie was abnormally strong. None of the Tang army soldiers who got close to him could withstand a single blow from him. All of them were sent flying by his mace. In an instant, the Tang army's formation was in chaos. Seeing this, Wu Jie very wisely chose to fight while retreating. Because of the battle with Li Zishuan just now, although Li Zishuan hadn't been able to injure him, he had paid a heavy price. At this moment, he only had less than 40% of his true qi left. If he continued to fight with the Tang army, Wu Jie believed that there would only be one end for him, and that was death from exhaustion. As for the heavily injured Li Zishuan, Wu Jie didn't think of taking advantage of the situation to kill him, because he was very clear on his goal, which was to escape back to the Turks with the confidential information of Yanhuang College. As a result, under his brute force, the surrounding Tang army was quickly torn apart. Wu Jie resisted the attacks of the Tang army, while relying on his lightness kung fu to gradually close in on the northern opening. It was worth mentioning that Wu Jie's lightness kung fu was also quite good. Without a master like Li Zishuan holding him back, He was like a bolt of lightning in the night, able to go wherever he wanted. Seeing Wu Jie trying to escape the encirclement, the soldiers became even crazier, rushing towards Wu Jie without any regard for their own lives. But now that they had lost their formation, and with no one to command them, they were like a swarm of bees, running around randomly, unable to pose the slightest threat to Wu Jie, who was constantly dodging left and right. Quick! Formation! Stop Wu Jie! Jiang Provincial Governor Hong Wenxing saw Li Zhan sitting motionless on the ground healing wounds, completely unable to pay attention to the battle situation. So he quickly stood and shouted to the soldiers. Formation, formation, formation! Quickly, formation, formation! The nearby soldiers quickly followed Hong Wenxing's orders, but the soldiers further away couldn't hear Hong Wenxing's orders, so the effect of Hong Wenxing's shout was extremely limited. At most, it would only be able to delay Wu Jie for a short while. At this time, Li Zishuan, who was meditating and healing, suddenly experienced a mysterious change in his body. The spirit qi in his body suddenly came to life. Last year, when the bearded man wreaked havoc in Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan and Mo Huai had fought together. In that battle, Li Zishuan had relied on his understanding of another mysterious gas between heaven and earth, spirit qi, to directly advance to the middle stage of the martial scholar realm. Since then, Li Zishuan had felt that his body had changed, especially the true qi in his body, which seemed to have been mixed with something else. At that time, Li Zishuan had called this spirit qi. Heaven and earth had spirits and all living things were born. Li Zishuan didn't know what spirit qi was or what kind of elements it was made of, but he was sure that it wasn't oxygen, but he was very sure that his meridians could directly absorb a special kind of qi from the natural world. Without any experience in this area, he could only attribute it to spirit qi. But strangely, since the last time when he had broken through to the middle stage of the martial scholar realm and crazily absorbed the spirit qi, the special spirit qi in his body had completely quieted down. Usually, not only could he not feel its existence, he basically couldn't use it. Just like just now when his true qi was exhausted, the spirit qi didn't move at all. At this moment, Li Zishuan, who was numb from the powerful electric current, suddenly felt the spirit qi in his body begin to stir. Li Zishuan could clearly feel the spirit qi in the air around him crazily rushing into his body, and the remaining electric current in his body began to quickly converge towards his dantian. Gradually, the numbness in his limbs was lifted and he could move again. The electric current that Wu Jie had transmitted to him was actually completely swallowed up by the spirit qi in his dantian. Not only that, at this moment Li Zishuan's true qi, which had originally dried up, was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a small dried-up pond. Originally, it could only rely on manpower to pour buckets of water into it, but now with the addition of more than a dozen water pumps, the dried-up pond instantly became dry and the water level began to rise. Half a quarter of an hour. In just half a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan's true qi had been restored to 60%. Although he hadn't recovered to his peak state, for the current situation, 60% was just barely enough, because Wu Jie was about to escape from the encirclement. 9 Taishan Sword 7th Style Phantom. All that the heart sees is an illusion. Li Zishuan raised his wind-chasing sword and directly soared into the sky. In the sky, 8 more Li Zishuan appeared and rushed towards Wu Jie from different directions. Marquis is fine? Great. Marquis' strength has been restored. Let's see how the Turkic imperial teacher can act arrogantly now. Seeing Li Zishuan soar into the air and once again join the battle, the great Tang soldiers cheered loudly, greatly encouraged. What? Impossible. Feeling the familiar murderous intent behind him, Wu Jie hurriedly turned around, and when he saw that it really was Li Zishuan, his eyes widened in disbelief. In the last exchange, Wu Jie clearly felt that Li Zishuan's true qi had been exhausted, but now that Li Zishuan was flying towards him with his sword, how could he explain this? Could it be that in this short period of time, Li Zishuan had not only dissolved his thunder and lightning, but had also recovered most of the real qi that he had consumed in his body? How was that possible? In Wu Jie's view, this obviously didn't conform to common sense, even subverting his understanding of the world of martial arts. But now that Li Zishuan was coming at him with his wind-chasing sword, Wu Jie had to find a way to block him. Li Zishuan was using the 7th style of the 9 Taishan swords alone, Not all 7 like before, so the power was naturally much lower. However, the current Wu Jie was far weaker than before. Therefore, Li Zishuan's 1 sword no 8 sword strikes because there were 8 phantoms. Wu Jie had to use all his strength to deal with it. Thunder Overlord Mace. Wu Jie shouted, and in the air, he spun rapidly with his mace in hand. Lightning flashed on the mace, and from a distance, it looked like a spinning wheel as it collided with the Li Zishuan, coming from all directions. He wanted to break through them one by one, and not directly block them with his body like before. Ding ding ding. Every time Wu Jie's mace collided with the wind-chasing sword held by one of the phantoms, a metallic clanging sound rang out. Relying on his movement speed secret art, Wu Jie quickly broke through the phantoms one by one, and the number of Li Zishuan's phantoms in the sky gradually decreased. Everything looked the same as before, but when there was only one Li Zishuan left, a sudden change occurred. 9 Taishan swords, 8th style returned to origin. 10,000 swords returned to origin. When Li Zishuan's sword strikes were about to be broken by Wu Jie, his momentum suddenly changed. First, he changed direction in the air and retreated 2 meters, then he waved his hands, and all the swords in the hands of the nearby soldiers were sucked towards him. The 8th style of the 9 Taishan swords quickly flashed through his mind, and he gathered all the true qi in his body, finally managing to display the 8th style of the 9 Taishan swords. In fact, it was completely impossible to perform the 8th move of the 9 Taishan swords in the Supreme Power middle stage, but Li Zishuan had already stepped into the threshold of the Supreme Power late stage, so he could finally perform the 8th move. More than 20 swords floated in front of Li Zishuan, and Li Zishuan's long hair fluttered without any wind. Drawing a circle with his hands, he used all the true qi in his body to shake off the 20 swords, and quickly sent them flying towards Wu Jie. Seeing this, Wu Jie was shocked and hurriedly waved his mace to defend himself. With a series of ding-ding-ding sounds, almost all of the swords were deflected by Wu Jie's mace, but this was only almost. There was still a fish that slipped through the net. Qi! One of the swords very luckily dodged Wu Jie's all-around attack, and with a qi sound, cut open the black package on Wu Jie's back. Suddenly, the white papers and books scattered all over the ground, and all the confidential information in the package fell to the ground. Wu Jie wanted to pick up the papers and books on the ground, but Li Zishuan didn't give him the chance. With a loud shout, Li Zishuan used the Tai Chi sword's Azure Dragon out at sea on Wu Jie's face. When the rest of the soldiers saw this, they knew that now was their best chance to kill Wu Jie, so without waiting for Li Zishuan's orders, they formed the Mo sword formation and rushed towards Wu Jie's position. Wu Jie dodged Li Zishuan's Azure Dragon out at sea, and then looked at the Yanhuang College's confidential information that was scattered all over the ground. He gritted his teeth, knowing that it was impossible for him to take all these things away today, because the Tang army had already formed the formation and was about to surround him again. Great Tang Marquillon, you really are different from other cultivators. Today, this master has underestimated you. Wu Jie looked deeply at Li Zishuan. Then his feet moved slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he retreated several dozen feet away. He was actually preparing to escape. Li Zishuan wanted to give chase, but suddenly felt a sense of exhaustion in his body. His physical strength had been completely overdrawn. Besides, if a martial grandmaster wanted to escape with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to catch him no matter what. Fortunately, the academy's information was recovered. This was the last thought in Li Zishuan's mind before he fainted. Yinmen Pass. The battle here had already entered a white-hot stage, but the Tang army's defeat was becoming more and more obvious. The number of soldiers left on the battlefield was decreasing, and the Tang army's commander, Su Tingda, had already been seriously injured and was in a coma. Directly rush out, don't care about these remnants. Rescue the imperial teacher is more important. Seeing that only a few of the 10,000 soldiers Su Tingda brought with him were left, and they were no longer a threat to him, Ashina Shirchu decisively gave the order. He didn't lead his troops to Great Tang to break through the pass, but to rescue the imperial teacher. As for how many Tang soldiers they defeated, it was completely meaningless to him. Yes, General. The messenger immediately passed down Ashina Shi-er's order. Immediately, the Turkic soldiers pushed their horses to the limit and charged straight for the city gate. The Tang army had rushed for several hundred li during the day, and not only were the men tired, The horses were also tired. Facing the Turkic army at full speed, how could they resist? Not long after, a torrent of soldiers passed through Yanmen Pass and headed south. Oh! Chapter 1545. Quick! Let's go to Longmen County and get a doctor. Dragon Gate Pass inside the tower. Li Zishuan had already been helped to his bed. Jiang Province's provincial governor Hong Wenqing hurriedly ordered the soldiers beside him. This time, Li Zishuan had borrowed troops from Bing Province. In order to ensure the speed of the march, there was no doctor accompanying him. Hong Wenqing could only send people to Longmen County to find a doctor. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier immediately cupped his fists and replied. After the soldier left, Hong Wenqing turned to the soldiers in the room and said, "You guys stay here and take care of Marquis. This official will return to Zhengping Province to mobilize troops to pursue Wu Jie." Zhengping Province was the administrative center of Jiang Province. The provincial governor's office and Jiang Province's Zhichong House's camp were both located there. Hong Wenqing only brought a few dozen guards with him to Dragon Gate Pass and didn't bring many troops. Dragon Gate Pass was filled with Li Zishuan's troops from Bing Province. Hong Wenqing didn't have the authority to mobilize them, so he could only go back and mobilize more troops. Wu Jie is alone, so his speed of escape must be very fast. The military situation is urgent. I'm afraid it's too late for Senior Hong to return to Zhengping Province to mobilize troops. This general, Fang Gongteng, is willing to lead the troops here to follow Senior Hong north to pursue Wu Jie and avenge Marquis. After Hong Wenqing finished speaking, a young general stepped out and cupped his fists. During the day, Su Tingda took 20,000 soldiers to Mado Pass, Yonghe Pass and Yanmen Pass to set up defenses. At the same time, he left behind a few capable generals for Li Zishuan, and this Fang Gongteng was one of them. Hearing this, Hong Wenqing's eyes lit up. He nodded and praised. Good. Then I'll have to trouble Fang Gongteng to lead 8,000 soldiers to pursue Wu Jie with this official. Just now, during the battle between Li Zishuan and Wu Jie, because Hong Wenqing wasn't good at martial arts, he couldn't help much from the sidelines, which made him feel quite apologetic. What's more, Li Zishuan had been seriously injured by Wu Jie at the Dragon Gate, so if Hong Wenqing, as the Jiang Province's provincial governor, didn't do anything, he would definitely be punished by Li Er. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, Hong Wenqing had no choice but to lead troops to pursue Wu Jie. Not long after, Hong Wenqing and Fang Gongting led the 8,000 prefecture soldiers out of the Longmen Pass and headed north. The rest of them stayed at Longmen Pass to protect Li Zishuan. At the same time, the news that Yanmen Pass had been broken quickly began to spread. The governors of Yunzhou, Shua, Yuzhou, and Daizhou, the four prefectures of the Hedong circuit near the northern border, began to move. Overnight, they mobilized soldiers from their local prefectures to Madu Pass and Yonghe Pass, hoping to stop the Turkic army from advancing further south. After all, 2 years ago, Xieli Khan had taken advantage of the change in power in the Great Tang Empire to send an army of 100,000 soldiers to attack the Great Tang from Yunzhou. They had been unstoppable, first attacking Jing Province, and then advancing all the way to the capital of the Great Tang, Chang'an. Many people could still vividly remember that scene. Who could guarantee that the 50,000 Turkic soldiers wouldn't run to the gates of Chang'an and show off their might to Li Er? If that really happened, all the officials of the four prefectures of the Hedong circuit would probably be demoted by Li Er. Thus, when they learned that Ashin Ashir had led 50,000 Turkic wolf cavalry into the pass, the governors of these prefectures instantly lost their composure. They hastily dispatched soldiers to pursue and trap the Turkic army in the Hedong circuit. The soldiers of these four prefectures added together numbered at least 70 to 80,000, but they had come from different directions. If they really did run into the Turkic army, they would still suffer a significant loss. Hiya! On the official road north of Longmen Pass, 2 men in black were madly galloping. In this era there were no headlights or street lamps, so traveling at night was very dangerous. Fortunately, there was still some moonlight tonight, and the official road was relatively wide. Thus, even though these two were running so fast, they didn't fall into the ditches on either side of the road. State Teacher will reach Horsedoe Pass soon. Since that Li Zishuan was able to set up an ambush at Longmen Pass, there might also be a large number of Tang soldiers at Horsedoe Pass. Are we still going to force our way through? The man who was following behind said, "There's no need. Our men should be arriving soon." The black-robed man riding at the front said in a hoarse voice. This man was Wu Jie, who had escaped from Longmen Pass. The other man was an experimental subject that Wu Jie had released at the beginning to see if there was an ambush at Longmen Pass. Wu Jie hadn't expected that the experimental subject would successfully escape while the other 3 Turkic warriors were left behind in the Tang army camp at Longmen Pass. The warrior in black couldn't help but be alarmed by these words. He couldn't help but whisper, "Our men? Did the Khan send people to the Tang Empire to pick us up?" Wu Jie didn't respond. It wasn't that he didn't hear it, but that he wasn't in the mood to answer this question. Right now, his mind was full of Li Zishuan. To be more precise, he was thinking about Li Zishuan's last counterattack. During the time he escaped from Longmen Pass, Wu Jie had already deduced countless times in his mind, but the result of each deduction indicated that after Li Zishuan was knocked down by him, it was impossible for Li Zishuan to prepare a second round of attacks in such a short time. This was because Li Zishuan was only at Grand Master middle stage, so it was impossible for his true qi to be so vigorous. The only explanation was that Li Zishuan had recovered 50 to 60% of his true qi during the short time he was entangled by the Tang army. But how was that possible? This kind of recovery speed was something that even Wu Jie himself couldn't achieve, so how could Li Zishuan, who was only at Grandmaster middle stage, do it? The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't understand, so Wu Jie had no choice but to give up. But what made him feel regretful was that the books and confidential information he had stolen from Yanhuang College with great difficulty had been cut open by Li Zishuan's returning to origin. This meant that his mission to infiltrate the Tang Empire had completely failed. This made Wu Jie very unwilling to accept. 10 days ago, Han Lijing had seen several Turkic warriors sneaking into the Tang Empire on Mount Baishan, and Wu Jie was among them. At the end of June, a locust plague had broken out in the Guangzhou region of the Tang Empire. Sheli Khan saw this as an opportunity, so he sent Wu Jie to infiltrate the Tang Empire to see if there were any good opportunities. After entering the Tang Empire, Wu Jie had originally planned to go straight to Chang'an City, but along the way he had heard many people talking about how Li Zishuan had led the Sky Rooster Brigade to eliminate locusts in the northern provinces. In fact, the Turks had many spies in the Tang Empire, so Wu Jie naturally knew about Li Zishuan, a rising star in the Tang Empire. So when he heard that Li Zishuan had gone north to eliminate locusts, he immediately had an idea to weaken the Tang Empire's strength and strengthen the Turks' national strength. That was to sneak into Yanhuang College, steal all the engineering books and information, and bring them back to the Turks to slowly study. Wu Jie had been patiently waiting for a good opportunity to sneak into the college, and he hadn't expected that it would really happen. On the 3rd day after he arrived at Yunshan, the bearded man bid farewell to Li Gang, Wang Ji, and the other Yanhuang College teachers and left Yunshan, saying that he was going out to sea. In just a few days, Yunshan, which had originally been guarded by 3 grandmasters, only had Mo Huai as its sole grandmaster. Wu Jie believed that it was time to sneak into Yanhuang College. But in order to ensure that nothing went wrong, he had patiently observed the surroundings of Yunshan for several days, and after confirming that there was no danger, he had chosen to sneak into the college last night to steal the books. But he hadn't expected that after stealing the books, on the way back to the Turks, he would encounter Li Zishuan's ambush. It had to be known that he and the 4 Turkic warriors he had brought with him were all riding 2 horses, and they had been rushing through the night. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their speed was much faster than the speed of the messengers from Chang, and to the northern provinces and counties. Looking at it this way at first, he had schemed against Li Zishuan, but later on Li Zishuan had schemed against him, and in the end the 2 of them had fought to a draw. Thinking of this, Wu Jie's eyes couldn't help but become dignified. In his heart, he thought that Li Zishuan would definitely become the greatest enemy of the Turks in the future. Kill! Sure enough, by the time Wu Jie arrived at Horse Dipper Pass, the 2 sides had already engaged in a fierce battle. Ashen Ashir was truly worthy of being a Turkic general. After breaking through Yanmen Pass, he had broken through Yonghe Pass as quickly as possible, and now he had arrived at Horse Dipper Pass before Wu Jie. Hiya! Hearing the battle cries in front of him, Wu Jie understood that reinforcements had arrived, and he quickly urged his horse forward. General Ashina, quickly give the order to retreat to the grasslands. The Tang army should be here soon. Arriving in front of Ashinashir, Wu Jie ordered in a hoarse voice. Ashinashir nodded subconsciously, but then he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, Imperial teacher, I heard in the letter that you stole a lot of books from Yanhuang College. Where are those books now? Wu Jie's face sank and he turned around and said, Li Zishuan set up an ambush at Dragon Gate Pass, and those books were taken back by him. What? Ashinashir was shocked when he heard this, and he asked in disbelief, why would Li Zishuan set up an ambush at Dragon Gate Pass? Shouldn't he be fighting locusts in the north of the Great Tang Empire? Wu Jie sullenly said. How did this king know about this? Losing the books was a very shameful matter for Wu Jie, and now he was being questioned by Ashinashir, so how could he be happy? He was the imperial teacher of the Turks, second only to one person. Hearing the unfriendly tone in Wu Jie's voice, Ashinashir couldn't help but be startled, and then he wiped his nose and asked as calmly as possible, Dare I ask, imperial teacher, how many people did Li Zishuan set up at Dragon Gate Pass? Wu Jie lightly said, About 10,000 people. Li Zishuan was seriously injured by this king, and the Great Tang army should also have 700 to 800 people injured. Only 10,000 people? And Li Zishuan is seriously injured? Ashinashir's eyes lit up when he heard this, and after hesitating for a moment he said, Imperial teacher, why don't we give Li Zishuan a surprise attack and take back those books from Li Zishuan? Chapter 1546. Something happened? We gave him the authority to mobilize the soldiers of the northern 32 provinces. What could possibly happen to him? Within the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er couldn't help but speak out after hearing Li Tai's words that were filled with worry. In Li Er's view, no matter how powerful Wu Jie was, how could he threaten Li Zishuan, who had so many soldiers under his command? A martial grandmaster was still a human, not a god. Li Tai was slightly relieved to hear this, but then his brow furrowed again. Imperial father, Wu Jie suddenly sneaking into the Great Tang, was it Khan Xieli who ordered him to do so? And could Khan Xieli still have a backup plan? For example, he might have hidden a large number of soldiers on the northern border of the Great Tang. Once Wu Jie succeeds, the Turkic army will enter the pass to receive him? Li Er's expression suddenly turned grim. After a moment of silence he nodded. Qingke, your analysis is correct. This situation is extremely likely. It should be that Li Zishuan has made many divine weapons for the Great Tang in the past year. After Xieli heard about it, he sent Wu Jie, a martial grandmaster, to sneak into Cloud Mountain to steal. This way, Xieli must have a backup plan. I really didn't expect that Xieli, a fierce and ruthless character, would send someone to do such a shady business. Li Er couldn't help but slam the table and stand up. Li Tai stood up and clasped his hands. Imperial father, if this is really the case, then Yamacho's situation is not good. This afternoon, Your Eminence and the other generals calculated that Wu Jie would most likely arrive at Longmen Pass in the evening. Mountain Chieftain is an intelligent man and should have been able to guess Wu Jie's route, but time is tight. Even if he can transfer soldiers from Bing Province, it would be impossible for him to gather more than 50,000 soldiers in such a short amount of time. If Wu Jie and the Turkic soldiers lying in ambush in the Great Tang's territory work together, Mountain Chieftain leading a lone army at Longmen Pass will not be able to stop Wu Jie from fleeing north. The little fatty who had wanted to compete with Li Zishuan back then was now racking his brains and thinking about Li Zishuan's safety. It had to be said that Li Zishuan had a special kind of charisma. Charisma? How could Li Er not understand what Li Tai was talking about? Li Zishuan was the most promising talent of the Great Tang's younger generation. He didn't want anything to happen to Li Zishuan, but what else could he do? At this moment, Li Zishuan was several hundred li away from the capital. If something were to happen, it would have already happened. Thinking of this, Li Er couldn't help but walk back and forth in front of the hall with his hands behind his back. Beep beep beep. At this moment, the telegraph on the small square table beside Li Tai suddenly beeped. Swish. Swish. Both father and son turned their gazes to the telegraph at the same time. Soon Li Tai came back to his senses. He quickly picked up a pen and paper and began to record. A moment later the telegraph stopped beeping. Li Er quickly asked, "How is it?" Is it from Li Zishuan? Father, it's not a telegram from Yamacho. Unexpectedly, Li Tai shook his head. Seeing the doubt in Li Er's eyes, he quickly explained, "It's from Meng Wenhao." As he spoke, Li Tai had already sent out a string of codes to indicate that he was beside the telegraph. "Oh, is it news about Xu Bao, Jijie, and the others?" Li Er's eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice. Li Tai nodded and said, "It should be. Beep 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 beep." As soon as he finished speaking, the telegraph beeped again. This time the telegraph beeped for a long time. Li Er looked on anxiously from the side. The main reason was that he couldn't understand this non-human language, so he felt that time passed very slowly. After some time, the telegraph finally stopped beeping. Li Er knew that Li Tai was going to start translating the codes, so he didn't say anything to disturb him. However, as Li Tai compared the translated codes to the codebook, his expression gradually became serious. Seeing this, Li Er's heart sank. He quickly asked, "Qingke, is there a change in the situation at the front line?" Li Tai took the paper with the translated report and stood up. With a solemn expression, he said, "Imperial Father, General Qin's army has already arrived at Puzhou. Just a moment ago, the scouts at the front sent news that the Turkic army of 50,000 is attacking Yanmen Pass. Yanmen Pass has been broken, and the armies of Yunzhou, Daizhou, Yuzhou, and Shuozhou have all moved to stop the Turkic army from continuing south." "What? The Turkic army of 50,000 broke through Yanmen Pass?" Li Er's expression changed. He rushed in front of Li Tai and asked, "Then what about Li Zishuan? Did he stop Wu Jie and take back the information about Yanhuang College?" Li Tai handed over the paper with both hands and said, replying to Father, "When Hao said that the situation at Yanmen Pass is still unknown. General Qin and his troops are marching through the night towards Yanmen Pass. They are estimated to arrive at Yanmen Pass in the middle of the night." When the provincial governors of the 4 provinces in the north found out that Yanmen Pass had been breached, they dispatched many messengers riding fast horses down south, telling the various provincial governments to make preparations to guard against the Tujue. Therefore, although the army led by Qin Xiong, Chang Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingda were still in Puzhou, the scouts they sent out were able to receive the news that Yanmen Pass had been breached in the north. "Good. Immediately send a message to Xu Bao. No matter what, we can't let the Turkic army receive Wu Jie and take the books out of Great Tang." Li Er's face was as calm as water as he nodded and ordered. Li Er wasn't worried about an army of 50,000 Turks entering the Great Tang. After 2 years of recuperation, the Great Tang could be considered a powerful army. It was impossible for a mere 100,000 Turks to reach Chang, and in the 9th year of Wuda to happen again. His main concern was that after receiving Wu Jie, the Turks would flee back to the steppe with the Academy's secrets. If that really happened, the Academy's secrets would truly be lost. "Yes, Father." Li Tai replied and quickly sat down beside the telegraph machine to continue sending messages. A few hundred li away from Changbaoding County in Puzhou, both sides of the official road were filled with soldiers. They were taking a temporary rest. "General Qin, His Majesty wants us to rush to Longmen Pass. We can't let the Turkic army meet up with Wu Jie and take the books out of Great Tang." Meng Wenhao took out a piece of paper and cupped his hands in front of Qin Xiong and Yuqi Gong. Qin Xiong couldn't help but nod. "His Majesty can also see that Wu Jie will definitely pass through Longmen Pass. Since that's the case, let's continue our march. We must reach Longmen Pass within 4 hours." Not only were Li Er, Li Jing, and the others able to predict that Wu Jie might encounter Li Zishuan at Dragon Gate Pass, Qin Xiong, Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others who had experienced hundreds of battles could also predict this. Therefore, the route of their army was very clear. After leaving Chang'an City, they went straight to Dragon Gate Pass, basically taking no detours. That's right. Military intelligence is like fire, and time waits for no one. "Come, pass on my order. All soldiers of the 3 armies are to immediately mount and continue marching." Yuqi Jingda shouted loudly, instructing. "Yes." A few moments later, the 10,000 elite soldiers mounted once more and galloped forward under Qin Xiong's lead. This time, Qin Xiong was leading all light cavalry, and their specialty was their mobility and speed. In addition, Meng Wenhao had followed the army to Zhengzhou and was quite proficient in riding. Otherwise, he would have suffered a lot on this expedition. Marquis's internal organs were injured, and then he forced himself to circulate his energy. This is damaging his vitality. This old man doesn't know martial arts, so I can only give Marquis a calming and nourishing medicine. As for when Marquis will wake up, that's hard to say. Longmen Pass. Inside the turret, 2 soldiers finally kidnapped a famous doctor from Longmen County to treat Li Zishuan. After the old doctor checked Li Zishuan's pulse, he couldn't help but shake his head with a heavy expression. What do you mean? Dr. Liu, aren't you the best doctor in Longmen County? Why can't you treat Marquis? One of the soldiers who brought the old doctor to Longmen Pass asked anxiously. The other 3 soldiers in the room also looked at Dr. Liu with red eyes. The white-bearded old man suddenly looked troubled. He sighed and said, I don't know martial arts and I'm only good at treating external injuries. However, Marquis has internal injuries and I can't do anything about it. Please find someone else. I'll give Marquis a prescription. Perhaps it can slightly reduce Marquis's injury. After that, he ignored the angry stares of the people in the room and started writing the prescription. No. You have to save Marquis. Marquis is a good person. Longmen County was also affected by the locust plague. If it weren't for His Highness Prince of Shu, who led Marquis Sky Pheasant Brigade to eliminate the locust plague, Longmen County would definitely be in famine this year. If you don't cure Marquis, how can you live with your conscience? A soldier with a big beard stood out and said unwillingly to the old man. In fact, not only did Li Ke's team eliminate the locust plague in Longmen County, but many counties in Bing Province also received the favor of Li Ku and Li Zishuan. Therefore, when they saw that Li Zishuan was unconscious, many soldiers who followed Li Zishuan to Longmen Pass were secretly anxious. They wished they could take his place. This was the will of the people. This was what it meant to be repaid with kindness. When the old man heard that, he couldn't help but pause. He slowly straightened his body and said with a pained expression, How can I not know that Marquis is a good person? How can I not know that the locust plague in Longmen County was eliminated because of Marquis Sky Pheasant Brigade? It's just that I really can't do anything. If possible, I'm willing to exchange my life for Marquis. But I can't. If you want Marquis to wake up as soon as possible, you have to find an inner force expert who is proficient in the art of healing. According to what I know, I'm afraid only Dr. Sun is qualified to do it. Dr. Sun? Dr. Sun should still be in Chang'an. How can he make it in time? The soldier with the big beard couldn't help but ask. Lieutenant Liu, this is bad. A large number of cavalrymen with torches have been spotted 20 miles to the north. They are rushing towards Longmen Pass. At this moment, a soldier ran in quickly and bowed to the bearded soldier with cupped fists. It turned out that this guy was a lieutenant of the Bing Province barracks. What? A large number of cavalrymen are approaching Longmen Pass? Are they soldiers from other places? The bearded lieutenant's eyes widened. His heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly changed his expression. I can't see clearly which place they are from, but their marching speed is very fast. It won't be long before they reach Longmen Pass. The soldier cupped his fists and replied. The bearded lieutenant's face darkened. He said, Let's go. Follow me to the city tower to take a look. Then, he remembered the white-haired old man beside him. He said, Dr. Liu, you don't have to worry. After you finish writing the prescription, someone will send you back to the county. Even if they are the enemy, they won't be able to hurt you. The old man shook his head and said calmly, Lieutenant Liu, you can go. I've lived to this age. What's there to be afraid of? The bearded lieutenant couldn't help but nod. He secretly thought that this old man was a good person. He must pay more for the consultation fee later. At that moment, the bearded lieutenant led 2 mansion soldiers out of the door. Chapter 1547. If the other party is really the Turkic army, how can the 1,000 soldiers here be their opponent? It's no secret that the Turkic state preceptor covets Marquis's knowledge. If he sees that Marquis is unconscious, not only will he take away all the books in Yanhuang College, he might even capture Marquis and bring him back to the Turkic Empire. At that time, Marquis will still not be able to escape death. After listening to Dr. Liu's words, the bearded lieutenant's eyes widened and he said anxiously. When Dr. Liu heard this, he suddenly had a difficult expression. Lieutenant Liu, Marquis's current situation is definitely not able to withstand the bumpy journey. This place is at least a dozen miles away from Longmin County. If you send Marquis back to the county if you go too fast, Marquis might directly lose his life on the way. If you go too slow, the Turkic army will most likely catch up with Marquis. The result is the same. This old man has said everything. As for how to decide, I ask Lieutenant Liu to think thrice before you act. I? The bearded lieutenant opened his mouth and was so anxious that he almost cursed. In this situation, if he stayed, he would definitely die. If he escaped, he would also definitely die. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a hopeless situation. What choice did you ask him to make? What thrice? Even if he thought 100 times, he still couldn't do it. In addition, not only did Li Zishuan have a high position and power, but he was also deeply loved by the people of the Tang Empire. When it came to the life and death of Li Zishuan, the bearded lieutenant really didn't dare to take the risk. Just think about it. If Li Zishuan died because of his wrong decision, not only would Li Er and the people of the world not forgive him, he wouldn't be able to get past himself. Therefore, at this time, the bearded lieutenant was hesitant. Speaking of which, if he had to risk his own life, he wouldn't hesitate to do it. He wasn't afraid of death. Lieutenant, this subordinate has a plan. Just when the bearded lieutenant was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, the soldier who came to report suddenly said, "Oh? What plan? Say it quickly. What time is it now? Bai Qi, you still want to keep me in suspense?" When the bearded lieutenant heard this, he resisted the urge to slap the back of the latter's head. Lieutenant, I just remembered." The soldier shrunk his neck and quickly said, "Lieutenant, there is a cellar under the Longmen Pass. We can hide Marquis in the cellar and send someone to look after him. This way, even if we all die in battle, the Turkic army might not be able to find Marquis." Cellar? There was a cellar under the Dragon Gate? Why didn't I know about it? The bearded lieutenant said in surprise. They were all soldiers from Bing Province's Zhichong House. They had never been to Longmen Pass before, so they naturally didn't know the specific situation here. The soldier named Bai Qi replied, "Lieutenant, my cousin used to be stationed at Longmen Pass. Of course I know the situation here. We can hide Marquis in the cellar. This way, the Turkic army won't find him and Marquis won't be injured. Furthermore, Provincial Governor Hong and Fang Kanjun led people to chase after Wu Jia. If those torches really belonged to the Turkic army, Kanjun and the others would definitely see them. They might even be rushing over to Longmen Pass right now. As long as we can hold on until Kanjun and the others return, we have hope of holding on until reinforcements from other places arrive." Hearing this, the bearded lieutenant couldn't help but nod and say, "Good. We will immediately move Marquis to the cellar. Remember, you are not allowed to mention this to anyone else. Violators will be punished according to military law." This matter concerned Li Zishuan's life, so the bearded lieutenant had to be careful. He felt that the fewer people who knew about Li Zishuan's hiding place, the better. It wasn't that he didn't trust the other soldiers outside, but he was worried that some people would be threatened by the Turkic army and be forced to reveal Li Zishuan's whereabouts. Hiding Marquis in the cellar isn't a bad idea. This old man is willing to stay in the cellar and take care of Marquis. At this time, Dr. Liu said. Previously, he had planned to write 2 prescriptions for Li Zishuan to ease his injuries, but with the army at the border, even if he wrote the prescriptions, he wouldn't have time to get the medicine. Instead, he might as well stay by Li Zishuan's side. If anything happened, he would be able to treat him immediately. The bearded lieutenant couldn't help but look at Dr. Liu in surprise. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Dr. Liu, I Liu Xianda won't hide it from you. Tonight, Longmen Pass is likely to be flooded with blood. Are you sure you want to stay?" Dr. Liu waved his hand and said, "How could this old man not know this? But Marquis's life is in danger. If this old man abandons him, not only will I be a doctor in vain, I will also be a human. Anyway, this old man is already so old. If the Turkic army wants to kill me, then kill me. If this old man can save Marquis's life, this old man will have no regrets." When Lieutenant Liu Xianda heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly moved. He solemnly bowed to Dr. Liu and said, "Dr. Liu is benevolent and righteous. If this old man is lucky enough to survive this battle, He will definitely repay today's kindness in the future. Dr. Lu saved Li Zishuan, which was a disguised redemption for him. Of course, he was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Lieutenant Lu is too polite. This is what I should do, Dr. Lu said as he cupped his hands in return. Lu Xianda nodded and no longer talked nonsense. Several people carefully helped Li Zishuan up from the bed and prepared to send him to the cellar. Lieutenant, these books from Yanhuang College, should we also move them to the cellar? Sergeant Li Zishuan followed behind them. At this time, he glanced at the pile of books on the square table in the room. They were the books that Li Zishuan had taken from Wu Jia. He quickly asked. Lu Xianda's figure paused and said with a serious expression, "Move. Of course we have to move them. These precious books from Yanhuang College must not be taken away by the Turks." In fact, Lu Xianda wanted to burn all these books because burning them was the safest way. However, without Li Zishuan's permission, he didn't have the courage to burn these books. "Yes, Lieutenant. Lieutenant, the Turks are here." After about 15 minutes, Lu Xianda stood on the tower again. The torches in the north were less than 3 miles away from Longmen Pass. Lu Xianda's eyes narrowed. He turned around and looked at the more than 1,000 soldiers behind him and shouted, "Everyone listen to me. Tonight we will defend Longmen Pass with our lives. We are not fighting alone. As long as we can hold on for a few minutes, our reinforcements will arrive. At that time, everyone will have a share of the credit for defending Longmen Pass." 1,000 soldiers against at least 30 to 40,000 soldiers would definitely be weaker. In order to stabilize the soldiers' morale, Lu Xianda could only say so. In fact, he didn't even know if there would be reinforcements. "Yes, we will defend Longmen Pass with our lives." The soldiers didn't know this. When they heard Lu Xianda's solemn vow, they all responded with vigor. "Lieutenant, look. Are those Adjunct Fang's men?" Bai Qi pointed to the northeast and shouted. Lu Xianda quickly turned around and took a closer look. He saw a black torrent about a mile away from the Dragon Gate. It was rushing toward the Dragon Gate at a high speed. They were too far away and this group of people didn't have any torches. Therefore, they didn't notice that there was an army in front of the Torch Army. "It's Adjunct Fang. It must be them." Adjunct Fang and Provincial Governor Hong are very familiar with this official road. They can march with a little moonlight, but the Turks are definitely not like them. Therefore, this group of people must be Adjunct Fang and his men. Lu Xianda said excitedly. Bang bang bang. As the army continued to approach, it didn't take long for some sharp-eyed soldiers to see the appearances of some of the people in the army under the faint moonlight. Someone cheered, "Adjunct Fang! It's Adjunct Fang! Adjunct Fang is back! Longmen Pass is saved! Open the city gate." Lu Xianda also saw it clearly at this time and ordered decisively. Yes. Soon, 2 soldiers bowed and ran down the city tower to open the city gate. Bang bang bang. After a while, the army finally arrived at Longmen Pass. Seeing the city gate open, they galloped into the pass without hesitation. "Quick! Close the city gate. The Turk army is coming this way." The leader of the army was indeed Fang Gongting. Seeing that everyone had entered the pass, Fang Gongting shouted anxiously, "Creak!" Naturally, there were soldiers who went to close the city gate. Lu Xianda went up and bowed to Fang Gongting and Hong Wenxing. Then he asked, "Adjunct Fang, why are you back? Let's talk at the side." Fang Gongting wiped away his sweat and began to walk up the stairs. As he walked, he said, "Adjunct Fang and I followed Wu Jia. Governor Hong and I pursued Wu Jia the entire way, but we didn't expect that just as we were about to reach Mado Pass, we would discover that the Turkic army was fighting with the soldiers of the Bing province barracks. I originally wanted to go to their aid, but by the time we arrived, the battle was already nearing its end. Moreover, not long after, Wu Jia and that Turkic general mounted their horses and prepared to continue south. Governor Hong and I immediately ordered the army to turn around and return as quickly as possible. So that's how it was." Hearing this, Lu Xianda nodded thoughtfully. Fang Gongting hesitated for a few moments before continuing. "I also heard some bad news. Yanmen Pass has been breached and Commandant Su has most likely been killed." "What? Yanmen Pass has been breached?" When Lu Xianda heard this, his face was filled with shock. Fong Gongting, his face sorrowful, nodded and softly said, it was breached tonight. Lu Xianda was dumbfounded. Hong Wenqing asked, how are Marquis injuries? Where are they now? Lu Xianda frowned and thought for a moment before replying. Marquis is seriously injured and unconscious. This general has already invited the best doctor in Longmen County to treat him. However, Marquis injuries are mainly internal, so the doctor can't do anything about it. He can only temporarily alleviate Marquis pain. Marquis can't be shaken right now. To prevent any accidents, I have already sent Marquis to a quiet place nearby. Once the Turkic army is fended off, we will invite famous doctors to treat Marquis. Hong Wenqing's expression turned solemn as he muttered. His injuries are actually so serious? It seems that we have to win this battle. Oh. Chapter 1548. Arrows shot out, logs and stones tumbled down, and the area in front of Longmen Pass quickly turned into a scene of carnage. Hundreds and thousands of Turkic soldiers fell at the foot of the gate tower. The sounds of charging and miserable howls mixed together, and the originally quiet night sky was no longer peaceful. In a village near Longmen Pass, the villagers who were sleeping soundly were woken up by the loud battle cries. They went out and saw flames in the direction of Longmen Pass. They panicked. There's a battle. There's a battle at Longmen Pass. Are the Turks here? Quick! Mother of the children, quickly take the children out and escape to the county. Master, are you crazy? Longmen County's gate is already closed. What's the point of us escaping there? Then let's escape to the mountains. Otherwise, when the Turks enter the village, they'll definitely capture us and send us to the grassland to work as laborers. You Dazhuang, what are you waiting for? There's a battle at Longmen Pass. Grab your weapons and go help out at Longmen Pass. Ah, Li Zheng, you want to go to Longmen Pass? What if the Turks are attacking Longmen Pass? Turks? If they're Turks, we have to go. Do you know who the general guarding Longmen Pass is? It's Marking. Who was the one who saved our village? It's Marquis Sky Rooster Brigade. If you don't help Marquis today, I'll see if you can live with your conscience. What? Marquis is at Longmen Pass? How is that possible? Why not? Rengue went hunting in the mountains today and met Marquis on the way. Marquis was leading an army to enter Longmen Pass. Now that someone is attacking Longmen Pass, Marquis must be in danger. If you're a man, grab your weapons and follow me to help Marquis. As for the women and children, run to Yamacho to hide. Sai, isn't that Rengue? Rengue, where are you going? Wait for us to go together. Xiu Village. This was Shui Rengue's hometown. Longmen County Xiu Village in Jiang Province. Shui Rengue had long heard the battle cries from afar. At this moment, he had already carried his bow, feather arrows, and Modeo on his back and walked quickly towards the village entrance. Hearing someone calling him, he stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the burly man. He replied, Gao Lijing, I'm going to Longmen Pass to take a look. Tell the villagers to bring along hunting bows if they have one. It's the best thing to use to defend the city. Besides, Uncle Yu with Marquis around, the Longmen Pass won't be breached. The army from the county will be here soon. You don't have to rush Aunt Yu and the rest into the mountains. It's not safe in the mountains at this time of the night. After saying that, Shui Rengue did not care about what the two of them thought. He immediately turned around and rushed towards the Dragon Gate. Sai, Rengue, just you wait, be careful. The big man surnamed Gao stood on his tiptoes and looked at Shui Rengue's back anxiously. Seeing that Shui Rengue had run far away, he helplessly turned around and said, Did you hear that, you Dazhuang? Quickly grab your weapons and call the rest of the villagers. Follow me to save Marquis. Let the women and children in the village hide at home. Don't go to the mountains. What if they encounter a pack of wolves? Quick! Yu Dazhuang had already woken up. He quickly replied, Okay, Li Zheng. I'll go inform the rest of the villagers. The children's mother, take the children and hide at home. Don't come out. I'll be back soon with Li Zheng. After saying that, Yu Dazhuang quickly walked towards a small courtyard of a farmer's house in the east. If Li Zishuan was not at Longmen Pass, Yu Dazhuang would never have the guts to fight with the Turkic army. Now, no matter how brave the Turkic people were, He had to go because Li Zishuan was the benefactor of the entire Longmen County. He had to repay him for saving his life. Moreover, if they could block the Turkic army outside Longmen Pass, they would have saved his family. The woman behind him shouted worriedly, "Husband, you have to be careful." Because many villagers had already been awakened by the battle cries in the direction of Longmen Pass, it didn't take long for 40 to 50 youths with wooden bows, sickles, and shovels to gather at the entrance of Xiu village. Under the leadership of Gao Lizheng, this small group quickly headed towards Longmen Pass. Moreover, the other villagers of Xiu village were also informing the other villages. It wouldn't be long before the other villages also sent a group of youths to support Longmen Pass. I didn't expect the Tang army to prepare rolling stones and logs in advance. We can't go on like this. The Tang army behind us is about to arrive. I wonder if the state teacher has a good idea? In front of Longmen Pass, under the Turkic army's flag, Ashina Shi-er turned his head and asked Wu Jie. At this moment, Wu Jie was sitting cross-legged on his horse with his eyes closed, seizing the time to recover his internal strength. After all, a great grandmaster was also a human. From last night until now, not only did he not sleep for a moment, he also fought with several experts and thousands of Tang soldiers. Whether it was internal strength or mental strength, he had consumed a lot. If it was any other person, they definitely wouldn't be able to last until now. Hearing Ashina Shi-er's question, Wu Jie opened his eyes and said, "The Tang army has been guarding the gate for so long, but Li Zishuan hasn't come out. This means that Li Zishuan has completely lost his ability to fight. In the Tang army, there are no experts who can fight against this state teacher. At this moment I have recovered 60% of my strength. Perhaps I can help you break the gate." Wu Jie understood Ashina Shi-er's meaning. He was now the strongest person in the Turkic army. In this battle of life and death he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Besides, now that Longmen Pass didn't have the little monster Li Zishuan as a threat, he could be even more unscrupulous. Hearing this, Ashina Shi-er's face lit up with excitement. He laughed heartily and said, "With state teacher's words, this general can rest assured. After we take back the books of Yanhuang College and kidnap the Marquis of Yong, Ashina Shi-er will definitely ask the Khan for a reward for state teacher." Wu Jie didn't respond. He changed from sitting cross-legged on his horse to riding. No one could see his face under the black robe, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry at this moment. A moment later, he stretched out his hand and said in a hoarse voice, "Bring this state teacher's mace over." Previously, he had been sitting cross-legged on his horse to heal, so he naturally didn't carry the heavy mace on his back. Although he didn't care about the weight, it would inevitably affect his healing. Yes. The two Turkic soldiers carried Wu Jie's mace over, and from their expressions, it was clear that this mace was extremely heavy, at least 100 or 200 jin. But Wu Jie stretched out his arm and easily grabbed the mace. Then he lightly said, "This state teacher will go and break the gate. You take the elite wolf cavalry and follow behind." His tone didn't allow anyone to object. Clearly, he was the one who had the final say here. Ashina Shi-er's face didn't show any displeasure. Instead, he respectfully cupped his fists and said, "State teacher can rest assured. This general will definitely not fall behind." Wu Jie imperceptibly nodded. Then he stroked the mane of his warhorse and muttered meaningfully, "What a pity for such a good horse." Saying so, he no longer hesitated. He kicked the horse's belly and shouted, "Hiya! Pung pung pung." Soon Wu Jie's warhorse began to crazily accelerate, becoming faster and faster until it couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. The Turkic soldiers in front of Wu Jie, who were attacking the gate, were all sent flying by his warhorse. Wu Jie rode alone, wielding his mace like an unparalleled war god, rapidly charging towards the gate. It's Wu Jie. What does he want to do? On the city gate tower, Lu Xianda quickly noticed Wu Jie charging out of the Turkic army, and was somewhat surprised and puzzled. Standing next to him, Fang Gongting took a closer look and suddenly paled. He wants to break the gate quick. Everyone quickly fire arrows in that direction. The Dragon Gate Pass was different from the Yinmen Pass. The walls here were much wider, with a width of nearly 300 feet. It was more than enough to accommodate 1,000 or 2,000 archers standing in 2 rows. Under Lu Xianda's command, the first batch of archers on the gate tower changed their target, shooting in Wu Jie's direction. Afterwards, the first row of archers crouched down to reload their arrows, while the second row of archers continued to shoot in Wu Jie's direction. Xiu xiu xiu. A sky full of arrows rained down on Wu Jie, but Wu Jie showed no fear. He didn't slow down his horse at all. With one hand holding the reins and the other holding the mace, he waved it in front of him. The powerful true qi in his body spread out through the mace, quickly forming a true qi cover in front of him. All the arrows that came within 3 feet of him were all sent flying. In this way, the Turkic soldiers around Wu Jie were completely out of luck. Wu Jie could block the sky full of arrows, but they couldn't. After 3 volleys of arrows, there wasn't a single Turkic soldier standing next to Wu Jie. Of course, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Wu Jie, because this meant that there was no one in front of him to block his path. Thus, his warhorse once again sped up, leaving behind no one in the dust. 50 zhang, 40 zhang, 30 zhang, 20 zhang. In the blink of an eye, Wu Jie was only 20 zhang away from the gate. On the city gate tower, Hong Wenqing and Fang Gongting saw Wu Jie's brave and invincible stance and couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. Facing a martial grandmaster-level Turkic wolf cavalry as the vanguard, defending the city had become very difficult. They were already in a weak position, and with the addition of a martial grandmaster-level Wu Jie, they were even more powerless. This was somewhat similar to the words Xiang Yu had said when he committed suicide in the Wu River. Now that I am trapped here, the death of the heavens is not my fault. Not my fault. If the Dragon Gate really fell tonight, it wouldn't be because there was a problem with their command, but rather because Wu Jie's personal strength was too strong. One man could fight against 1,000 soldiers. On top of the city gate tower, the archers were frantically firing arrows in Wu Jie's direction, but none of them seemed to be of any use. The rain of arrows didn't seem to be able to harm Wu Jie in the slightest. When he was about 15 meters away from the city gate, Wu Jie slapped his horse's back and leapt off. Taking advantage of the super speed he had gained from riding his horse, Wu Jie kicked his horse's head with all his might, gaining another burst of speed. Grabbing his mace, he flew towards the city gate at an even faster speed. The warhorse was hit by Wu Jie's kick in the air and immediately let out a mournful whine, blood gushing out of its head as it collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Wu Jie was still in the air, swinging his mace to block the incoming arrows while secretly accumulating his strength. Once he reached the gate, he would use his strongest attack and blow the gate open. At this moment, a young man climbed up the stairs from the side of the city gate tower. The soldiers who saw him were stunned at first, but quickly stepped forward to stop him. However, the young man didn't have time to explain and directly jumped up, stepping on the shoulders of the soldiers, and quickly flew towards the edge of the city wall. After seeing Wu Jie rapidly approaching, the young man didn't hesitate. While in the air, he knocked an arrow and aimed at Wu Jie. Xiu xiu xiu. The youth shot out like a bolt of lightning, releasing 3 arrows in quick succession. Bolstered by the youth's true qi, the 3 arrows flew towards Wu Jie's chest and ribs in a triangular formation. The speed of the arrows was so fast that they actually created 3 sonic booms as they flew through the air. Wu Jie, who was flying towards the gate, suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Looking up, he saw 3 arrows flying towards him at an extraordinary speed. Danger! These 3 arrows had the ability to pierce through his true qi defense. Almost in an instant, Wu Jie made such a judgment in his heart. Thus, he quickly raised his mace and swung it in the direction of the 3 arrows. Ding ding ding! The 3 arrows collided with Wu Jie's mace one after another, but in the end, the 3 ants were unable to shake the elephant. Wu Jie wasn't injured by the young man's 3 arrows, but because he had to block the 3 arrows, his speed had slowed down a notch. However, he still had to break through the Dragon Gate tonight. Wu Jie faintly glanced in the direction of the young man's battle, then ignored him and continued to fly towards the city gate. Because after a few more meters, because of the angle, the people on the city wall wouldn't be able to shoot arrows at him. At that time, he would be able to use the strength he had accumulated for so long to break through the gate. Xuerungue? You're the Xuerungue who hunted in the mountains during the day? The sudden appearance of the 3 arrows not only disrupted Wu Jie's rhythm, but also shocked Fang Gongting and Lu Xianda, who were commanding the battle from the city tower. During the day when the army had been marching, Li Zishuan had greatly praised Shui Rengui's archery skills. At that time all of them had been present. Now seeing Shui Rengui suddenly climb up the city tower and decisively shoot arrows at Wu Jie, Fang Gongting and Lu Xianda were both surprised and stunned. Two generals, where is Marquis? Shui Rengui didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with the two of them. Once again he knocked another arrow and aimed at Wu Jie, instantly releasing another 3 arrows. After that, he let out a sigh of relief, not bothering to look at the results. He directly asked Fang Gongting and Lu Xianda. Oh. Chapter 1549. Shui Rengui was only at the peak of Qi transforming stage, so he knew that even if he was skilled in archery, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the black-robed, mace-wielding Turkic master. According to his estimation, this person was at least at the peak of martial scholar realm, and only Li Zishuan had a chance of stopping him, which was why he asked. Marquis is seriously injured and unconscious. He is currently recuperating in a quiet place. Lu Xianda replied in a low voice. Shui Rengui's heart sank. On one hand, he was worried about Li Zishuan's injuries, but on the other hand, he was worried about the city's defense. Obviously, he didn't think that this seemingly tall and heavy city gate could withstand Wu Jie's full-force attack. Below the city gate tower, Wu Jie once again deflected Shui Rengui's 3 arrows, and although his speed was a bit slower, he was already within 5 zhang of the city gate. From this position, it would be very difficult for the archers on the city gate tower to hit him. 5 zhang, 4 zhang, 3 zhang, 2 zhang, 1 zhang. In just a few breaths of time, Wu Jie finally arrived in front of the city gate. The majestic true qi that had been accumulating in his arms suddenly erupted, and the mace once again flashed with lightning. Wu Jie gripped the end of the mace with both hands, raised it above his head, and with his previous speed, swung it down at the city gate. Pong! The mace collided with the thick iron gate, creating a deafening sound that seemed to pierce through the night sky. At the same time, a powerful recoil was transmitted through the mace to Wu Jie, sending him flying backwards. On the city gate tower, Shui Rengui, Hong Wenqing, Fang Gongting, Lu Xianda, and the others only felt the tower shake under their feet, and the sound of the collision almost pierced their eardrums. Those with weaker cultivation couldn't help but cover their ears, but many of them were bleeding from the corners of their mouths. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Wu Jie's full-force attack was. However, this wasn't important. The most important thing right now was the situation of the city gate. If the city gate was broken, then the Tang army on the city wall would face the merciless slaughter of the Turkic wolf cavalry. On the other hand, if the city gate wasn't broken, Fang Gongting, Hong Wenqing, and the others could hold on until reinforcements arrived. Damn it! Which little brat dares to ruin this imperial teacher's plans? The first person to see the situation of the city gate was none other than Wu Jie. Wu Jie was sent flying back over 200 meters by the powerful rebound force from the city gate, barely managing to stabilize himself. After all, the effective force was reciprocal. No matter how much force his mace exerted on the city gate would reflect the same amount of force back to him. After Wu Jie stabilized himself, he saw that the dragon gate was on the verge of collapsing, but it hadn't completely collapsed. Wu Jie couldn't help glancing over at Shui Rengui with an ugly expression as he muttered under his breath. According to Wu Jie's previous charging speed, this mace infused with all his true qi should have been able to break open the dragon gate without a problem. However, Shui Rengui's consecutive 3 arrows had slowed down his speed by 20%, so the impact of the mace was naturally weakened by 20%. Therefore, although the dragon gate was on the verge of collapse, it hadn't collapsed yet. If it weren't for Shui Rengui's sudden appearance, the dragon gate really might have been blown open by Wu Jie's mace. It's not broken. Join the army, the gate hasn't been broken. In the Tang army camp, a soldier quickly went down to check the situation of the city gate. When he found that the gate hadn't been broken, he quickly went up the tower to report to Fang Gongting and Hong Wenqing. It hasn't been broken, that's good. Fang Gongting nodded happily. Wu Jie's mace had left a lingering fear in his heart. At that time he could feel the city wall under his feet shaking. Now that he knew the gate hadn't been broken, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the next words of the messenger soldier made Fang Gongting unhappy. Join the army, the gate is shaking. I don't think it can withstand Wu Jie's second attack. What? Fang Gongting almost vomited blood. After a moment of depression, he quickly ordered, "Quick! Send people to reinforce the gate. Pile up all the heavy objects behind the gate. We can't let Wu Jie break it." "Yes, join the army." The messenger soldier cupped his fists and turned to leave. "Marquis, if you're fine, how could those Turks be so arrogant in my Tang Empire? Please get better quickly, nothing must happen to you." On the other side, in the cellar below the Longmen Pass, Dr. Liu also heard the deafening sound of Wu Jie's mace breaking the gate. He got up and looked at Li Zishuan, who was lying on the straw couch with his eyes closed, and anxiously muttered to himself. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was worried that after the Turks broke the gate, not only would they kill and loot the nearby villages, causing great suffering, he was also worried that the Turks would carry out a carpet search to find this place and capture Li Zishuan. At this time, Li Zishuan could be said to be powerless. If he was found by the Turks, he wouldn't have the slightest ability to resist. Thus, Dr. Liu was secretly worried. As for Li Zishuan at this time, his situation wasn't very good. During the battle with Wu Jie, his body had undergone a strange change, and in a very short time, he had recovered 60% of his true qi. However, this was only the recovery of his true qi, and the injuries caused by Wu Jie's powerful lightning energy had not healed. Moreover, when he used the origin returning sword on Wu Jie, not only had he exhausted the little bit of true qi he had just recovered, he had also aggravated his internal injuries. Because of Wu Jie's powerful true qi, Yang Kai's internal organs had been displaced, and the residual lightning energy in his meridians had taken advantage of the opportunity to wreak havoc in his meridians, causing his current situation to become even worse. The strand of spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body was no longer able to create a miracle. Instead, it had completely quieted down and did not move at all. However, Li Zishuan wasn't completely unconscious. He could hear the situation outside, but he couldn't open his eyes or mouth. He was like a living dead with only a little bit of consciousness left. Li Zishuan knew that the Turks were attacking the Dragon Gate, and he also knew that the Dragon Gate wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. He knew all of this and he was very anxious in his heart, but he couldn't do anything. He used all of his strength, but he couldn't even move a finger, let alone open his eyes or get out of bed to fight. At this time, if only Sun Simiao was here. Because Old Sun was not only a divine doctor, but also had a pure Taoist qi in his body, which was extremely beneficial for healing his internal injuries. Not good. Wu Jie is coming again. On the city gate tower, Xuerengui's face changed, and he anxiously shouted. It was Wu Jie, who was below the city gate tower, who had mounted a war horse and was planning to use the same trick to attack the city gate again. Release the arrows. Quickly release the arrows. Prepare the rolling stones and logs. As soon as Wu Jie gets close to the city gate, push them down. Fang Gongting's face suddenly became extremely ugly. The Dragon Gate was already on the verge of collapse after Wu Jie's first attack. If Wu Jie knocked it down a second time, how could the gate withstand it? Yes, join the army. Wu Jie's bravery also made the soldiers on the city gate tower a little scared. But they were all soldiers, and they had an innate instinct to obey orders. Hearing Fang Gongting's order, everyone braced themselves, overcame the fear in their hearts, and rushed towards Wu Jie's direction, drawing their bows and launching another attack. Xuerengui also didn't stay idle. He once again raised the big iron bow in his hand, knocked an arrow, and directly pulled the bowstring. With a xiao sound, an arrow whistled through the air and flew towards Wu Jie. Xuerengui didn't stop, and continued to knocking the bowstring, drawing the bow, and shooting. All of these movements were done in one breath, and only after shooting 3 arrows in succession did he stop for a moment and take a deep breath. Although these 3 arrows seemed easy to shoot, only he knew how much true qi it took for a qi transformation junior like him to shoot these 3 arrows. He felt that he could shoot 3 more arrows at most before exhausting his true qi. Below the city gate tower, Wu Jie easily used his mace to deflect Xuerengui's 3 arrows, and although his speed was a little slower, he was only 10 meters away from the city gate. From this position, if he took another 2 steps forward, the people on the city gate tower wouldn't be able to shoot him. Xuerengui took a deep breath and leaped onto the wall of the city gate tower. His body was slightly tilted towards the outside of the city, and it looked like he would fall off the city gate tower at any moment. Fang Gongting and the prefecture soldiers on the city gate tower saw this and their hearts were in their throats. They were afraid that Xuerengui would lose his balance and fall off. If he fell, no one would be able to save him. It would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Xuerengui calmed his mind, and after adjusting his body's center of gravity, he knocked an arrow on his bow and concentrated his true qi into his palm. Unlike before, this time he was going to shoot 3 arrows at the same time. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the rapidly flying Wu Jie. At the same time, he had already calculated in his mind where Wu Jie would be when the arrow reached him. Xuerengui had condensed all of his essence, energy and spirit into these 3 arrows. They were also the 3 strongest arrows he had ever shot in his life. Xiao xiao xiao. Just as the big iron bow was fully drawn, Xuerengui finally released the bowstring, and the 3 arrows shot out like streaks of light, arriving in front of Wu Jie in the blink of an eye. At this time, if Wu Jie were to rely on his hearing to block Xuerengui's 3 arrows, he would definitely be hit, because Xuerengui's 3 arrows had already surpassed the speed of sound, and by the time Wu Jie heard the sound, the arrows had already reached his body. However, Wu Jie was a martial grandmaster, and his perception of danger was far more sensitive than ordinary people. When the 3 arrows left the bowstring, Wu Jie had already felt a sense of crisis, so by the time the arrows arrived in front of him, Wu Jie had already raised his mace to block Xuerengui's 3 arrows. Ding ding ding! Another 3 arrows struck the mace, but unlike before, in order to block Xuerengui's 3 arrows, Wu Jie's speed had decreased by 20%. However, for the city gate that was on the verge of collapse, this speed was more than enough. When the time comes, I'll capture that annoying little guy on the city wall and bring him back to the Turks. Wu Jie secretly thought to himself. Sneaking into Great Tang this time had given him a big shock. He hadn't expected there to be so many experts in the Central Plains, especially the younger generation of Great Tang such as Dugu Xian, Dugu Fang, Yuqi Baolin, Li Zishuan, Xuerengui, and many others. The dynasties of the Central Plains were full of talents, and the Turks were far from being able to compare. Although Wu Jie thought this strangely, he didn't feel the slightest bit of sadness or worry. This was truly not in line with his status as the Turkic imperial teacher. All soldiers, hear my order. Once the city gate is broken, immediately charge in. Seeing Wu Jie's invincible bravery, Ashina Shur was overjoyed. At this time, he pulled out the scimitar at his waist and loudly shouted, "Yes!" The morale of the Turkic army soared, and they all shouted in response. On the other hand, the Tang army. "Generals, please order all soldiers to go down and meet the enemy. This Xue has done his best." Xuerengui's face was pale as he retreated from the city wall, and spoke to Fang Gongting and Hong Wenxing with a heavy expression. Everyone understood what he meant, and they all knew that Longmen Pass would not be able to withstand Wu Jie's second attack. Fang Gongting's expression was grave as he loudly shouted, "All soldiers, hear my order. Go down the city wall and fight to the death with the Turks. Tonight, we swear to defend Longmen Pass to the death. Fight to the death. Defend Longmen Pass to the death. Fight to the death. Defend Longmen Pass to the death." The Tang army on the city wall began to move, and a solemn atmosphere quickly filled the entire Longmen Pass. The Tang people loved to fight, and they were not afraid of battle. In order to protect their home, they were willing to give up everything. On the other side, Wu Jie's mace was already within 5 zhang of the city gate. In the blink of an eye, he would be able to hit the city gate again. Dogs really can't change their habits. Have you all forgotten the boulder at the edge of the Een Mountain? But at this moment, an unusually loud and angry roar suddenly came from the night sky. Immediately after, a long sword with a cold gleam rapidly spiraled down from the sky, heading straight for Wu Jie's next position. Hu. The cold gleam of the long sword whistled through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Wu Jie. The bone-chilling cold and powerful true qi coming from the long sword caused Wu Jie's expression to change. He didn't dare to recklessly receive this sword. Retreat. Wu Jie quickly fell down, using his mace to stop himself from moving forward, and then directly retreated. That long sword, on the other hand, had directly sunk 1 foot into the ground. The surrounding corpses, grass, and rocks were all blown away. The area within a radius of 3 feet around the longsword had turned into an empty space that couldn't be any cleaner. Subsequently, a young man with long hair, dressed in a white robe, and carrying a sword case on his back lightly descended from the sky, and he just so happened to land within a radius of 1 meter. His posture was elegant, but his aura was extremely cold and arrogant. Chapter 1550. The bright moon of the Qin and Han dynasties had yet to return from their long march. But with Long Chengfei here, no who would be allowed to cross the Yin Mountain. Ever since the Qin and Han dynasties, the Yin Mountain had never stopped fighting. There had always been disputes between the Han and Hu people, as well as grudges and grudges. At the end of the Sui dynasty, a major event happened here that shook the world. An old man in a green Taoist robe killed more than 200 Turkic wolf riders, who were famous in the world and had been raiding a village to the south of the Yin Mountain. Then, he piled the rolling heads on the border between the grassland and the Yin Mountain and built a temple. He also erected a stone tablet with a cross written on it. Those who offend the Central Plains will be killed, no matter how far away they are. Ling Su. Spiritual Master Ling Su's terrifying battle prowess was undoubtedly a great psychological deterrent to the Turks. Although the Turks had a large army, no one could guarantee that they would never be left alone. Thus, ever since then, although the Turks would occasionally go south to take advantage of the situation, they no longer dared to massacre villages and cities like before. This was because they were afraid that their heads would fall on that Jingguan temple. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye more than 10 years had passed. Now that someone mentioned the massacre at the Yin Mountain, the Turkic soldiers thought of the past and felt a chill in their hearts. Ashina Shirchu rode his horse forward and stared at the white-clothed man with a dark expression. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" On the city gate tower, the Tang soldiers who had originally planned to go down and fight to the death with the Turkic army suddenly saw a young man descend from the sky and beat back the arrogant and invincible Turkic state teacher Wu Jie with a single sword. In their despairing and tragic hearts, a glimmer of hope instantly rose. They all stopped and looked at the white-clothed man who was facing off against the Turkic army. Facing Ashina Shirchu, the white-clothed man was not afraid. Perhaps he did not put Ashina Shirchu in his eyes from the beginning to the end. He unhurriedly pulled out the long sword that was stabbed into the ground. Then, he reached into his bosom with his left hand and took out a navy blue handkerchief. He actually wiped the sword in front of Ashina's serpent. "You!" Ashina Shirchu's expression changed slightly. Although his status in the Turkic Empire was not as high as Wu Jie's, he was still the man of the Turkic Khagan. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Seeing that the white-clothed man was ignoring him and wiping his sword, Ashina Shirchu almost couldn't help but go berserk. Fortunately, reason prevailed over impulse, and Ashina Shirchu did not directly draw his sword at the white-clothed man. Otherwise, his head would have been separated from his body. Since the white-clothed man could force Wu Jie to retreat, it was not to say that his strength was higher than Wu Jie's, but it was not much lower. With this kind of strength, if Ashina Shirchu rashly faced him, he would definitely be defeated. Just as Ashina Shirchu was about to explode in anger, Wu Jie finally walked over. Stepping forward, he invisibly blocked Ashina Shirchu behind him. No one knew what expression was on the face hidden under the black robe, but they could tell that Wu Jie's eyes were now fixed on the white-clothed man. After staring at him for a long time, the white-clothed man finally wiped the dirt off his sword. The long sword reflected the moonlight and gave off a cold light, faintly giving people the illusion that the moonlight was like water, and so was the sword. Seeing the white-clothed man put away the handkerchief, Wu Jie finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "Not yet a great grandmaster, you are inferior to me." Having his cultivation seen through by Wu Jie at a glance, the white-clothed man did not show the slightest surprise on his face. Instead, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "So what? Who is strong and who is weak, who wins and who loses, we will know once we fight." His voice carried a trace of coldness and arrogance, but it was also full of magnetism. If any of the modern star-chasing girls were here at this moment, they would probably be screaming madly, "Let's fight and we will know." Even if he knew that his cultivation was not as good as Wu Jie's, the white-clothed man was not afraid to fight, and from his words one could even hear a faint trace of excitement, as if he couldn't wait to fight Wu Jie. His tone was relaxed and indifferent, his posture confident and relaxed, The white-clothed man was like a celestial being from the heavens, confident and proud, able to block soldiers, block water, whatever the world threw at him. He feared nothing. This imperial tutor has never fought with nameless people. Who are you? Being provoked by the white-clothed man like this, Wu Jie was a little annoyed. He was also a very proud person. How could he allow others to act so wildly above his head? Although he knew that his true qi was only at 50 to 60% of his peak state, he still had to stand, and he believed that he could defeat this arrogant junior in front of him. Humph! If you want to fight, then let's fight. The dignified imperial tutor actually dares to speak so much nonsense. The white-clothed man waved his sword in his right hand, then proudly looked at Wu Jie and said, "The one who injured you today is Dragon Tiger Mountain Xianqing. Dragon Tiger Mountain Xianqing." These 5 short words were spoken sonorously, and although his voice was not loud, it reached everyone's ears. Xianqing. It's Dragon Tiger Mountain's Taoist Xianqing. On the city gate tower, Shuirengui, Fang Gongting, Hong Wenxing, and the others all stared in shock, their faces filled with disbelief, but this was quickly followed by ecstasy. Hearing this, Wu Jie remained silent, not showing any exaggerated reaction. On the other hand, Ashinashi's heir Chu couldn't help taking 2 steps back after hearing the white-clothed man's identity. "You're from Longhu Mountain? What is your relationship with Ling Su?" When the white-clothed man appeared, he said, "Have you all forgotten the stone tablet at the foot of Yin Mountain?" Now that he said he came from Mount Longhu, Ashinashi's heir Chu subconsciously thought of spiritual master Ling Su, who had already passed away. "Ha! You still remember my senior brother. Since that is the case, why did you invade the Central Plains again today? Do you want to be buried here?" This time, the white-clothed man did not ignore Ashinashi Chu, but looked at him lightly, then sneered. "Senior brother? You are Ling Su's junior brother?" Ashinashi Chu was stunned. Shuirengui, Fang Gongting, and the others had heard of Xianqing's name, but as a Turkic, Ashinashi Chu had never heard of it before. Now that he heard that Xianqing was Ling Su's junior brother, how could he not be surprised? Good. Back then, this master had no chance to fight with Ling Su, but today I will see how much skill his junior brother has. Wu Jie now thoroughly understood the white-clothed man's identity and couldn't help laughing. Originally, it was supposed to be a hearty laugh, but because Wu Jie's voice was hoarse, it made everyone who heard it feel a chill run down their spines. Thunder Overlord Mace. Without waiting for Xianqing to respond, Wu Jie leapt into the air, raised his mace with both hands, and smashed it down towards Xianqing's head. 9 Taishan swords. First form, Ride the Wind. Riding the wind to the 9 heavens. Facing Wu Jie's overbearing strike, Xianqing didn't show the slightest fear, raising his sword and leaping into the air. At the same time, an extremely pure sword intent burst out from his body, causing the soldiers closest to Xianqing to feel like their minds were filled with images of blades and swords. Both were 9 Taishan swords, and both were the first form of the 9 Taishan swords, but Xianqing's Ride the Wind, whether in terms of power or momentum, was far stronger than Li Zishuan's. This was the real 9 Taishan swords. Xianqing wielded his sword and pointed it straight at Wu Jie. The two of them soon met in midair, sword and mace colliding with each other, emitting a resounding metallic clang. This was just the beginning of their fight, both of them pouring their true qi into their weapons and knocking each other back. Wu Jie was forced back 3 steps, while Xianqing was forced back 5 steps. It was obvious that the gap between Xianqing, who had yet to reach the martial grandmaster realm, and Wu Jie wasn't very big. This scene in the eyes of Shuirengui, Fang Gongting, and the others were naturally overjoyed. After all, a man's name was like a tree's shadow, and in everyone's eyes, Wu Jie was an insurmountable mountain. Now that Xianqing was only slightly at a disadvantage against Wu Jie, in the eyes of Shuirengui and the others, this was already very amazing. However, Xianqing seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with this result, frowning slightly, and then changing the direction of his sword, he actually took the initiative to attack Wu Jie. 9 Taishan swords. Second form, Graceful Grace. Graceful Grace, Soaring Dragon. Carrying the lingering power of the first sword, riding the wind, Xianqing's sword moved even faster, the sword qi attached to it bursting out. Everyone below, whether it was the Turkic army or the Tang army, at this moment, all felt as if a dragon was soaring through the sky. baring its fangs and claws as it rushed towards Wu Jie. The momentum was vast, and the sword chi was overwhelming. Wu Jie's face paled slightly, and with a loud shout, the mace in his hand suddenly began to glow with lightning, and he raised it again to meet the incoming attack. Pung! The two weapons collided, and another loud bang rang out. This time Wu Jie was forced back 4 steps, and Xianqing was also forced back 4 steps. Xianqing felt a numbness in his palm, and the strange power of thunder and lightning was about to enter his meridians. He snorted and quickly used his genuine qi to dissolve the power of thunder and lightning. Then, without pausing for a moment, he followed up with the third form of 9 Taishan swords, snow treading. Snow treading without a trace, swift as a swallow. Xianqing was very clear on where the 9 Taishan sword's strength lay, so he would not give Wu Jie a chance to breathe, nor would he give himself a chance to breathe. He wanted to use the first 8 swords of the 9 Taishan swords in one go, wanting to use the superimposed power of the 9 Taishan swords to completely defeat Wu Jie in his weakened state. Wu Jie continued to wave his mace to block Xianqing's unexpected sword moves, but Xianqing changed his move again. 9 Taishan swords, 4th form, Wavebreaker. Wavebreaker, Tyrannical Sea, Thunderous Fury. 9 Taishan swords, 5th form, Parting Dust. 1 sword, Desolate and Cold. 9 Taishan swords, 6th form, Flowing Cloud. Broken Smoke, Flowing Cloud, Never Return. 9 Taishan swords, 7th form, Phantom Shadow. Knowing that all is an illusion. In the blink of an eye, the first 7 swords of the 9 Taishan swords had been used by Xianqing, and compared to Li Zixuan, each of Xianqing's sword moves was much more powerful. As a result, when the phantom shadow of the 7th form appeared, Wu Jie was suddenly surrounded by 16 sword-wielding Xianqing swords. What's more, these 10 Xianqing swords were all real people, and each of them used a different sword move, making it even harder for Wu Jie to defend. The situation on the battlefield was rapidly changing, and both sides were quietly switching positions. Chapter 1551. Reinforcements. Reinforcements are here. Longmen Pass is saved. As the saying went, the higher one stood, the farther one could see. The Tang soldiers on the city gate tower looked to the west and saw a black mass of cavalrymen holding torches galloping toward them. At first glance, there were at least 20 to 30,000 cavalrymen. Therefore, the soldiers on the city gate tower immediately became excited and cheered loudly. They had survived a calamity. At this moment, they could only use the phrase surviving a calamity to describe their feelings. At the very beginning, when the Turkic army of tens of thousands attacked, Longmen Pass only had around 1,000 soldiers. Fortunately, Fang Gongting and the others had brought back more than 8,000 soldiers in time. But even with more than 10,000 people, defending Longmen Pass would be very difficult. This was because the Turkic army had a martial grandmaster. In a battle, although a martial grandmaster could not completely control the situation, they could still affect the balance of victory and defeat. This could be seen from how Wu Jie had single-handedly blasted open the gate. If not for a peerless expert like Xianqing arriving in time to keep Wu Jie in check, Longmen Pass might have already been breached. But the two sides were only keeping each other in check. The defenders of Longmen Pass did not have the strength to launch a counterattack against the Turkic army. But now things were different. Not only had they defended Longmen Pass, they could also work with the reinforcements that had just arrived to launch a counterattack against the Turkic army. The attackers and defenders had changed hands once more. All soldiers, hear my order. The Turkic army has invaded the territory of the Great Tang, and cannot be forgiven. Follow this general out of the city and pursue the Turkic wolf cavalry. Fang Gongting was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He let out a loud roar and said with lofty sentiments, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The morale of the 10,000 Tang soldiers on the gate tower soared. Join the army. Many villagers from the nearby villages are coming from the south. They want to help us defend the city and protect Marquis. At this moment, a soldier hurriedly walked over and cupped his fist to Fang Gongting. Villagers? Fang Gongting raised an eyebrow in surprise. Hong Wenqing chuckled and said, "Haha, it seems like Marquis is also very popular in Jiangzhou." But now that reinforcements had arrived, there was no need to let these civilians get involved to avoid unnecessary casualties. Adjunct Fang, You only need to lead the soldiers out of the city to pursue the Turkic army. This official will pacify the common people in your place. Yes. I'll have to trouble provincial governor Hong then. Fang Gongting also understood that Hong Wenxing's words were reasonable. He cupped his fists and replied. With that, he turned around and roared. Generals, listen to my order. Go out of the city and pursue. Here. The army roared in agreement. Soon after, under the command of Fang Gongting, the 10,000 soldiers quickly descended from the gate tower. With a creak, the gate that Wu Jie had tried his best to smash open was opened from the inside by the Tang army. However, the Turkic army no longer cared about the gate, because they had already begun to flee. Who is the main general of the Dragon Gate army? The army in the Longmen Pass rushed out. At this moment, a soldier rushed out from the reinforcement team in the west and shouted at them. I am Fang Gongting from Bing Province, temporarily in charge of the defense of Longmen Pass. May I ask which province you are from? This Fang is very grateful. Fang Gongting commanded the army to pursue the Turkic army as he reined in his warhorse and cupped his fists politely to the soldier. The soldier quickly cupped his fists and replied, Adjunct Fang, we are from Qizhou. Please come forward. Our provincial governor has something to ask you. Qizhou, these reinforcements are from Qizhou. Fang Gongting could not help but be shocked. However, when he thought about it again, he was somewhat relieved. Qizhou was located in the west of Jiang Province, while Longmen Pass was located on the west side of Jiang Province. The two were only separated by Pu Province, which was very close. If Qizhou could receive the news this morning and send troops as soon as possible, it was entirely possible for them to arrive at Longmen County within a few hours. However, Fang Gongting could not help but wonder why the provincial governor of Qizhou was in such a hurry to rescue Longmen Pass. This was not him being cheap, nor was he being pretentious. Under normal circumstances, the provincial governor of a province absolutely could not easily bring the troops of his own province to other provinces. If he brought them out without permission, then he would be taking a huge risk. If he was accused of leading the troops to rebel, then he would be completely done for. Therefore, there was a process of weighing the pros and cons. The Qizhou troops had rushed over so quickly, even faster than Pu Province, which was closer to Longmen Pass. This meant that after the provincial governor of Qizhou received the news that Yanmen Pass was breached and Longmen Pass was besieged, he did not hesitate and directly led the army all the way here. This made Fang Gongting very confused. As they were talking, a handsome young man wearing a scholarly robe rode over from the reinforcements. This must be the provincial governor of Qizhou. Fang Gongting was secretly shocked. This person looked very young, but he did not show it on his face. He quickly went forward and cupped his fists. This General Fang Gongting greets the provincial governor. Wang Renbiao's face was a little pale. He covered his mouth with his right hand and coughed softly. Leng Yuyao, who was beside him, quickly said worriedly, Young master, your body? I'm fine. Wang Renbiao waved his hand and welcomed Fang Gongting. Adjunct Fang, you don't have to be so polite. All of you have defended Longmen Pass and prevented the people from being plunged into misery and suffering. All of you are the heroes of Great Tang. Fang Gongting cupped his fists and said, Provincial governor is too polite. Guarding Longmen Pass is my duty. I dare not be greedy. Wang Renbiao nodded and asked, I heard that the Marquis of Yong'an is also at Longmen Pass. Where is he now? That's right. The reason why Wang Renbiao personally led the army to reinforce Li Zishuan was mainly because of Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan treated him as a close friend, and he had always treated Li Zishuan as a brother. How could he stand by and do nothing when his brother was in trouble? Compared to this, everything else was secondary. Even if Li Er removed him from his position because he led the army out of Qizhou without permission, Wang Renbiao had no regrets. Fang Gongting's face darkened. Marquis was heavily injured when he fought with the Turkic state preceptor. He is currently recuperating in Longmen Pass. What? Shaoxian is heavily injured? Hearing this, Wang Renbiao couldn't help but exclaim. He couldn't care less about hiding his emotions as he hurriedly asked, Is his injury serious? Did any doctor treat him? Hearing Wang Renbiao call Li Zishuan by his name, Fang Gongting was a little confused. Logically speaking, the provincial governor of a province was lower in rank than the marquis. Even if they were of the same rank, there were very few people who would call each other by their names. In addition, although Fang Gongting might have heard of Wang Ranbiao, the eldest son of the Wang family, he didn't know that Wang Ranbiao was the provincial governor of Qizhou. After all, Wang Ranbiao hadn't been in office for long and Fang Gongting had always been in Bing province. He didn't know much about the situation in Qizhou. Although he had hundreds of questions in his heart, Fang Gongting still replied, "Marquis is heavily injured and is currently unconscious. We have already invited the best doctor in Longmen County to treat Marquis. However, Marquis is suffering from internal injuries so the doctor can't do anything about Xiaoshuan's injury?" At this moment, a magnetic and cold voice suddenly sounded behind Fang Gongting. He turned around and hurriedly said respectfully, "Reporting to Taoist Master Xianqing, the famous doctor in Longmen County can't do anything about Marquis' internal injuries." Xianqing was Taoist Master Spirit Void's junior brother, and Li Zishuan's junior martial uncle. With this relationship, Fang Gongting believed that Xianqing would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Thinking of this, a glimmer of hope rose in Fang Gongting's eyes. Perhaps Xianqing could really cure Li Zishuan's injury? Taoist Master Xianqing? Wang Ranbiao exclaimed in surprise. Then he seemed to remember something and couldn't help but change his expression. He looked at Fang Gongting and ordered, "Adjutant Fang, this official came with 30,000 light cavalry. Now this official will hand them all over to you. You will lead them to chase the Turkic army. It's best if they all stay in Tang. This official will go visit Marquion." Wang Ranbiao actually had a scholarly air, but when he said leave them all in Tang, his aura suddenly changed, as if he had turned into a decisive general. Scholars also had tempers. Fang Gongting was shocked. After hesitating for a moment, he solemnly cupped his fists and accepted the order. "This general obeys. Thank you for your trust, provincial governor." To be honest, he had never led so many troops alone. However, at this moment, he was in danger, so he had to accept this task even if he didn't want to. "Now you are familiar with the troops in Qizhou. You go and assist Adjutant Fang." Wang Ranbiao turned to Leng Yuyao and said. Yes. Leng Yuyao was worried about leaving Wang Ranbiao here alone, but she looked at Xianqing opposite her and the determined expression on Wang Ranbiao's face. She could only agree in a low voice. Clearly, she knew Xianqing's identity and knew that Wang Ranbiao wouldn't be in danger if he was with Xianqing. Fang Gongting was a little unhappy that a weak woman was suddenly inserted into the army. However, this army of 30,000 was brought by Wang Ranbiao, and he had no right to criticize, so he didn't raise any objections. Seeing the Turkic army running further and further away, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said to Wang Ranbiao, "This general will take his leave. I will chase after the Turkic army." "Okay." Wang Ranbiao nodded. Leng Yuyao and Fang Gongting led the two armies and chased after the Turkic army. Bang! 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 Just as Wang Ranbiao and Xianqing arrived at Longmen Pass, the sound of galloping horses could be heard on the official road. "Second brother, look. The gates of Longmen Pass are open. Could it be that the Turkic army has broken through?" At the front of the army, a bearded man pointed at the open gates of Longmen Pass and asked anxiously. This man was Chang'an. Qinxiong's eyes narrowed as he looked over. After a while he shook his head and said, "It doesn't look like it. If the Turkic army has really broken through, they should be killing and looting the nearby villages. However, we haven't seen a single Turkic army along the way. This means that Longmen Pass hasn't been broken through yet. Then why is the city gate open?" Chang Yaojin's mind was filled with question marks as he couldn't understand. Maybe the Turkic army has been chased away, and the defending army of Longmen Pass went out of the city to chase after them? Yuqi Jingda said without any reason, but no one would believe him at this moment. The army quickly arrived at the city gate. Wang Ranbiao was already waiting at the gate. Standing beside him was Xianqing and Jiang Province's provincial governor, Hong Wenxing, who had just sent all the enthusiastic villagers home. It's the kid from the Wang family of Taiyuan. Chang Yaojin rode his horse to the city gate. After seeing Wang Ranbiao, he said with a surprised expression, "Ranbiao, why are you here? Oh, I remember now. You are now the provincial governor of Qizhou. Are you here to rescue Longmen Pass as well?" Qinxiong and Yuqi Jingda also looked at Wang Ranbiao suspiciously. After all, he was the only familiar person here. Wang Renbiao stepped forward and cupped his hands. Greetings to the three high dukes. I am indeed here to rescue Longmen Pass. The Turkic army has just left, and the army of Bing province in Chizhou is desperately chasing after them. If the three high dukes want to chase after them, you should be able to catch up. Wang Renbiao knew the purpose of Qinxiong and the rest leading the army to Longmen Pass, so he spoke concisely. Hearing this, Qinxiong, Chang Yaojin, and Yuqijingda were all shocked. Chang Yaojin couldn't help but say, "Damn it, the Turkic army is so cowardly. I just brought people to chase after them and they ran away. No, we have to chase after them." Qinxiong nodded and didn't bother to chat with Wang Renbiao and the rest. He waved his hand and said, "Generals, listen up. Chase after them." Chapter 1552. For the sake of Li Zishuan's safety, Lu Xianda had moved him to the cellar under Longmen Pass. Only a few people knew about this. When Hong Wenqing and Fang Gongting returned and heard Lu Xianda say that Li Zishuan had been moved to a quiet place to recuperate, they did not ask further. At that time, the soldiers were already at the gates and the situation was extremely critical. How could they have the time to get to the bottom of the matter? At this moment, Lu Xianda had already followed Fang Gongting to chase after the Turkic army. Fortunately, Lu Xianda's subordinate Bai Qi stayed behind. Under his lead, Xianqing, Wang Renbiao, and Hong Wenqing came to a cellar on the west side of Longmen Pass. At the entrance, they could see a faint light. When they walked in, they saw Li Zishuan lying motionlessly on a straw couch with his eyes closed. Next to the straw couch was a white-bearded old man who was anxiously taking Li Zishuan's pulse. Xiaoxian. Since they'd known each other, Li Zishuan had always had an appearance of having everything under his control. When had he ever been so dispirited and in such a sorry state? At this moment, seeing Li Zishuan like this, Wang Renbiao's heart sank. He hurriedly walked towards the straw couch and called out worriedly. Xianqing frowned and followed him. Seeing that someone had come in and that the other party was not a Turkic, Dr. Lu finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, these people had noble temperaments and he did not recognize them, other than Bai Qi. He did not dare to be rude and quickly stood to the side. Bai Qi stepped forward and introduced softly, "Physician Lu, this is the provincial governor of Chizhou. This is the Marquis Junior Marshal Uncle, Daoist Xianqing. This is the provincial governor of Hong Province. Now that the Turkic army has escaped, Longmen Pass is saved." Good. Hearing this, Dr. Lu could not help but be excited. He then bowed and said, "This old man, Lu Mingfeng, greets the two provincial governors and Daoist Xianqing." Hong Wenqing personally stepped forward and helped Lu Mingfeng up before saying, "Dr. Lu, there's no need to be so courteous. This official has already heard from Bai Qi that you ignored the danger and insisted on staying behind to take care of the Marquis of Yong'an. This official thanks you on behalf of Marquis Yong." Lu Mingfeng was flattered and said, "I don't dare. I don't deserve your thanks. I'm ashamed to say that I'm not skilled enough to wake up the Marquis. I'm ashamed. Xiaoshuan's injuries are internal. You are more or less able to stabilize his injuries." Xianqing's finally spoke. "But your acupuncture method." Xianqing, who was standing at the side, finally spoke. As he spoke, he walked towards the straw couch. Halfway there, he suddenly frowned and said, "The environment here is damp and airtight. It is not good for healing. Move Xiaoxian out first and then I will treat him." When Hong Wenqing heard that Xianqing wanted to treat Li Zishuan's injuries, and did not say that Li Zishuan's injuries could not be treated, he immediately knew what to do. He quickly ordered, "Bai Qi, quickly bring people to move Marquis to the turret." "Yes." Bai Qi responded and immediately turned to call for people upstairs. After a while, the unconscious Li Zishuan was moved to the turret of Longmen Pass. This was originally the temporary resting place for some of the guarding officials of Longmen Pass. The environment was not bad. At least it did not have the damp and moldy smell of the cellar. Xianqing finally nodded and said, "Provincial governors, both of you can go out first. I hope no one will disturb me while I am treating Xiaoxian." Hong Wenqing nodded repeatedly and said, Good. Don't worry, Taoist Xianqing. I will send people to seal off the turret. No one is allowed to come near." You can rest assured and treat Ma Qiyong. If something happened to Li Zishuan in Jiang province, it was definitely not good news for Hong Wenxing. Although Li Er would not remove him because of this, it would be difficult for him to be promoted in the future. Although Xianqing was not as famous as immortal Lingxiu, he was also a leading figure of the celestial master Taoism in Longhu Mountain. Since he was confident that he could treat Li Zishuan, Hong Wenxing would certainly be willing to cooperate. Taoist Xianqing, can Xiaoshuan's injuries be cured? Wang Renbiao could not help but ask worriedly. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Hong Wenxing could see that Xianqing was confident in curing Li Zishuan's injuries, but Wang Renbiao could not. Or rather, Wang Renbiao could only be completely relieved after hearing Xianqing's personal guarantee. Xianqing turned his head to look at Wang Renbiao, then said indifferently, "I will do my best. It should be fine." Wang Renbiao heard this and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Then he cupped his hands and said solemnly, "Then I will leave it to you, Taoist Xianqing. I'll be waiting outside the house. If you need anything, just call me." Xianqing nodded and said lightly, Seeing this, Wang Renbiao, Hong Wenxing, and the others cupped their hands and retreated outside the house. "Kid, you haven't returned to Longhu Mountain for a year after leaving the mountain. Even if you don't visit your martial uncle, you can't not sweep your master's grave. If it weren't for the fact that you were busy running a school in Lantian County and couldn't leave, your sect leader would have come to you personally." After Wang Renbiao and the others left, only Li Zishuan and Xianqing were left in the house. Xianqing's cold face suddenly became a little soft. The high and mighty immortal in the heavens had now become a gentle and elegant elder. He looked at Li Zishuan, who was lying on the bed, and could not help but sigh with emotion. "It's martial uncle? Why did he leave the mountain?" Although Li Zishuan couldn't move, his consciousness had always been clear. At this moment, he finally remembered the true identity of Taoist Xianqing. Wasn't he the martial uncle of his predecessor? Soon the memories of Xianqing flashed quickly in his mind like a movie. The fragmented memories finally formed a complete and vivid Xianqing's memory body. In his impression, martial uncle was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He cherished his words like gold. If he could use his hands, he would never use his mouth. In addition, martial uncle was also a martial arts fanatic. He was obsessed with swordsmanship all his life. In the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain, martial uncle's swordsmanship was the highest and his sword intent was the purest. Spiritual Master Spirit Su once said that the next great grandmaster of Longhu Mountain must be Xianqing. Take the 9 Taishan swords as an example. When Li Zishuan's predecessor left Longhu Mountain last year, Xianqing could already master the first 8 swords of the 9 Taishan swords. He could even barely use half of the 9th sword, Rushing Thunder. Among the Celestial Master sect members who had lost Spiritual Master Spirit Su, Xianqing's personal combat strength was undeniably the best. Even the sect leader Feng Lingzi couldn't compare with him. In Li Zishuan's memory, there was another interesting thing. The 2 words Xianqing were martial uncle's real name and also his Taoist name. Although martial uncle's surname was Xian, he was a genuine Han Chinese. It was said that during the Western Zhou dynasty, there was a Xian kingdom located in Guangshan County, Hunan Province. At the end of the spring and autumn period, Xian kingdom was annexed by the Chu kingdom. After the fall of the Xian kingdom, the nobles of Xian kingdom took the name of their former country and scattered everywhere. It was said that martial uncle's ancestor was a duke of a small country in the Western Zhou dynasty. Therefore, in a sense, martial uncle could be considered a fallen royal family. Although Xianqing's words were unpleasant, there was one thing that was incomparably correct. That was, no matter what, Li Zishuan shouldn't have not returned to Longhu Mountain for a year. After all, there was the grave of his master, Spiritual Master Spirit Su. Not to mention anything else, if it wasn't for Spiritual Master Spirit Su, his body might have died of illness 9 years ago. How could Li Zishuan have the opportunity to transmigrate to the Tang Empire? In any case, Li Zishuan should fulfill his responsibility as a disciple. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a trace of shame in his heart. Just as Li Zishuan's thoughts were running wild, Xianqing had already helped Li Zishuan up from the bed and sat him down cross-legged. Then Xianqing took Li Zishuan's pulse. After feeling Li Zixuan's exhausted meridians and the lightning force that was still running amok in his meridians, Qianqing couldn't help but deeply furrow his brow. What is the origin of this Wu Jia? His body actually contains the lightning force? Qianqing couldn't help muttering. Previously, when Qianqing fought with Wu Jia, who only had 50% of his strength, Qianqing also suffered a big loss because of Wu Jia's strange lightning force. At this time, after perceiving that Li Zixuan's body also contained the lightning force, Qianqing couldn't help but become more curious about Wu Jia's identity. Putting aside the doubts in his heart, Qianqing sat cross-legged behind Li Zixuan. Then he put his hands on Li Zixuan's back and 2 pure Taoist qi instantly drilled into Li Zixuan's body. Those dried-up meridians suddenly became excited. What was even more bizarre was that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in Li Zixuan's dantian that had been silent for a long time suddenly became alive. So the Taoist qi in Li Zixuan's body involuntarily began to absorb. The Taoist qi in Qianqing's body involuntarily began to transfer into Li Zixuan's body. Qianqing instantly realized that something was wrong. He opened his eyes in surprise and looked at Li Zixuan with eyes full of surprise. Generally speaking, people who were injured and unconscious were unconscious, let alone take the initiative to absorb other people's internal qi. Now Li Zixuan was not only seriously injured and unconscious, but his true qi was also close to exhaustion. He didn't have any spare energy to absorb Qianqing's internal qi. Although there were hundreds of doubts and puzzles in his heart, Qianqing didn't move his palms away and just let Li Zixuan absorb his true qi. He wanted to see how much water Li Zixuan's reservoir could hold. Outside the turret, Wang Renbiao had been anxiously pacing back and forth. From time to time he would look at the door. Obviously, he was very worried about the situation inside. If possible, Wang Renbiao hoped that the person lying inside was himself and not his brother. Provincial Governor Wang, there is a young man who claims to be a student of Yanhuang College and wants to see Marquis. At this moment, a soldier came to Wang Renbiao and bowed with his fists cupped. Wang Renbiao narrowed his eyes and quickly said, "Oh, bring him here quickly." "Yes, sir." The soldier received the order and left. Soon, he returned with a young man carrying a large wooden box on his back. It was Meng Wenhao. Student Meng Wenhao greets Provincial Governor Wang. Meng Wenhao, who was travel-worn, walked to Wang Renbiao and quickly cupped his fists. Previously, when they were about 10 miles away from Longmen Pass, Chang Yaojian suggested that they speed up with 8,000 people and head to Longmen Pass while the 2,000 people at the back brought some dry rations and entered the city. Meng Wenhao rushed all the way until the skin on his thigh was scraped. He also followed at the back, which was why he didn't arrive at Longmen Pass until now. "Wenhao, you don't have to be so polite." Wang Renbiao waved his hand and said. Meng Wenhao straightened up. After hesitating for a moment, he asked directly, "I heard from the soldiers that Yamacho is seriously injured and unconscious. May I ask Provincial Governor Wang, where is Yamacho now and how is his condition?" Wang Renbiao looked back at the turret and said softly, "Little Xian is indeed seriously injured. However, Daoist Qianqing from Mount Longhu is currently treating him. I think he should be fine." Chapter 1553. At around 2:45 in the morning, it was already late at night. The moon had already risen to the western sky, and while everyone was still asleep, it was still silently watching everything that was happening, including the massive battle taking place outside Yonghe Pass. The 3 armies from Longmen Pass had been madly pursuing the Turkic army, but none of them had been able to catch up. This was because Ashina Shirkum had not only led his most elite cavalry in this invasion of the Great Tang, but each of them had been equipped with 2 war horses. Thus, even though they were deserters, they had been able to escape faster than anyone else. In contrast, the soldiers brought by Qin Qiong, Fang Gongteng, and Leng Yuyao had either just finished a long journey or had just participated in a bitter battle to defend the city. At this time, their men and horses were exhausted, so it wasn't surprising that they couldn't catch up to the Turkic army. But even so, the Turks could not so easily escape from the Great Tang, because there were still soldiers from 4 provinces waiting for them. After passing through Madu Pass and Yonghe Pass, the fleeing Turkic army finally encountered the soldiers of Yunzhou, Yuzhou, Daizhou, and Shua province, who were preparing to reinforce Longmen Pass. Ashina-shirkuh and Wu Jia only wanted to bring their army back to the steppe. So when the two armies met, they didn't even exchange a single harsh word before immediately fighting. Ashina-shirkuh's goal was very simple. He wanted to gather his most elite forces and use the shortest amount of time to tear open a hole in the defensive line of the 4 northern provinces of the Great Tang. He and Wu Jia would then be able to escape through this hole and return to the steppe. Even if he had to sacrifice half of his army, Ashina-shirkuh felt that it would be worth it. If he ran out of soldiers, he could go back and replenish them. The Turks had plenty of soldiers, and losing 10 to 20,000 soldiers would not hurt them much. But if he and Wu Jia were left behind in the Great Tang, the losses would be far too great for the Turks. This was especially true for Wu Jia. A grandmaster expert was a treasure to any country, and the Turks with Wu Jia were completely different from the Turks without him. This could be seen from the fact that Wu Jia had single-handedly stolen a large number of books from the academy. Although he had failed in the end, it was an indisputable fact that Wu Jia had single-handedly pinned down thousands, if not tens of thousands, of Great Tang soldiers. On the plains outside Yonghe Pass, an extremely gruesome battle quickly took place. Under Ashina-shirkuh's orders, the Turkic soldiers fearlessly launched their most ferocious attacks on the soldiers of the 4 provinces. The Turks of the steppe were naturally tougher than the people of the central plains, and all of them knew that they were being pursued. If they couldn't break out of the encirclement as quickly as possible, all of them would die here. In this desperate situation, the Turkic soldiers did not despair. On the contrary, their fighting spirit was stimulated. Kill. If you kill 1 Tang soldier, you will be rewarded with 50 cows and sheep. If you kill 10 soldiers, you will be promoted by 1 rank. Kill 100 people, and you'll be rewarded with a tribe. Seeing that there was hope for breaking out, Ashina-shirkuh hurriedly roared. His method of boosting morale was extremely effective. The Turkic soldiers were all excited by these words, especially the last reward that Ashina-shirkuh had promised. It was simply too tempting. The majority of them were ordinary people of the steppe. The people of the Central Plains liked to study and obtain scholarly honors, while the Turkic people liked to become more courageous and fierce, becoming the warriors of their tribes. If they could become the leader of their tribes, that would naturally be even better. Thus, Ashina-shirkuh's words thoroughly stimulated the ferocity in the bones of the Turkic soldiers. Kill! 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 Many of the Turkic soldiers, despite being stabbed several times, still raised their scimitars and shouted, wanting to fight to the death with the Tang army. In the face of such a fierce and fearless army, the Tang army from the 4 northern provinces was unable to hold on for a moment, and their formation began to fall apart. Even worse was that the Turkic army had a grandmaster expert leading the charge. That invincible stance of slaying gods and Buddhas was extremely effective in boosting morale. For a moment, the Turkic army was filled with war cries, and it seemed like they were on the verge of breaking through the encirclement. Although Wu Jia only had 30 to 40% of his strength left, he was still not someone that the ordinary soldiers of the Tang army could contend against. As time passed, the number of Tang soldiers around Wu Jia dwindled, because very few people were willing to face him. Commandant, the Daizhou army in the east is requesting reinforcements. They won't be able to hold on for much longer. What? They have 3,000 more men than us. How could they not be able to hold on? Tell them that they have to hold on even if they can't. We don't have enough men on our side. Yes, Commandant. What? Yunzhou's Commandant Meng isn't willing to send reinforcements? Commandant Huang, Commandant Meng said that they're under great pressure and can't send any men. Bullshit. What kind of pressure could they possibly be under? The Turkic state teacher is attacking our side. In my view, that Meng guy is worried that if the Turks escape, the responsibility will fall on his shoulders. Besides the fact that the Tang army's individual soldiers and commanders were inferior to the Turks, there was another fatal problem. The soldiers of the 4 provinces all had their own commanders, and most of them were fighting for themselves. No one had enough prestige to lead the soldiers of the 4 provinces. Thus, in terms of coordination, they were far inferior to the Turks. Moreover, the morale of the Turkic army was high, and the soldiers were like gods of war, all of them fearless in the face of death. For the soldiers of the 4 provinces to defend against Ashina-shirkuh's fierce assault was much more difficult. Under Wu Jia's lead, the Daizhou army that had been waiting outside Yonghe Mountain Pass would soon be slaughtered by Wu Jie's army. Rumble. Bang bang bang. At this moment, several more armies appeared on the southern road. There were at least 30 to 40,000 of them, and they were rapidly approaching the battlefield. Jijia Jingda, each of you will lead an army to flank them from the left and right to prevent the Turkic army from escaping from the flanks. This old man will lead the rest of the army to attack from the front. Tonight, we will ensure that these invading Turks remain in the Great Tang. These soldiers had come from Longmen Pass. At this moment, Qin Qiong unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the Turkic army. Along the way, Qin Qiong had relied on his powerful prestige in the Tang army to quickly integrate the Qizhou soldiers brought by Wang Runbiao and the Bing province soldiers led by Fang Gongteng. Thus, at this moment he was the one giving orders to everyone. Okay. Second brother Qin, be at ease. With this old Chang here, not a single Turkic soldier can escape from the east. It would be best if we could capture Wu Jie and avenge little Xian. Chang Yaojin loved war the most. And when he learned that Li Zixuan had been heavily injured by Wu Jie, old Chang became even more furious. He truly wished that he could fight Wu Jie so that he could avenge Li Zixuan. Yuqi Jingda also clasped his fists and said, "Okay. With this old man here, not a single Turkic soldier can escape from the west." The two of them received their orders and then led a group to flank the Turkic army. Meanwhile, Qin Qiong roared, "All soldiers, hear my order. The time to render meritorious service has come. Follow this general and kill the Turkic wolf cavalry." Kill. Qin Qiong could be considered a rather legendary figure in the Great Tang army. Moreover, he was one of the first to follow Li Er. His prestige in the army and among the people was extremely high. Under his leadership, the soldiers, no matter where they came from, were willing to listen to Qin Qiong's orders. Thus, after Qin Qiong gave the order, the more than 10,000 soldiers behind him quickly charged toward the Turkic army. Leng Yuyao was at the back of the army and didn't charge forward. This time, she was under Wang Runbiao's orders to assist Fang Gongting in commanding the Qizhou troops. However, since Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingda, these founding veterans, had brought people over, then there was naturally nothing for her to do now. This was because Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingda, any one of them had the strength and prestige to control the 30,000 soldiers of Qizhou. Moreover, the development of the situation was more or less as she had expected. The 30,000 soldiers from Qizhou were orderly under Qin Qiong's command, as if they were his arms. This was the great positive effect that a commanding general with great prestige could bring to an army. Not good. The Tang army at Longmen Pass has caught up, and it seems that there is an additional army. No, it seems that Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin are here. Hearing the movement here, Ashinashi Er's expression changed. He quickly killed 2 Tang soldiers and rushed to Wu Jie's side. He shouted, "Imperial teacher, we must rush out as soon as possible." Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin seemed to have brought people over. Wu Jie's mace couldn't help but pause. After a moment he said in a hoarse voice, "Immediately gather all the troops and attack this place. Tear open an opening as soon as possible. Take as many as you can." "Yes, Imperial teacher," Ashinashir replied and then shouted, "All soldiers listen to my order. Attack this place and follow this general to open a bloody path. Provincial Governor Wang, a young man, wants to pass. Our brothers won't let him, so he is making a ruckus below Longmen Pass on top of the city gate tower." Wang Renbiao and Meng Wenhao were anxiously waiting for the results of the treatment inside. At this time, another soldier ran over and bowed with his fists cupped. "A young man wants to pass? Why is there still someone trying to pass so late at night?" Hearing this, Wang Renbiao frowned deeply. Then he thought for a moment and said, "This official will go down and take a look." It was already the middle of the night. If there was someone who wanted to pass at this time, it must be unusual. Wang Renbiao expected that Li Zixuan would not have a result for a while, so he decided to go down and take a look. "Provincial Governor Wang, this student will also go with you." Meng Wenhao was also a little curious, so he took the initiative to volunteer. Wang Renbiao nodded and said, "Good. Then let's go together." After that, the two of them looked back at the candlelight on the turret, then turned and walked down the stairs. I really have something urgent to do," Quickly call your general out and let me pass." Just as they walked down the tower, the two of them heard a clear voice anxiously urging them. "Little Yu Er?" Meng Wenhao felt that this voice was a little familiar. He looked at the city gate and saw a handsome young man in a scholar's robe arguing with the gatekeeper. The more he looked at this figure, the more familiar it was. After being stunned for a moment, he exclaimed in disbelief. Hearing Meng Wenhao's shout, the young man in a scholar's robe at the city gate couldn't help but be stunned. Then she turned around and looked at the west side of the city wall. Under the light of the torch, she instantly saw Meng Wenhao and Wang Renbiao. His delicate face, which was dirty because he didn't take care of it, instantly revealed an extremely surprised expression. "Wenhao? Why are you here?" "Oh." Chapter 1554. After hearing that Wu Jie had already left the Dragon Gate Pass, Little Fishy subconsciously felt a little disappointed. Along the way, it could be said that she, a weak woman, had to travel day and night, going through untold hardships just to ask Wu Jie about her parents' whereabouts. But when she finally arrived at the Dragon Gate Pass, she learned that the person she wanted to see had already left. How could she not be disappointed? But when she heard that Li Zixuan was seriously injured, she immediately panicked. Compared to the whereabouts of her parents, Li Zixuan's safety was more important to little Yu. Yamacho's youngest uncle is still treating Yamacho's injuries indoors. Provincial Governor Wang and I have been waiting outside for a while. I think there will be a result soon. Seeing Li Yu's anxious face, Meng Wenhao comforted her softly. Only then did Li Yu notice Wang Renbiao, who was standing silently on the side. She quickly went forward and saluted. Li Yu greets Provincial Governor Wang. Unlike Meng Wenhao, Li Yu had never seen Wang Renbiao before. Naturally, she wouldn't recognize him. Now that Meng Wenhao mentioned Provincial Governor Wang, Li Yu didn't know which Provincial Governor Wang Renbiao was. However, no matter where he was, she still had to greet him out of courtesy. Wang Renbiao did not blame her for being rude. Instead, he said softly, "You don't have to be so polite. Xiaoxian and I are old friends. Since you are concerned about his injuries, you can wait here with us." Hearing this, Li Yu was relieved. She thought that the provincial governor was quite easy to talk to. Yes. Thank you, Provincial Governor Wang." "Oh, strange. Why are Xiaoshuan's meridians so broad and tough? They are far stronger than those of ordinary martial artists at the Grandmaster middle stage. 60% of my internal force was absorbed by him. It's really strange." In the turret on the west side of Longmen Pass, after injecting a large amount of Taoist genuine qi into Li Zixuan's body to help him heal his internal injuries, Xianqing finally removed his hands from Li Zixuan's back and stopped completely. But when he looked at Li Zixuan, who had his eyes closed, he could not help but frown and murmur to himself. No. When Xiaoxian left the mountain, he was only at the peak of the qi refining stage. How could he jump 2 realms and directly become a master at the Grandmaster middle stage in just 1 year? This kind of aptitude might not even be found in the Dao sect in 100 years. If I remember correctly, although this child's martial arts aptitude is not bad, it is far from the level of being found once in 100 years. What has he been through in the past year? The more Xianqing thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Especially when he thought about Li Zixuan's current realm, he felt even more incredulous. It was not that he was jealous of Li Zixuan's rapid progress. He had never been jealous of anyone in his life, because he firmly believed that he could become the strongest person in the world. This belief could not be shaken by anyone and nothing. He was just curious as to how Li Zixuan managed to advance so quickly. Of course, Xianqing did not know that Li Zixuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, although his body had not changed, his soul had been replaced by a 21st century engineering master with the same name. At this moment, after Li Zixuan absorbed the pure Taoist genuine qi from Xianqing, his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally dry meridians in Dantian were now being nourished by the endless river water, and the huge amount of genuine qi quickly began to repair the injuries of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Even the farmland spiritual qi in his body began to become active at this time. Acting as the leader of the recovery army, the power of thunder and lightning that Wu Jie had left in his body all became a meal for the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. In the end, Li Zixuan seemed to hear the spiritual qi of heaven and earth burp. Damn it! Did I travel to the world of immortal cultivation? Li Zixuan cursed in his heart. He wondered if he had transmigrated again. The scene in his mind was 2F** King fantastical. It was not much different from the fantasy novels he had read in his previous life. However, after using his spiritual power to sense that he was still in the Tang Empire's Longmen Pass, Li Zixuan was relieved, knowing that he had not traveled to another world. Speaking of which, Li Zixuan had his family, friends, and a group of cute officials and generals who wanted to make Tang Empire stronger. Even if he had the opportunity to travel to another world, he would not be willing to leave. For Li Zixuan, this was the best time. He had met the best monarch, the best friends, and the best family here. He would not exchange them even if he was given an immortal. After sitting cross-legged for a while, Li Zixuan's internal injuries were basically healed under the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body, and the genuine qi in his body had been completely restored. Just as he was about to open his eyes and see his talented youngest uncle, Li Zixuan suddenly felt a wave of enlightenment. Then, all the pores on his body opened, and under the effect of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body, Li Zixuan began to involuntarily absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth again. Without destruction there could be no construction. After destruction there would be construction. After fighting with so many great masters, Li Zixuan had a desire for strength. With the help of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body, and with the enlightenment of his mind, the stagnant realm finally showed signs of loosening. Li Zixuan intended to take this opportunity to break through to the late stage of Dao Guru. Standing aside, Xianqing, who was thinking hard and waiting for Li Zixuan to wake up, immediately sensed something unusual. His expression changed, and he hurriedly turned his eyes to Li Zixuan. Forget everything, oneness of heaven and man. Is he going to make a breakthrough again? Although Xianqing was very confident in his martial arts attainment, when he saw that Li Zixuan had the opportunity to make a breakthrough again, Xianqing did not know how to express his feelings at this moment. Was he excited? Of course. Was he disappointed? Of course not. No matter what, Li Zixuan belonged to the celestial master Taoism of Longhu Mountain. The higher his achievement was, the happier Xianqing would be. He would not be disappointed. If he really had to describe it, Xianqing was doubting life at this moment. How old was Li Zixuan this year? He was only 15 or 16 years old, but he was about to reach the late stage of Dao Guru. This was absolutely shocking. Actually, what Xianqing did not know was that just 2 months ago in Lantian County, Mo Huai told Li Zixuan that he needed a saint for his engineering. Li Zixuan went through a battle in his heart and overcame the temptation of the title of a saint. He said some open-minded words. The title of a saint is not something that I want. Everything that I do in my life should be based on my heart, punishing evil and promoting good, upholding justice, benefiting the common people, and living a carefree life. As for what the future generations say, it has nothing to do with me. Whether it is merits or demerits, they can say whatever they want. After saying that, Li Zixuan's thoughts were instantly clear. He directly entered the state of forgetting himself in the woods at the foot of the mountain. At that time, Li Zixuan finally touched the threshold of the late stage of Dao Guru, but in the end, he failed to enter the late stage of Dao Guru. Now, after several months, Li Zixuan finally had a chance to enter the late stage of Dao Guru again. At this moment, Xianqing only felt that a small invisible cyclone storm had formed in the room, but he could not see anything unusual with the naked eye. This cyclone storm was different from the storms in the natural world. It would not blow away anything, nor would it make others feel like they were being blown by the wind. A good rain knows the season, and it will happen when spring comes. Sneaking into the night with the wind, moistening things silently. This invisible cyclone storm was like a spring rain that moistened things silently, leaving no trace behind. Only martial artists with profound realms would be able to truly feel its existence. No. What is Shaoxian doing? Why is there so much pure and primitive qi madly pouring into his body? Xianqing had already raised his guard and stood guard at the door. He was guarding Li Zixuan to prevent anyone from disturbing Li Zixuan's breakthrough. However, while Xianqing was shocked by the scene in front of him, he also found it difficult to explain. It seemed that Li Zixuan's method of breaking through was different from all other cultivators. If not for worrying about affecting Li Zishuan's breakthrough, Xianqing really wanted to step forward and grab Li Zishuan's pulse to see how different Li Zishuan's meridian structure was from ordinary cultivators. Kill! 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 On the plains outside Yonghe Pass, the Turkic soldiers who were besieged on all sides shouted again and again. Blood dyed the earth red. But not a single Turkic soldier showed any fear. Many of the scimitars in their hands were already curled up, but they still swung their scimitars tirelessly, wanting to open a path for Wu Jie and Ashina. This was an extremely fierce and brave Turkic wolf cavalry. They would unconditionally carry out the orders of their commander, even if they had to pay the price with their lives. Encountering such a resolute Turkic army, the reinforcements of the Great Tang's 4 northern provinces were still having a headache. Even with Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingde leading reinforcements, the defensive line they had built in the north was still about to be torn apart by the Turkic army. It was not that the Great Tang's 4 northern provinces were not elite enough, but that the Turkic army was too fearless. As long as they could send Wu Jie and Ashina out of the Great Tang, they were willing to sacrifice themselves here. Quick! Quick! Charge! Continue to charge! The Tang army's defensive line is about to be broken. Seeing that the Tang army at the front was about to collapse, Ashina Shirchu hurriedly shouted. This was both an exhilaration and a morale boost. Charge! Kill! Hearing this order, the Turkic soldiers became even more ferocious, even more fearless. At this moment, the Turkic soldiers seemed to have the assistance of the heavens. Everything was going smoothly for them, and the Turkic army was advancing even faster than before. Meanwhile, the Turkic army in the rear was desperately resisting the left, middle and right armies led by Chang Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and Yuqi Jingde. They did not seek victory, only delaying the Tang army so that Wu Jie and Ashina could escape the encirclement. As long as they could escape the encirclement of the Tang army, Wu Jie and Ashina could rely on their advantage in speed to shake off the pursuit of the Tang army. Oh! Chapter 1555. Ha! Open for me! Outside Yonghe Mountain Pass at this critical moment, Wu Jie gripped his mace and soared into the air again. On the way here from Chang'an City, although he had experienced several major battles and had lost a great deal of his strength, his personal strength was still undoubtedly at the top of this battlefield. At this moment, the mace in his hand flashed with a faint lightning glow, and with him flying high up in the air, he looked like a god of thunder descending from the heavens, majestic and insufferably arrogant. With a loud roar, Wu Jie's aura reached its peak. Then Wu Jie slammed his mace down, sending a powerful gust of wind towards the Tang army. Even those 3 zhang away could feel the immense power of this mace, because although Wu Jie's mace was only a meter long, he had poured a terrifying amount of true qi into it, increasing its power by more than 10 times. If this mace hit its target, it was likely that a person would be turned into a meat patty. Thus, many people subconsciously dodged to the side, wanting to avoid Wu Jie's mace. Pong! With a heaven-shaking boom, Wu Jie's mace finally struck the ground. Those soldiers who did not dodge in time, whether they were Tang soldiers or Turkic soldiers, were all smashed to pieces by Wu Jie's mace. Their fates were extremely tragic. At the same time, this move had nearly exhausted the last bit of true qi in Wu Jie's body, but the final result was still good. He had finally broken through the defense line of the Great Tang's 4 northern provinces. Generals, heed my order. Charge out with me. Return to the grasslands. Seeing that the Tang army's last line of defense had been smashed open by Wu Jie, Ashina Shi'er's spirit was shaken, and he quickly raised his saber and roared. Charge! Protect the imperial scholar. Protect the general. The Turkic soldiers seemed to have gone mad, all of them rushing toward the hole Wu Jie had torn open, killing anyone who stood in their way, killing anyone who stood in their way. Wu Jie and Ashina Erchu naturally took the lead and rushed to the front. In the blink of an eye, they had broken out of the encirclement of the Tang army, and what lay before them was a vast expanse of flat land. Although there was still Yanmen Pass dozens of miles ahead, the defense of Yanmen Pass had been completely destroyed by them a few hours ago. In just a few hours, it was impossible for the Tang army to deploy a strong defense force at Yanmen Pass. Once they rushed out of Yanmen Pass, they could go straight into the grassland. Quick! Quick! Stop them! The breach Wu Jie had found was precisely the defensive line set up by the Daizhou government soldiers. Seeing the Turkic soldiers break through the defensive line and flee to the north, the Daizhou government commandant hurriedly ordered the remaining soldiers to block this breach. Wu Jie, for better or worse you are a martial grandmaster, do you dare fight this old Chang? What kind of hero was he to turn around and run? Hey, what a coward! Chang Yaojin's left army was made up of elites from Chang'an, so he was the first to break through the Turkic army. However, he was still a step too late. By the time he reached the Dai province's camp, Wu Jie and Enchantress were already several dozen zhang away. At this distance it was definitely not easy to catch up, so old Chang could only stand in place and curse. Imperial scholar, you must endure. Don't fall for Chang Yaojin's provocation. We can't take on this battle right now. Hearing old Chang's curses, Ashinashir hurriedly looked to Wu Jie on his left and consoled him. This imperial scholar understands the severity of the situation. Wu Jie nodded lightly, then sighed. It's just that so many Turkic warriors will never be able to return to the grasslands. What a pity. Ashinashir's face was full of shame. This general misjudged the situation and should not have turned back to Longmen Pass. When we return to the imperial court, this general will personally ask the Khan for forgiveness. Speaking of which, Wu Jie originally planned to leave Great Tang with Ashinashir's help. However, Ashinashir's ambition was too big. Not only did he want to return to Longmen Pass to take back the books from Yanhuang College, he also wanted to capture the heavily injured Li Zixuan. In the end, he tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Not only did he not obtain anything, he also caused the tens of thousands of Turkic soldiers to be completely buried outside Yonghe Pass. He neglected the fact that Wu Jie's strength at that time was less than 60% of his peak, and he also neglected the fact that Wang Runbiao's reinforcements would arrive so quickly. Of course, there were also the two most important people that he couldn't take into account. They were Shui Rengui and Xian Qing. Therefore, Ashinashir's responsibility for this defeat was 80%. Wu Jie waved his hand and said, "Things have already gotten to this point, so there's no point in saying more. Today, the Tang army has the advantage of time and geography, so we will definitely lose. However, it's not like we didn't gain anything. After this battle, Li Shimin will definitely speed up the offensive against the Turks. At that time, we will have another chance to fight. Imperial teacher has great foresight. This general admires you." Junior Shui Rengui greets Provincial Governor Wang. In front of the turret of Dragon Gate Pass, Wang Runbiao, Meng Wenhao, and Little Yor were still waiting patiently. They had already waited for more than half an hour. At this time, a youth in coarse hemp clothes and carrying a longbow walked over and bowed to Wang Runbiao. Just now, when Wu Jie bombarded the gate, Shui Rengui thoroughly displayed his amazing archery skills to the soldiers guarding the gate. It was also because of his obstruction that Wu Jie's first attack didn't completely destroy the gate. Therefore, the soldiers in Dragon Gate Pass looked at Shui Rengui as if they were looking at a hero. If Shui Rengui wanted to find Wang Runbiao, no one would rashly stop him. "Oh, you are Shui Rengui?" Hearing this, Wang Runbiao's eyes lit up and he asked with interest. "Yes." Shui Rengui nodded and replied. Good. You are the same as little Xian. Heroes come from the youth. This official has already heard about the situation just now from Provincial Governor Hong and the others. Rengui, you blocked Wu Jie's attack with 9 arrows and prevented Dragon Gate Pass from being destroyed by Wu Jie alone. Your contribution cannot be ignored. After this matter, little Xian will definitely ask for your merit in front of His Majesty. Seeing Shui Rengui nod, Wang Runbiao's face revealed a kind smile as he praised. Shui Rengui cupped his fists and said, "Provincial Governor Wang is too kind." Marquis was conferred the title of Marquis at a young age, and was able to fight the imperial teacher of the Turkic Empire head-on without falling into a disadvantageous position. He is the true young hero. Rengui is just a mountain villager. How can I be compared to Marquis? As for the merit, what Rengui did tonight was only in self-defense. If the Turkic Empire had breached Dragon Gate Pass, the hundreds of people in Xiu village would have died under the scimitars of the Turkic wolf cavalry. Therefore, Rengui is not here for the merit, and I dare not claim the merit. Hearing this, Wang Runbiao couldn't help but think more highly of Shui Rengui. He didn't cling to the powerful, wasn't greedy for military merit, and was also a promising young man. It would be difficult for such a young man to not be successful in the future. This kind of person was like shining gold. Even if he was buried in the sand, he could still be dug out. Haha. Not greedy for merit, not arrogant. In time, Rengue, you will definitely become a pillar of the country. Wang Renbiao shook his head and looked at Shui Rengue with admiration. Meng Wenhao and Li Yu also understood that this young man with a bow and arrow on his back, who looked like he was in his teens, had saved the entire Dragon Gate. Therefore, Meng Wenhao quickly stepped forward and said, "Fortunately, Brother Shui came to the rescue. Dragon Gate was not breached, and Yamacho could rest in peace. I will never forget your kindness in saving my master. Brother Shui, please accept my bow." After saying that, Meng Wenhao bowed to Shui Rengue in a serious manner. Li Yu followed suit and bowed. "Sir has treated me like a brother. Brother Shui saved Dragon Gate, which means he saved Sir. Please accept my bow." Li Yu had already taken off the Confucian headscarf on her head and let her long hair down. Although she was still wearing men's clothes, no one would be stupid enough to think that she was a man. Shui Rengue quickly helped Meng Wenhao up and said to Li Yu, "Miss Li Yu, little brother Meng, please get up quickly. The one who saved the Dragon Gate was Daoist Xianqing, not me. I can't accept your greetings. I came up the tower to see if Marquis had woken up. It's getting late, and I should bring the villagers back to the village." Meng Wenhao stood up and said, "Yamacho is still in the tower. Daoist Xianqing is treating Yamacho's injuries." Shui Rengue turned to look at the candlelit tower and said, "Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. The Marquis of Yong, and is blessed by the heavens. He will be fine. Provincial Governor Wang, Brother Meng, Miss Li Yu, you don't have to worry. I believe that a good man like the Marquis of Yong, and will be protected by the heavens." Then we'll meet again." Wang Renbiao nodded and said, "We'll meet again." Li Yu and Meng Wenhao also cupped their hands. Creak. Just as Shui Rengue was about to leave, the door that had been closed for a long time was finally opened from the inside. Daoist Xianqing walked out expressionlessly with his hands behind his back. If one looked closely, one could see a trace of fatigue and surprise in the corner of his eyes. Daoist Xianqing. The corner of Wang Renbiao's eyes never left the turret for a moment. He found that the door was opened at the first moment, so he hurriedly walked forward and asked anxiously, "Daoist Xianqing, you're out? How's Xiaoxian?" Meng Wenhao, Li Yu, and Shui Rengue also hurried over and looked at Xianqing with hope. Xianqing stopped and looked at Wang Renbiao, Li Yu, Meng Wenhao, and Shui Rengue. He paused for a moment and said lightly, "Humph, that kid is fine now. Go in and take a look yourselves." Then Xianqing swung his sleeves and was about to leave. However, he stopped after 2 steps and turned to Wang Renbiao, who was about to enter the house, and said, "I heard that the Turkic state preceptor sneaked into the Tang dynasty to steal some books from Yanhuang College. Where are those books now?" Wang Renbiao was stunned and quickly replied, "Daoist Xian, I heard that Xiaoxian hid all those books. They should still be in the cellar." "All right, I'll go and take a look." Xianqing nodded and left with his hands behind his back. Although Wang Renbiao felt that Xianqing's question was a little strange, he was not in the mood to think about it. Once Xianqing left, he quickly walked into the house. "Xiaoxian, are you okay?" Entering the room, he saw Li Zishuan sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes slightly closed. His previously pale face had already turned into a healthy rosy color. Wang Renbiao knew that this was a sign that his injuries had recovered, so he couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Yes, I'm fine. Not only am I fine, but I also benefited from the disaster and improved my martial arts." Hearing Wang Renbiao's question, Li Zishuan opened his eyes and smiled. "Phew, that's good. That's good." Wang Renbiao heard and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Li Zishuan got up from the bed and looked at Wang Renbiao. He was surprised and relieved. "Renbiao, shouldn't you be in Qizhou? Why did you come to Dragon Gate?" Wang Renbiao replied with a smile. Wu Jie snuck into the academy to steal the books, so the emperor issued a notice that Wu Jie was wanted throughout the country. By the afternoon, the notice had already reached Qizhou. After dinner, I heard that the Yanmen Pass had been breached. Thinking that little Xian, you should be in the Hudong Road area right now, and should have also heard about the theft of the Academy's books. It was very likely that you would be organizing troops in Hudong Road to intercept Wu Jie and guard against the invasion of the Turkic army. When I arrived in Puzhou, I heard that you had encountered Wu Jie at Dragon Gate and a big battle broke out. At that time I was worried about your safety, so I ordered the troops to rush to Dragon Gate. I did not expect to encounter Ashinashi Erkuei's army besieging Dragon Gate. Li Zixuan heard and could not help but gratefully cup his hands to Wang Renbiao. Today, Ren led the troops to help Dragon Gate. This brother will remember this debt of gratitude. I will do my best to repay this debt in the future. Wang Renbiao said seriously. Xiaoxian, you and I are brothers. We should go through thick and thin together and help each other. At that time I was troubled by love. If not for your righteous help, I would have been hurt by love. Today you are in trouble. How can I, as your brother, stand by and watch? You are so polite to me now. Are you treating me as an outsider? As a descendant of a large family like the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Renbiao did not have many friends. Even if he did, it was only because of benefits. This kind of friend could only be made with benefits but not with hearts. Only Li Zixuan had a sincere friendship with him. There were no benefits involved, so Wang Renbiao cherished this friendship. When he sensed that Li Zixuan might be in trouble, he did not hesitate to lead the troops to leave Qizhou. When he made this decision, he did not even consider the consequences. This kind of behavior was absolutely inconceivable for a descendant of a large family who prioritized benefits. Renbiao, that's not what I meant. Hearing this, Li Zixuan hurriedly explained. Then he waved his hand and said, Forget it, forget it. Since that's the case, I won't be polite with you. But this time you led the troops out of the country without permission. It should be considered a violation of the laws of the Great Tang. When I return to His Majesty, this brother will do his best to speak on your behalf. Chapter 1556. When how little you are, why did you two come to Dragon Gate? After talking to Wang Renbiao, Li Zixuan finally looked at Meng Wenhao and Li Yu. To be honest, he was a little surprised to see these two little guys. Meng Wenhao stepped forward and replied, Yamacho. His Majesty was furious when he learned that the books of the Academy were stolen. He ordered General Qin, General Cheng, and General Yuqi to lead 10,000 light cavalry to chase after Wu Jie. In order to keep in touch with Yuan Chang'an City, His Majesty allowed General Qin and the others to carry a telegraph, but no one in the army knew how to use it. Later, General Cheng chose me, so I came with the army. Li Zixuan nodded, then looked at Li Yu and asked, Little Yu, or what about you? You're just a weak girl, you didn't come with the army, right? Sir, Little Yu opened her mouth and looked embarrassed. In front of so many people, she couldn't say that she came here to look for Wu Jie, could she? If she really said that, she didn't know how many strange looks she would receive. Yamacho, Little Yu didn't come with the army. She came here by herself. She was worried about your safety and wanted to see you in person. Seeing Li Yu's embarrassed face, Meng Wenhao, who knew the inside story, quickly explained. Li Zixuan's eyes flashed and he nodded thoughtfully. Little Yu, thank you for your concern. Sir, it's good that you're okay. Li Yu's expression was unnatural, and she quickly replied. Li Zixuan then turned his eyes to Shui Rengui, and he said in surprise, Rengui? Why are you here? During the day he had bumped into Shui Rengui in the mountains, and the two of them had hit it off. He had also extended an olive branch to Shui Rengui. However, Shui Rengui had no intention of joining the army, and he had an arrogant personality. He did not want to climb up the social ladder, so he did not force him. But he didn't expect to meet Shui Rengui so soon. Rengui greets Marquis. Shui Rengui first cupped his fist and bowed to Li Zixuan. Then he began to explain. Around midnight, someone in the village saw a fire in the direction of Longmen Pass. They heard from me that you, Marquis, were also at Longmen Pass, so they wanted to come and help. My speed was fast and I was one step ahead. The young men of the village followed behind me. When I arrived at Longmen Pass, I happened to see the Tuzhou Estate preceptor bombarding the city gate. Thus, I followed Adjunct Fang to defend the city. At this time, Wang Renbiao couldn't help but interject with a smile. Little Xian, you don't know. but Rengui relied on his superb archery skills to block Wu Jie's first attack on the city wall, and forcibly destroyed 30% of Wu Jie's first attack. If it wasn't for him, I reckon the Longmen Pass wouldn't have lasted until Taoist Master Xianqing and the Qizhou army arrived. Shui Rengui hurriedly replied, Governor Wang, you flatter me. I just happen to possess brute strength. Li Zishuan smiled knowingly and said, Haha, Rengui, you don't have to be humble. Your archery skills can definitely be ranked in the top 3 among all the people I know. This time it's all thanks to your help in defending Longmen Pass. When we return to Chang'an, I will ask for a reward for you. Shui Rengui hurriedly waved his hand and said, Marquis Rengui didn't do anything, and I don't dare to be greedy for it. Rengui's actions are not only defending Longmen Pass, but also protecting hundreds of lives in Xiu village. Seeing Shui Rengui's sincere face, Li Zishuan sighed with pity and said, Fine. Since Rengui insists, I won't force you. If you change your mind in the future, feel free to tell me. Shui Rengui nodded and said, Marquis, it's getting late. Rengui will take his leave now and bring the villagers back to the village. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, The villagers didn't care about the danger and came to Longmen Pass to help. I'm very touched. I'll also go and say goodbye to the villagers and thank them. In the face of the ferocious and brutal Turkic wolf cavalry, these powerless villagers actually dared to pick up weapons and come to Longmen Pass to participate in the defense of the city. How could Li Zishuan not be moved? The human heart was made of flesh. Shui Rengui hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Marquis, you're too kind. If it wasn't for your Sky Rooster Brigade, all the crops in Longmen County would have been eaten by the locusts. The villagers are willing to defend Longmen Pass because they respect you and want to repay your kindness. I'm not worthy of your gratitude. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he remember that the Sky Rooster Brigade led by Li Ku had indeed passed through Jiangzhou in the marching route that he had drawn up for the Sky Rooster Brigade. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, The Sky Rooster Brigade was entrusted by His Majesty to exterminate the locusts. They didn't just exterminate the locusts in Jiangzhou. The villagers are willing to risk their lives for me because of this. I have to accept this kindness no matter what. Rengui, quick, lead the way. Shui Rengui saw that he couldn't refuse and could only nod and say, All right. Marquis, follow me. The two of them walked out of the turret one after the other. Wang Renbiao, Li Yu and Meng Wenhao looked at each other and followed them. The ground under our feet is round? Sunlight is made of 7 colors? Energy is conserved? Running water can generate electricity, and electricity can be used to emit light? The reaction of many substances to produce new substances is called a chemical reaction? Also, what kind of words were these scribbles? It's really strange. Where did Xiaoxian learn these things from? In a turret on the east side of Longmen Pass, Xianqing flipped through the books on the table and couldn't help muttering to himself. These books were the top-secret information of Yanhuang College that Li Zishuan had snatched from Wu Jia. There were drawings, plans for the Trump Card project, some teaching materials, and some key parameters of important projects. These things were previously placed in the cellar with Li Zishuan. However, Xianqing was a clean freak. He disliked the dirty, messy, and poor environment of the cellar, so he asked Hong Wenqing to send people to move all the books in the cellar to the east side of the turret. However, after seeing the contents of the information, Xianqing's heart was suddenly filled with doubts. He had never heard of the knowledge involved in these books before, and he was very sure that Spiritual Master Ling Su didn't know these things. Spiritual Master Ling Su came and went without a trace. Not many people had contact with him, but Xianqing was definitely one of the few people who had contact with Spiritual Master Ling Su the most. Therefore, after seeing the contents of these books, Xianqing was even more certain that there was a problem with Li Zishuan in front of him. Xianqing couldn't help but recall the conversation that Li Zishuan had when he just woke up in the room. You brat, it's time to wake up, right? Oh, it's Junior Uncle. Li Zishuan greets Junior Uncle. Humph. Do you still remember me, your Junior Uncle? Do you still remember your sect? I'm afraid. Although I went down the mountain to help the world, I didn't forget my identity at all times. I not only accumulated virtue and did good deeds, but also preached Taoism among the people. Because of the busy affairs of the academy, and the emperor also assigned me a lot of official duties, I couldn't return to the sect to visit junior uncle and the head of the sect for a long time. I'm ashamed. Humph. You still have some conscience. But the one you should visit the most is your master. Senior brother has no children. He not only treats you as a disciple, but also as his own child. He gave everything to you. You can't be ungrateful. Junior uncle, you're right. When this matter is over, I will personally go to Mount Longhu and kowtow in front of Master's tomb to apologize. Little Xian, let me ask you. When you went down the mountain, you were still at the peak of the Qi refining stage, but now you're at the peak of the Zhongshe realm. After my observation, I found that when you broke through the realm, the way you broke through was different from other warriors. Tell me honestly, did you practice some evil skills? Martial uncle, you've wronged me. Although I'm not a benevolent and virtuous person, I'm still in awe of heaven and earth and all living beings. Everything I've learned comes from Master. After Master passed away, I've encountered several life or death situations. In those desperate situations, I've gained some special insights into the martial way. Perhaps it's because of these insights that my way of breaking through realms is different from ordinary people. Well, are you willing to let me check your meridians? Don't misunderstand. I don't mean any harm. It's just that the Celestial Master Taoism has always been a righteous sect. We can't have evil people. I have to make sure that you don't stray into the evil path. Junior uncle, you don't have to explain. You saved my life. If you want to check my meridians, go ahead. I have a clear conscience and will never resist. Good. Then I'm being rude. Well, the path of genuine Qi is indeed the path of the Taishan Sutra. And the genuine Qi is also pure Taoist genuine Qi. It seems that you've always been firm in your Taoist heart. I've wronged you. No. Why do you have such pure genuine Qi in your body? Genuine Qi? Junior uncle, what is genuine Qi? You don't know genuine Qi? Then why do you have genuine Qi in your body? I don't know. The capacity of a person's dantian is limited. When one reaches the peak of the Zhongshe realm, true Qi will fill the entire dantian. One needs to use a secret method to condense true Qi and turn it into true essence. Coupled with one's own martial arts comprehension, only then can one break through to the Zhongshe realm. This genuine Qi is unique to the Supreme Power realm. Okay, you've just recovered from your serious injury. Take the time to adjust your Qi circulation. There are a few people outside. They should be looking for you. I'll leave first. Thank you, junior uncle. Take care. It makes sense that this child's kung fu has improved by leaps and bounds. But where does this strange knowledge come from? Along the way, I have more or less heard of Yanhuang Academy. The commoners say that they impart knowledge of engineering. Engineering, what kind of knowledge is that? Why haven't I heard senior brother mention it? Recovering from his contemplation, Xianqing's eyes became more and more confused. Clang, 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 clang. At this moment, 5 gongs and drums sounded under the city tower. Xianqing was stunned and murmured, "It's already 5 o'clock. Forget it. As long as this child is on the right path and doesn't do anything harmful, I don't have to worry about it." After that, Xianqing closed the book in his hand and walked to the bed next to him. As Li Zishuan's junior martial uncle and the flag-bearer of Mount Longhu's Celestial Master Sect, Xianqing received some preferential treatment here. He had a separate space to rest, unlike the other ordinary soldiers who could only sleep in tents. On the other side, after Li Zishuan received and persuaded the nearby villagers who came to support Longmen Pass, he urged the people around him to disperse and rest. He returned to the turret and planned to wait quietly for Chang Yaojin and the others to come back. Previously, with the help of Xianqing's power and some of his own comprehension, he broke through to the Supreme Power late stage. Now he was full of energy and couldn't fall asleep even if he lay on the bed. He simply sat on the bed and began to run the 8th level of Taishan Sutra to feel the new realm. "Sir, have you rested?" After about a quarter of an hour, little Yu Er's voice came from outside the door. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat and quickly stopped. Then he said softly, "Come in." When he just woke up, he saw that Li Yu's expression was a little strange. He always felt that this girl was hiding something. Now that Li Yu took the initiative to come to him, he guessed that she was going to take the initiative to lay her cards on the table. With a creak, Li Yu pushed the door and entered. Then she turned around and closed the door. Then she walked quietly to Li Zixuan and said with a guilty face, "Sir, you have just recovered from a serious injury. Did I disturb your rest?" Li Zixuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's okay. I'm not sleepy now. Little you are still awake. Is there something on your mind?" "Yes." Li Yu nodded and replied, "Yes." Then she bit her lips and said softly, "Sir, you've met the Tuju Estate Preceptor before. Can you tell me what kind of person he is?" "National Master of the Tujua National Master?" Hearing this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but be surprised. Then he asked with some confusion, "Little Yu, why are you asking about the National Master?" Li Yu's face froze. After hesitating for a moment, she replied, "Sir, the National Master of the Tujua National Master may know the whereabouts of my biological parents, so—" "What? Wu Jie knows the whereabouts of your parents? Little Yu, who told you this?" Li Zixuan was shocked. His eyes flashed with disbelief. Regarding Li Yu's background, he had always sent people to secretly search for it. According to the jade bracelet on Li Yu's wrist, Li Yu's parents must have been very rich. So Li Zixuan had always sent people to ask around Chang, and if there were any rich families who had lost their children more than 10 years ago. There were quite a few people who met this condition, but when he asked them face to face, none of them met this condition. After searching for so long in Chang, and without finding any useful clues, Li Zixuan never thought that Li Yu's parents would have some kind of connection with Wu Jie. How could he not be shocked? Seeing Li Zixuan's disbelief, Li Yu explained seriously, "Sir, this is what Wu Jie told me personally. 2 nights ago, the academy was attacked. Mr. Mo, the 2 Dugu generals, and Mr. Zhang San, who had gone out to sea but secretly returned, were all defeated by the Turkic Imperial Preceptor. In the end, the Turkic Imperial Preceptor even wanted to kill Mr. Zhang San." Chapter 1557. Is there such a strange thing? Inside the West Tower of Dragon Gate Pass. After listening to Li Yu's story of that night, Li Zixuan was shocked. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time before turning his eyes to Li Yu and asking, "Is that why you came all the way from Chang'an to Jiangzhou?" Sometimes he couldn't help but admire this little girl Li Yu. At her age, if placed in modern times, she probably wouldn't even have graduated from primary school. Yet she dared to travel so far by herself. This could no longer be called independent, it should be called precocious. Li Yu nodded and said, "In order to find my parents, I ran all the way from Yuezhou to Chang'an. Now that I've come all the way from Chang'an to Jiangzhou, what does that count as? Sir, I really want to know who my parents are. I also want to know why they sent me away that year and didn't take me away. But I was still a step too late. The imperial tutor is now nowhere to be found." Towards the end, Li Yu's tone became slightly gloomy. She had traveled day and night without rest, but in the end she hadn't been able to achieve what she wanted, so naturally she couldn't help feeling disappointed. Li Zixuan thought about it for a moment before replying, "I've fought with Wu Jie before. This man's martial arts are extremely high. He wears a black robe and a black hood, making it difficult to see his face, but his voice is very hoarse, as if it's been burned by fire, dry and hoarse. In addition, he also has a strange internal force that can release something similar to lightning, catching people off guard. Wu Jie's fighting style is inclined towards one person's strength. He doesn't like to beat around the bush, relying on his moves and personality. Wu Jie may also be the kind of person who doesn't like trouble, decisive and unstoppable. He really has the qualifications to be one of the world's top masters. However, I don't know much about Wu Jie's background. Master rarely mentioned him before his death. Perhaps you can ask my little martial uncle tomorrow. He should know." Recalling Xianqing's previous interrogation, Li Zixuan couldn't help feeling a little scared. So, regarding Wu Jie, he didn't intend to ask Xianqing himself. Wouldn't that be walking right into a trap? It was better for little Fishy to ask him herself. In the end, Li Zixuan was still worried that Xianqing would find out that he was a fake. After all, he used to do many things under the banner of Spiritual Spirit Su, and Xianqing had always had a good relationship with Spiritual Spirit Su. If Xianqing investigated seriously, he would definitely find clues from many things. Yes. Good. I'll ask Daoist Xianqing tomorrow. Li Yu didn't think much about it and just nodded. Then she suddenly said, "Yamacho General Qin is leading the army to chase after the imperial teacher. Do you think Wu Jie Although he didn't finish his sentence, the gist of it was obvious. Li Zishuan frowned, paused for a moment and then said, I heard from Renbiao that it's not just Uncle Qin and Uncle Cheng who are pursuing us from behind. To the north there are also soldiers from Yunzhou, Shuozhou, Daizhou, and Yuzhou who are intercepting us. There are at least 60,000 of them, and the Turkic army has already been defeated at Longmen Pass, so their momentum is no longer there. In the face of these 60,000 soldiers, their defeat is certain. However, Wu Jie and Ashina Shirchu are both martial experts. If they escape with all their strength and pave the way for them with the lives of the Turkic soldiers, it will be difficult for Uncle Qin to catch them. Hearing this, Li Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Zishuan looked at Li Yu's face and asked, Little fishy, do you want Wu Jie to die? Or do you want him to live? Under Li Zishuan's gaze, a trace of panic flashed in Li Yu's eyes. She opened her mouth and said nervously, Of course I want him to die. I am a Tang and he is a Turkic. He killed so many Tang people, of course I want him to die. But before he dies, I want to hear the whereabouts of my father and mother from him. Li Zishuan nodded, then turned around and stood with his hands behind his back. That's good. Little fishy, no matter the situation, no matter the reason, I hope you remember that you are a Tang. You can never do anything to harm the Tang Empire, or I will never forgive you. The reason why Li Zishuan said this was mainly because he thought of a very frightening possibility, that Li Yu's parents were Turkic, or that Li Yu's father was Wu Jie. Although the possibility of this happening was slim, it didn't mean it was impossible. Moreover, even if Li Yu's father wasn't Wu Jie, he and Wu Jie probably had some sort of relationship. This time for Li Yu this was a rather big personal test. To choose between righteousness and personal feelings, to be honest, no matter who it was, this was a difficult choice to make. Li Zishuan's voice fell and at this time, a loud noise came from outside the house. Li Zishuan's expression changed, and he listened carefully for a moment before saying to Li Yu, The army chasing Wu Jie has returned. Let's go and see. Li Yu's expression changed, but after a moment she nodded and replied, In. The two of them left the house and went straight down to the gate tower. They saw that the gate tower was already brightly lit, with torches everywhere. Qin Xiong, Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Hong Wenxing, Wang Renbiao, and the others were standing in front of the army discussing something. Seeing this, Li Zishuan quickly walked up and cupped his fists. Uncle Qin, Uncle Cheng. Uncle Yuqi, you're back? Hey, little Xian. Are you really okay? That's great. Chang Yaojin saw that Li Zishuan's complexion was ruddy, and he didn't look like he was seriously injured at all. He excitedly greeted him and laughed loudly. I told you, little brat, you're a man of great fortune, how could you fall so easily? Haha, good. Qin Xiong stroked his beard, a look of relief on his face as he said, When we were in Yonghe Pass, Army Advisor Fang said that you were seriously injured by Wu Jie, and us old men were worried sick. Just now, Provincial Governor Hong said that you were rescued by Taoist Xianqing, and your injuries were healed. This old master didn't believe it, but now that I've seen you in person, this old master can finally rest assured. Haha, being able to fight Wu Jie head-on and take away his treasures, after today, little Xian, your name will be known throughout the world. Yuqi Jingda said with a face full of emotion. What he said wasn't false. Li Zishuan, with his mid-stage martial scholar cultivation, fought against a great grandmaster. Although he was at a disadvantage in the process, the result could be said to be his victory, because Wu Jie's treasures were stolen by Li Zishuan. Uncle Yuqi, please don't make fun of your nephew. This time I was lucky enough to not die, and it was all because of Martial Uncle's healing, otherwise I would still be in a coma. Li Zishuan said modestly, quickly taking the initiative to ask, Let's not talk about this for now. How is the situation on the front line? Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed little Yu looking at him anxiously with pleading eyes. Chang Yaojin's face darkened. Hey! That cowardly turtle Wu Jie ran away as soon as he saw us old men, and we couldn't even catch up to him. In the end we still let him escape. Old Cheng originally wanted to fight with Wu Jie for 300 rounds, but in the end he couldn't even touch Wu Jie's weapon, which made him very angry. Li Zishuan was surprised, thinking that this result was similar to his private analysis of the situation. Hearing this, little Yu had a complicated expression. Hearing this news, She didn't know whether to be happy or sad, and her heart was extremely conflicted. At this time, Qin Qiong added, although we didn't catch Wu Jia and Enchantress, the 40,000 elite Turkic wolf cavalry were almost wiped out by us. Only a little more than 1,000 people escaped with Wu Jia. These 30,000 wolf cavalry were the elite of the elite under Xieli's command, and they all died in the Great Tang. For Xieli it was a great loss. Yuqi Jingde frowned and said, although the Turkic wolf cavalry suffered heavy losses in this battle, we also lost many soldiers, especially the soldiers of Yunzhou, Daizhou, Yuzhou, and Shuozhou. They faced the Turkic state teacher head-on and lost more than 70% of them. Adding on the soldiers we brought from Qizhou, Bingzhou, and the capital, we lost more than 43,000 people in this battle, a heavy loss. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was shocked, and he didn't dare to believe it. The Turkic wolf cavalry is actually so strong? Qin Qiong nodded and said, the Turkic wolf cavalry has always been unparalleled in the world, and this Turkic wolf cavalry tried their best to escort Wu Jia and Enchantress out of the encirclement, using tactics that completely put their lives on the line. This kind of Turkic wolf cavalry is even more terrifying. Li Zishuan's mind was instantly filled with images of a tragic battlefield, and he said with a heavy expression, it's a pity for these Great Tang soldiers. General Qin, should this battle report be sent to Chang'an? Meng Wenhao cupped his fists and asked. Qin Qiong pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, send it. However, at this time, King Wei and His Majesty should be resting. You can try it first. Meng Wenhao replied, yes, General Qin. After that, he turned and left, returning to his tent to send the telegram. The three Grand Dukes have traveled a long distance and fought through the night, so you should all be tired, right? This lowly official has already arranged a place for the three of you to stay. I would like to invite the three of you to take a rest. At this time, Hong Wenqing stepped forward and cupped his fists. He was the provincial governor of Jiang Province, and also the host here, so of course he had to be a good host. Li Zishuan also reacted and quickly said, Governor Hong is right. Uncles, you have been fighting for the entire day. You haven't slept a wink. It's better that you quickly go and rest. Qin Qiong nodded and said, okay. After the soldiers are settled, we will rest. As he spoke, he turned to Hong Wenqing and said, Provincial Governor Hong, I'll have to trouble you to immediately send some military doctors over from the Jiang Province military camp. There are many injured soldiers in urgent need of treatment. Hong Wenqing hurriedly cupped his fists and said, this official obeys. I'll send someone back to Zhengping County to get military doctors. The earliest record of military doctors in China was in the Zhou dynasty. Lu Shang, Zhang Zia, mentioned in the 6th Tao. There were 3 alchemists who established 100 medicines to cure golden sores and 10,000 illnesses. By the Han dynasty, military hospitals had already been established. The book of the later Han recorded an institution called the nunnery, which was similar to a modern battlefield hospital. With the development of the era, military doctors continued to improve, and there was a professional medical institution in the Tang army, which meant that every camp had a medical examiner, who would check on the condition of the injured soldiers every day to arrange for medical treatment and evacuation. Not only could the injured soldiers be treated, but their condition would also be monitored regularly. For example, the Zhejiang military camp in Jiang Province definitely had a medical examiner department. Hong Wenqing accepted the order and left. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed, and he cupped his fist towards Qin Qiong and said, Uncle Qin, I also know some medical skills. Can you get people to bring those soldiers who are seriously injured and in urgent need of treatment over, and I'll treat them first? These injured soldiers were not only there to fight against the Turks, some of the people from Qizhou and the people from Chang, and were there to save Longmen Pass and save him. Li Zishuan had medical expertise. If he were to stand by and do nothing at this moment, his conscience would not be at ease. Hearing this, Qin Qiong could not help but worry. Xiaoxian, you've just recovered from your injuries, so you should rest well and not overwork yourself. Cheng Yaojin also nodded and said, Second brother Qin is right, Xiaoxian, you should rest well. Li Zishuan shook his head and refused. Uncle Qin, Uncle Cheng, to be honest, I'm indebted to Martial Uncle for saving me. Not only have my injuries healed, but I've also luckily had a breakthrough. Right now I'm full of energy, so you don't have to worry about my body. What? Xiaoxian, you've broken through again? Hearing this, Chang Yaojin's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Haha, I was just lucky." Chang Yaojin was speechless, thinking to himself, I also want to be as lucky as you, but unfortunately, I'm too old and my martial arts journey will probably stop here. Qin Xiong said, "Alright. Since Xiaoxian's body is fine, I'll get someone to carry the injured soldiers over." "Okay. Your wounds need to be disinfected with alcohol, or else they will fester and hurt a little, so bear with it." "Don't worry, Marquis, I can bear with it." Hiss. Ouch. Didn't you say you can bear with it? Why are you crying out? Marquis, who would have thought that it would hurt so much? Hiss. It's burning. Haha. Alright. Let me help you bandage it first, and the military doctor will apply some medicine for your wounds later. Thank you, Marquis. Marquis, can you let me have a taste of that alcohol in your hand? It smells so good. Go and rest. Did you not have enough pain just now? In the large tent in front of the Longmen Pass, Li Zixuan carried a simple medical kit and shuttled through the tents for the wounded. Most of the wounded soldiers suffered from knife wounds, so their wounds had to be disinfected. Otherwise, in this weather, the wounds would definitely fester and get infected. This was also why there weren't many ancient soldiers who died on the battlefield. Most of them died from festering wounds after the battle. Luckily, Qin Xiong's army brought some medical alcohol when they came from Chang'an, or Li Zixuan would probably have to distill and purify the alcohol in the camp. Chapter 1558. Last year, when Li Zixuan had just come up with medical alcohol, Li Jing, who had learned that it could prevent wounds from festering, had requested Li Er to equip the army with this type of medical alcohol. At that time, when there was a shortage of alcohol and food, Li Zixuan had still provided the imperial court with a few hundred caddies of medical alcohol. Later on, when the imperial court implemented the policy of exchanging food from the south, the Tang Empire suddenly experienced a period of food overflow. Li Zixuan also took the opportunity to purchase a large amount of food, filling up the newly built granaries at home. When the granaries were full, he used all the food he purchased to make wine. On one hand, it greatly increased the production of the two popular wines, Immortal Drunken Wine and Gentle Fragrance. On the other hand, he had also provided the imperial court with a large amount of medical alcohol. Therefore, this thing had now become the standard issue for the 12 guards of Chang'an. Every time the army went to war, they would more or less carry some. However, due to the limited production, medical alcohol had not yet been popularized in the Zhetzong prefecture's barracks. At this moment, Li Zixuan was carrying some medical alcohol, boiled white cloth, and some simple medicine as he shuttled between the various tents. At first, when the heavily injured soldiers heard that Li Zixuan was coming over to treat their wounds, they were more or less a little frightened or flattered. After all, Li Zixuan was a marquis, and they were just ordinary soldiers. However, after the initial uneasy contact, the injured soldiers found that Li Zixuan was not difficult to get along with at all. Not only did he talk and laugh with them, sometimes he even chatted with them and made vulgar remarks. He was not at all like the talented Yamacho from Yanhuang College, nor was he like the high and mighty Marquis Yangon of the Tang Empire. However, it was precisely because of this that the soldiers felt that Li Zixuan was more amiable, more like a brother who had gone through fire and water with them on the battlefield. Therefore, as Li Zixuan walked over, not only did he hear the miserable cries of the soldiers who had been touched in their wounds, but he also heard a lot of laughter, beating, and cursing. The austere atmosphere of the two armies a few hours ago was instantly replaced by this faint warmth. And all of this was seen by one person. The Tao of medicine is benevolent. Little Xian is now a marquis, yet he is willing to mix with these low-level soldiers. It can be seen that this child's heart is not bad at all. Since that is the case, what else can this poor Taoist not let go of? Everyone in this world has some secrets that belong to them. It is not in my Tao heart to get to the bottom of everything. Let's just watch him soar in this world. On the turret of the city wall, Xian Qing, who had long been awakened by the commotion outside, stood by the window and watched as Li Zixuan shuttled back and forth between the various tents, talking and laughing with the wounded. Xian Qing's gaze was complicated as he lamented. After saying this, Xian Qing suddenly felt relaxed. It was a kind of freedom and relief from letting go of obsession. It was the ultimate state that the people of Taoism pursued Tao nature. Chang'an City, Imperial Palace, Suite Du Hall. Although there were still more than 2 hours before dawn, the place was still brightly lit. Li Er and Li Tai both had a pair of dark circles under their eyes and looked tired. However, the father and son did not intend to go back to sleep. They were waiting for news from the front line. Previous signs indicated that the northern part of the Tang Empire was experiencing a very fierce battle tonight, and the cause of all this was Li Zishuan and the top-secret information of Yanhuang College. However, the problem was that they had been unable to contact Li Zishuan before. They could only speculate that there would be a fierce battle at Longmen Pass tonight from the telegram sent back by Meng Wenhao. One of the father and son was worried about the battle at the front line, while the other was worried about the safety of the Yamacho. Neither of them was willing to rest before they got the exact news. Speaking of which, although the telegraph increased the speed of information transmission, at the same time, it also increased the urgency of people's anticipation of information. If they were still using the manual transmission method in the past, Li Er and Li Tai would definitely not be foolishly waiting for news from the front line without sleeping. Because if they were to use manual transmission, the news from Longmen Pass would only reach Chang'an tomorrow afternoon. It was not worthwhile to wait here all the time. Beep 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 beep. Suddenly, the telegraph that had been silent for a long time suddenly let out a series of DDD sounds. This sound was simply incomparably pleasing to Li Tai's ears. He quickly pulled himself together, straightened his back, and picked up a pen to record the code. After the translation was completed, he quickly sent out a section of code to confirm that he was right next to the telegraph. "Father, it's a message from Wenhao." Seeing that Li Er was looking at him with a puzzled face, Li Tai did not wait for him to ask and directly stood up to answer. "Ming Wenhao? Looks like there's news from the front line." A bright light flashed in Li Er's eyes. He sighed as if relieved of a heavy burden. Whether it was good news or bad news, it was better than waiting here for news. Besides, since Meng Wenhao could take the initiative to send a telegram to Chang'an, it proved that the situation at the front line was not too bad. At least the army was not completely wiped out. It should be. Li Tai nodded. After a while, the telegraph began to ring again. Li Tai quickly sat down and recorded the code. The beeping sound lasted for about half an hour. Li Er, who was at the side, could not help but stand up and go to Li Tai's side. However, when he saw the messy message on the rice paper, he could not help but frown because he could not understand it. Li Er waited anxiously for a while. On the other side, Li Tai finally translated the encrypted message into words. The little fatty stood up and said, "Father, frontline battle report." "Read it," Li Er said with a serious face. "Yes," Li Tai nodded. He looked at the translated message and said, "On the 30th day of the 6th month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan, Turkic General Ashina Shirkui led 50,000 elite wolf cavalry into Yanmen Pass in order to rescue Wu Jia, who had stolen the books of the academy. He defeated the 10,000 soldiers that the Yamacho had sent from the Bingzhou Zhichang's camp. Then he marched straight in and broke through Yonghe Pass and Madu Pass. Wu Jia carried the top-secret information of Yanhuang College and tried to pass through Longmen Pass. The Yamacho had already stationed 10,000 soldiers at Longmen Pass. Then, in order to contain Wu Jia, the Yamacho fought alone. Although he did his best, he was unable to stop Wu Jia. However, he managed to snatch back the information of the academy, but the Yamacho was also seriously injured. After Wu Jia escaped, he met up with Ashina Shirkui at Madu Pass. Ashina Shirkui was not satisfied with the current harvest and followed Wu Jia back to Longmen Pass. Wu Jia's martial strength was outstanding. Without the Yamacho's restraint, he relied on his superior martial strength to break through the city gates. Longmen Pass was about to fall into the hands of the enemy. At the crucial moment, a master archer named Shui Rengue from Longmen County managed to delay Wu Jia for a moment. Then Daoist Xianqing from Mount Longhu suddenly appeared and completely blocked Wu Jia's attack. After that, Wang Renbiao, the provincial governor of Qizhou, led 30,000 soldiers to reinforce them. Generals Qin, Cheng, and Yuqi also led 10,000 light cavalry to arrive in time. Ashina Shirchuan knew that he was no match for them and quickly retreated. Under the command of General Qin, The three forces at Longmen Pass gathered together and pursued the Turkic army. At this time the soldiers of Yunzhou, Shuadaizhou, and Yuzhou had already set up a defensive line outside Yonghe Pass. The Turkic army had just left Yonghe Pass when the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle. Soon after, General Qin's forces arrived and engaged in a fierce battle. In this battle, the 40,000 elite Turkic wolf cavalry were almost completely wiped out. Only 1,000 some managed to escape with Wu Jie and Eshina Shirqi back to the steppe. However, our side also suffered heavy losses, especially the soldiers of Yunzhou, Daizhou, Yuzhou, and Shu. Because they were directly attacked by the Turkic state teacher, their casualties reached more than 70%. Adding on the soldiers that General Qin brought from Chang'an and Qizhou, our side suffered more than 43,000 casualties. After Li Tai finished reading the battle report, the Sweet Nectar Palace immediately fell into silence. It was unknown if it was because of the low temperature of the night, but Li Tai suddenly felt a chill. This made the little fatty somewhat regret not wearing a cloak when he came to the imperial palace. After a long time, Li Er finally opened his mouth. 50,000 elite wolf cavalry? Xieli is truly willing to part with them. Invading the Great Tang time and time again, do they really think that our patience is limitless? Bang! Li Er angrily slapped the table and turned to walk toward the dragon couch. Li Tai cautiously said, "Imperial father, calm your anger. Based on this report, these Turkic wolf cavalry must have been the elite of the elite. Now that they've all been lost in the Great Tang, Xieli's strength must have been greatly damaged. To our Great Tang, this is not necessarily a bad thing." Li Er sat on the dragon couch, his brow furrowed. After a few moments of thought, he shook his head and said, "Xieli claims to have 1 million soldiers controlling the bowstrings. Losing so many soldiers is not enough to harm his bones. Besides, our Great Tang's losses are no less than the Turks. In the future, when the Great Tang and the Turks face each other, if the ratio of casualties is still like this, we will definitely lose." In this war from start to finish, the Great Tang side had lost nearly 60,000 soldiers, including the Turks' attack on Yanmen Pass, Yonghe Pass, and Madu Pass, while the Turks had lost 49,000 elite wolf cavalry. Just from the number of casualties, the Tang army did not have the advantage. However, considering that the Tang army had very good methods to prevent wounds from being infected, and could allow a large portion of the injured soldiers to survive, it seemed that the number of casualties on both sides was about the same. But even if it was a 1-to-1 casualty ratio, it was still somewhat difficult for Li Er to accept. After all, the Turks at this time were definitely in a period of unprecedented strength. The number of soldiers that Xieli could bring out was definitely greater than the Great Tang's. Li Tai also understood this reasoning. He thought about it and clasped his hands. "Imperial father, these Turkic wolf cavalry are the elites of the elites. Ordinary soldiers would naturally be at a disadvantage against them, but the 1 million soldiers of the Turks can't all be elites like this. Moreover, Sun Tzu's Art of War says that above all warfare is warfare. Next is warfare. Next is warfare. Now that our Great Tang has even more advanced weapons and armor, as well as a method of communication that surpasses all foreign countries, we completely have the conditions to make a big fuss about tactics and allow the cooperation between the armies to be seamless. With such superior tactics, our chances of victory are definitely 30 to 40% higher than the Turks." Chink, your words are not without reason. Hearing this, Li Er's eyes brightened. At this moment, he remembered that Li Zishuan's workshop was currently working on equipment for the Black Armored Army. With the new armor and Li Zishuan's new tactics, the fighting power of the Black Armored Army would at least double. If Li Er knew the word technology, he would definitely sigh and say, "Technology is fighting power." According to the battle report, Li Zishuan fought with Wu Jie and was seriously injured. How is his injury now? Suddenly, Li Er remembered the battle report that Li Tai had just read out and hurriedly asked. Li Tai smiled and replied, "Imperial father, although Yamacho was seriously injured, after Taoist Master Xian Qing's treatment, not only has his injury healed, but his martial arts have also improved." Zhao Song, who was standing in the corner of the hall, was shocked when he heard that Li Zishuan's martial arts had improved again. He secretly thought that Li Zishuan was already at Grandmaster middle stage before he went to the north. If he improved again, wouldn't he be at Grandmaster late stage? This realm, he would be catching up with me, the chief steward of the imperial household. At this moment, Zhao Song's heart was undoubtedly broken. Li Zishuan's speed of improvement made him doubt his life. Xianqing. It was the second time he heard the name Xianqing. Li Er's mind turned quickly and he muttered, "This Dragon Tiger Mountain is really full of masters. But why would Xianqing appear at Longmen Pass for no reason? I don't know." In the end, Li Tai was only proficient in literary strategy. He did not pay much attention to matters related to martial arts. Zhao Song cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, Taoist Master Xianqing is said to be the next celestial master Taoist on Dragon Tiger Mountain after spiritual master Ling Su passed away. After spiritual master Ling Su passed away, Taoist master Xianqing chose to go into seclusion. I didn't expect him to come out now." Although Zhao Song was not in Jianghu, he still knew some things about the martial arts world. Well, this matter is indeed a bit strange, but since Li Zishuan is fine, it's fortunate. Hearing this, Li Er frowned and said, today Li Er attached great importance to Li Zishuan. He knew better than anyone that if all the advanced knowledge in Li Zishuan's head was used, it could be compared to an army of 100,000. Therefore, when he learned that Li Zishuan was fine, Old Li couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As for whether Li Zishuan's martial arts had improved, he didn't care much about it. Father is right. Li Tai's thoughts were much simpler than Li Er's. He only hoped that Li Zishuan was fine. As long as Li Zishuan was alive, Yanhuang College would continue to exist. Li Er nodded and said, "All right, it's getting late. Chinga, you should go and rest." It was indeed getting late. In a while, the rooster would start crowing. Li Tai stood up and cupped his hands. "Then I'll take my leave. Father, you should rest early too." "Well, go." Li Er grunted. Li Tai packed up the telegraph and turned to leave the Sweet Dew Hall.